Hello there everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of what if Dragonborn came to Orario. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe and comment in the comment section. Chapter 23. Chapter Summary. After Action. Setting up the near future. Chapter Notes. I did say that the update pace would slow down, but I was not expecting it to be 2 weeks before I could even sit down to write. I could give you the real-world reasons. For the delay, my dad's car engine dying a couple days before his birthday, taking a trip out of state and forgetting my flash drive, my grandparents catching COVID. It's been a crazy couple weeks for me. Honestly though, I think I needed a break after all that writing. It gave me time to think and do a little planning. Still, I hope to get back on a decent update pace now that things have calmed down. I really appreciate all the feedback I got for the last chapter. It was an absolute beast to write, so it was great to see how you all felt about it. This one is definitely on the short side. I'm sorry about that, but I wanted to get something out quick so you'd know I wasn't dead. I promise, they'll get longer again. After this one, I don't think I'll be posting many 10K chapters again soon, but I'll try to get more in the 5 to 7 range. Thank you all so much for the comments and reviews you've left. They are so much fun to see and read. Don't hesitate to leave one if you have a question or something you'd like to say. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 23. Torhen. Thin wisps of smoke wafted through the air as Torhen trudged through the Loki Familia camp. It had been around 3 hours since the irregular Udeus, the last of the abnormal monsters, had been defeated and the crystal ceiling was giving off a dim evening light. Teams of adventurers were still combing through the forest, putting out fires and collecting any monster loot or fallen weapons they could find. In the immediate aftermath of Udeus' defeat, Torhen had made his way directly to the aid station to help with taking care of the wounded. Considering his prodigious skill with restoration magic, the Dragonborn had quickly taken over the worst cases and had worked tirelessly alongside the other healers and volunteers to save as many of the casualties as they could. With Rivera and the Loki Familia having emptied their stores to help the wounded, combined with Torhen's skill and the potions he'd brought with him, the casualty report was better than he'd expected. The final tally is in, he said as he plopped himself down on a log next to Finn. The Palum was sitting alone near an isolated, low-burning fire towards the edge of the camp. Both men were still clad in their battle gear, covered in sweat and grime. How bad is it? Finn asked, poking the fire with a stick. Better than I was expecting. Torhen said, honestly. From what we can tell, there were 197 adventurers on this floor when the fighting began. So, long as the teams combing the woods don't find any more bodies, the death toll stands at 14. Most of them were killed in the woods by the Juggernaut before I was able to draw it away. Finn sighed. I suppose we should consider ourselves lucky that it didn't spawn in the middle of camp or the town. Things could have been a lot worse if any of those things had spawned there. Torhen hummed in agreement. He guessed that Finn, like Torhen himself, was mostly relieved that none of their members had died in the fighting. Have any runners been sent to the surface? Finn had joined up with Boz to take charge of cleanup after the battle. Finn nodded. Once he was healed, I sent Beat and a few of our fastest runners up top. They are going to report what happened to the guild and organize relief supplies. If things go quickly, they should be here by tomorrow. Did you have them mention Hermes? Torhen asked, quietly. The god had said he was willing to take the blame, but Torhen wasn't going to trust that he'd actually do it. Finn shook his head. Lord Hermes went up with them, he said, to Torhen's surprise. I told Beat to make sure he didn't get away, but Lord Hermes seemed adamant on turning himself in. It looks like he feels genuinely guilty about what has happened here and wanted to get out of the dungeon before anything else could go wrong. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that. Torhen muttered. What do you think the guild will do to him? His presence is what caused all this. A hefty fine to start with, Finn said after a moment's thought. Probation for him. And his familiar is likely, but I don't see them being exiled. He's not much of a public figure. But I know Lord Hermes is one of the more important gods in the city. They can't afford to exile him. In the end, it will be up to the guild to decide how he is punished. Finn. Riveria's voice called to them as she walked up. The beautiful, green-haired Elf woman was covered in sweat and grime just like everyone else, but she still managed to cut a fairly regal figure. Bors is looking for you. He wants to discuss how the monster drops are going to be handled. The Paolum sighed and hung his head. Why doesn't that surprise me? He muttered to himself. Standing, Finn bade Torhen farewell and moved off to join Reveria as they headed towards the town. Torhen sat alone for a while, contemplating all that had happened that day. Despite the circumstances, it had been nice to be involved in a serious fight again. Even better to fight alongside family members he hadn't seen in years. Nearly a century, in Kodlak's case. He wasn't alone for long though. Perhaps 20 minutes after Finn had left, Ryu came walking up. Torhen braced himself for her questions as the elf girl sat down. They were well isolated, so he wasn't worried about eavesdroppers. Ask what you wish, he told her. I'll answer what I can. Ryu hesitated for a moment. Were those two women really your children? You can summon their ghosts. Torhen nodded. They were. That particular shout is named the Call of Valor. It allows me to summon the spirits of fallen warriors in times of need. The man was Kodlak. White Mene, a mentor of mine in my youth. Could you, she paused. Is it possible for you to summon any fallen spirit? Torhen knew what she was after. No, he shook his head, sadly. I'm sorry but I cannot summon the ghosts of your friends. Her ears drooped as he explained. The Call of Valor allows me to summon the spirits of Sovgard, an afterlife reserved for fallen Nord warriors. Unfortunately, none of your friends were Nords. What is more, I cannot control who is summoned or even if anyone will show up. When I use the shout, it is essentially a request for help. It is up to Shia, the god who rules over Sovgard, to decide who is sent. I have no say over who he sends. Lord Hermes said you were a demigod. Is that your father? Shia? She asked. Torhen chuckled and shook his head. No, he said. I am the son of Akatosh, the dragon god of time. Akatosh is a god belonging to another world, one beyond Genkai. My kind, the Dovahkiin or Dragonborn, are created by Akatosh in times of great need. We are not a single race. For instance, I am a Nord Dragonborn, but one of my predecessors, Manka Cameron, was a high elf Dragonborn. If you're not a race, then what is the difference between you and others? Is it just being the child of a god? I did not have mortal parents, but rather was made directly by Akatosh. Not all of us are created directly by him as I was, however, Torhen explained, and not all of us wind up following his will. Both Manka Cameron and Mirak, the first of our kind, turned against Akatosh. Some, like Saint Alessia, are born mortal and made Dragonborn by Akatosh later in their lives. What makes us unique is that we bear the blood and soul of a dragon. A dragon, like the ones in the dungeon. Torhen shook his head. No, those are mindless beasts. The Dova, or dragons of Nirn, are more akin to spirits. They are direct children of Akatosh and thus semi-divine and extremely powerful. Dovahkiin are mortals who are blessed with the blood and soul of a Dova. So, your physical body is a human, Torhen nodded, but your soul and blood are closer to being divine. She sat in silence for a moment before speaking up again. You said, Akatosh is not a part of Genkai. If that's true, how did you get here? I was born on Nirn, the realm governed by Akatosh and the other Idra. Once I discovered my true nature and realized how many threats plagued my world, I spent my life in service to Akatosh. The very fate of Nirn rested on my shoulders more than once in the time I served him. After saving my world from more dangers than I could count, I settled down with my family. Many years later, with my tasks complete and my family gone, my father offered to send me here, to a place where the fate of the world no longer rests on my shoulders, so that I could truly retire. I see, Ryu said. They were both silent for a few moments. Perhaps now it was Torhen's turn to ask a question. How are you feeling? What do you mean? You've been through a lot the last couple days. You've learned a great deal and, on top of that, you helped kill a juggernaut. It may not have been the one that killed your Familia, but it was the same type of creature. Ryu sat in quiet contemplation for a good while. I don't know how to feel. She finally said, I haven't really had time to process anything, but you told me to find Lady Astria, to seek her forgiveness. I still don't know if I'm worthy of it, but I think I have to. Try. Finn. The crystal ceiling of the 18th floor was glowing with the bright light of mid-morning, as Finn led a group through the Loki Familia camp towards the command tent. Behind him were Riveria, Gareth, Torhen, Boz, Sabaki, and 3 members of the guild. Beaten, the other runners had returned in the early hours of the morning with a company of adventurers, carrying relief supplies and a group of guild investigators led by a brown-haired Chienthrope, named Rema in tow. Once they had arrived, it hadn't taken long to get word out to everyone and begin distribution of food and other supplies that were needed. Most of the adventurers on the 18th floor would be returning to the surface in only a few days, though some like Boz planned on remaining behind to begin repairing the damage done to Rivera. Finn led the group into the command tent and gestured for them to make themselves comfortable. Aside from the investigators, Finn had assembled the rest of the group because they were the ones with all the information that the investigators were likely to be looking for. Rema made himself comfortable in a chair while the other 2 guild members broke out notepads and pens so that they could record what was said. I suppose we should begin with the exact details of the events of yesterday, Rema said once all were settled. From what Master Beat, Lady Asfi, and Lord Hermes told us, it seems that 3 powerful monsters were spawned in the late afternoon yesterday. Lord Hermes claims responsibility. Finn nodded. That's correct. The first we knew anything was wrong was when they came crashing through the ceiling. Rema nodded. I just need to ask a few questions to confirm what we were told on the surface. The larger monsters that spawned were irregular versions of the monster Rexes, Goliath and Eudeus, along with an unknown skeletal lizard monster. As one, the group confirmed the information. As I understand it, the adventurers here divided into groups to handle the monster Rexes. Can we get some clarification on their division? Finn nodded. Since we have dealt with Eudeus before, the majority of the Loki and Hephaestus Familia members tackled the irregular version while a small detachment joined up with the adventurers from Rivera to deal with Goliath. Andromeda and I organized the defense of Rivera, Boz chimed in. If it hadn't been for the detachment from the Loki Familia, we might not have made it. One of their mags led a powerful barrage of spellcasters. They, in conjunction with a special attack by the Rabbit Foot, are responsible for killing the Goliath. Afterwards, Lefia, who led our detachment, and Mr. Cranel led what adventurers, who could still fight over to us to join the battle against Eudeus. Riveria added. What of the skeletal lizard? From what information we have, it caused several fatalities during its initial appearance. Rema asked. I handled that, Torhen chimed in. I and one other led it as far from the fighting as possible and dealt with it there. And who are you, sir? Torhen, he said, semi-retired member of the Hestia Familia. The younger members of my familia were past paraded on the 14th floor and wound up here on 18. I led a rescue team organized by Hestia down here to find them. That would be the team Lord Hermes accompanied down into the dungeon. Against my wishes, yes. Torhen is powerful, Finn spoke up. He's a regular sparring partner for AIS, Gareth, and myself, so I trusted that he could handle the lizard. Rema nodded as his assistants copied down their testimony. What of the casualty? Report. Has a final count been done? This time, Riveria spoke up. Yes, she said. Sadly, we have recovered 14 bodies. Most of those, it seems, were camping in the woods near to where the monsters first appeared. Thankfully, we had plenty of healing items on hand to keep that number from growing. The guild official nodded. Lord Hermes has given his testimony about what triggered the incident, but I wish to confirm. He claims that an accident occurred which caused him to lose control of his aura, thereby angering the dungeon. Can you confirm this? Riveria nodded. Hermes was attempting to spy on several female adventurers who were bathing when he fell out of a tree. The cloak he had been wearing to conceal his aura came off as a result of the fall. Rema sighed. Well, that checks out with what Lord Hermes told us. I can assure you that he will be punished, but we have orders to keep things as quiet as we can. Lord Hermes will be penalized, and a statement to that effect will be made to the public, but Lord Uranus has demanded that we keep some information quiet. For instance, all information regarding the skeletal lizard monster is to be suppressed. I don't know what it was, but Lord Uranus is adamant that no information about it be leaked to the public. That's crazy, Gareth said, angrily. Monster information is supposed to be shared freely, especially for one so dangerous. No, Torhen chimed in. Hummies told me what that thing was. They are right to keep information about it as quiet as they can. You do realize that you can't keep it all down. Though, right, too many people saw it. Rema nodded while Gareth grumbled. We know that we cannot keep everything quiet, but we can at least keep exact details from reaching the public. It's the best we can do. What of Hermes? Sabaki chimed in. His actions got 14 adventurers killed, and nearly killed a whole lot more. I, for one, want to know what his punishment will be. Lord Hermes is currently being detained by the guild while we investigate. Until we have concluded our investigation, I cannot tell you what his exact punishment will be. I can accept that for now, Bors grumbled. But what of Rivera? The town got caught up in several of Goliath's attacks. Our stores are empty and half the buildings were destroyed. Much as I hate to say it, we are going to need some help to rebuild. The guild is not against offering you assistance, but, Rema hesitated. We are requesting that the dungeon be evacuated for the next few days. Considering the events of yesterday, we believe it best to allow the dungeon a few days to restore itself before any construction attempts begin. Evacuate, Bors demanded. You mean the dungeon is going to be sealed off? Only for a few days, a week at most. Rema said. With all the chaos, we feel that's what's best. Finn doubted that this was a decision made by just the guild. Loki had mentioned just how much pull Lord Uranus had on the organization. If this was an order from him, they couldn't disobey. I think I speak for most of us, he chimed in, when I say I don't mind not entering the dungeon for a few days. We, at least, were returning from an expedition when this happened. We'd like some time to rest. Aye, that's probably for the best, Gareth agreed. Bors nodded, reluctantly. Thank you for your cooperation, Rema sighed in relief. I just have a few more inquiries about the events of yesterday. The questioning continued on for several more hours. While outside, orders were given and preparations began for a mass exodus from the dungeon. Torhen. It's kind of hard to believe just how much has happened over the last few days. Welf commented. He was stood next to Torhen, waiting for the signal that it was time to move out and ascend the stairs. The guild investigation had lasted a few hours, but they had been able to answer most of their questions about the incident. Once the questioning was over, the group had spread out to aid in organizing the temporary evacuation of the dungeon. The exodus would be done in 3 stages. Since they were returning from an expedition, on top of taking charge during the recent battle, half of the Loki Familia would be heading out first, accompanied by the Hephaestus Familia and Torhen's group, comprised of the members of the Hestia and Takemikazuchi Familias. A second group, made up of the rest of the Loki Familia and other scattered adventurers, would move out an hour after the first group departed. The last group, led by Bors and comprised of the residents of Rivera, would move out an hour after that. Torhen and his group were stood off to the side as the first exit team assembled. It wouldn't take long, only a few hours, for the group to reach the surface. Off to one side, Finn and Riveria were getting the group organized while Gareth gave instructions to the second-string members who would be leading the second exit team. Despite several having been wounded in the battle, the members of the Hestia and Takemikazuchi Familias had been healed rather easily and had spent most of the night and morning assisting with the cleanup, forest search, and evacuation prep. Bell in particular had become very popular. While none save a few were aware that he'd killed the Juggernaut, many had approached Torhen to thank him for healing them. Far more, however, had approached Bell to thank him for his leadership and actions during the battle. Torhen was not afraid to admit he was proud of his young protege. By all accounts, the boy had carried himself well over the course of the battle and had even managed to take charge and rally the ground forces once Goliath was defeated. He really was shaping up to be quite the young adventurer. That wasn't to say that he was any less proud of the others. Of course, they had all performed exceedingly well and were deserving of praise. We have quite a lot to get done once we're back home, Torhen said to Welf and Bell, who was standing nearby. Now that the battle is done, we need to perform the conversion of our friends from the Takemikazuchi Familia, not to mention investigating the Apollo Familia and finding out exactly who past paraded you. Also, you and I have quite a Lot of smithing work to do, wealth, he mentioned to the redhead. Nearly everyone's armor and weapons were damaged during the battle, so most of our familia is in need of a repair or replacement. I, personally, have agreed to make new gear for Finn and Riveria, not to mention enchanting Gareth's new armor. I'm really looking forward to having so many projects, Welf grinned. I'll need to get everybody into the forge so I can go over what they want as soon as we get settled back at the hall. You may want to give it a day or two, Bell said. We could all use a good rest, and Goddess Hestia is planning a meeting soon. That she is, Torhen nodded. We'll be having a proper, formal meeting with Loki. Soon. 2 or 3 days after we return to the surface would be my guess. True Welf acknowledged. I could use a couple days to sleep before I get back into the forge. It's just the idea of having so many commissions makes me so excited. Torhen chuckled. It was good to see his apprentice so inspired. Still, everyone needed time off. There would be time for excitement after they'd gotten their new members settled. Speaking of the new members, Torhen called out to them. Make sure you stay close once we're out. He called to the 3 members of the Takamikazuchi Familia. They and Lily were standing a few feet away from Torhen, Welf, and Bell. Takamikazuchi will likely be with Hestia once we return to the surface, so you should just stick with us. The trio nodded. Before they could respond, however, Finn stood up on a makeshift podium to address the group. All right, everyone, he shouted over their heads. It's time for the first wave to move out. We'll be keeping to an orderly fashion, so stay with your teams and don't wander. A few runners have been sent to warn the surface that we're coming. We should make it out of the dungeon in a few hours if we all stick together. Let's move. As one, the large group of adventurers began to file onto the stairs to floor 17. Leading the group were the executives of the Loki Familia, with Tsubaki and a few of the Hephaestus Smiths just behind them. Torhen's group was next up the stairs, following close behind Tsubaki. After them came the horde of Loki and Hephaestus Familia members that made up the first exit team. Although they had began their journey in silence, the group hadn't cleared Goliath's boss room before the sounds of chatter began to fill the dungeon. With such a large group, nobody was even slightly worried about monsters. When can I expect an invite to your forge, Torhen? Tsubaki grinned. I still want to get one of these magic packs for myself. Not to mention going over what we're going to due to Gareth's armor. I think we'll all need some time to wind down, Torhen replied with a smile. But I won't object to you stopping by in a few days. Hephaestus knows where Hearthfire Hall is, so she can direct you. Fair enough. Tsubaki replied. I'd like to see some of what you're working on too. Welf, so expect me to stop by. You're welcome any time. Welf grinned at her. I'll be making new gear for pretty much the whole familia, so I'm likely to be working on quite a few projects. Oh, Torhen. Finn's voice rose up from the head of the column as they rounded a corner. Moving forward, Torhen joined the Powlum and other executives. Hasn't the deadline goddess Hestia gave Loki passed? It has, Torhen nodded. We were waiting for you to return to the surface before we sent the invitation, so you can expect it in a day or two. Invitation? Tiona asked. Goddess Hestia and Loki are planning to meet to discuss a potential partnership or alliance between our 2 familia, Riveria explained to the Amazon and other executives. Since the new potions, Lephia's shield spell, and our packs came from AIS training with Torhen and Belcranel, we feel that something formal is in order. I can't deny that all the new stuff has been great, but are we really forming an alliance with such a small familia? Beat cut in, gruffly. It wouldn't be a public, political alliance, Torhen explained. We wouldn't seek that until we stand on equal footing. More likely, Loki would provide us with some protection from political machinations, and we'd do some joint training. Perhaps Welf and I would get first pick on any drop items your familia sells. In return, you'd get discounts on our enchanting services. I might even be convinced to let a few more spell books go. He glanced at Riveria. Beat grunted. I guess I don't mind, then. You'd really be willing to give us more of those books? Riveria asked, curiously. Why not? Torhen shrugged. If we're allied, I have no issue with helping your familia improve, so long as you return the favor. Of course, she smiled. The group continued in this way for several hours, winding their way through the dungeon, and dispatching what few monsters they encountered. In that fashion, around late afternoon, the group emerged from the dungeon entrance and stepped out into Orario. Gathered around the courtyard was a sea of faces. Gods, goddesses, and a myriad of adventurers, guild officials, and civilians were standing there, cheering as the group emerged from the tunnel. It didn't take long for Torhen to spot Hestia as they began to move towards the crowd. She was jumping up and down, tears streaming down her face, right at the front with Loki, Hephaestus, and Takemikazuchi beside her. The gods moved to join them as the sea of people parted, letting the group through. "We're back, goddess," Belle said, happily. "Welcome home," she smiled. Chapter end notes. AON, there we go. Mostly just an after-action report and some setting up for the next few chapters. Nothing major. Again, I'm sorry for how short this one was compared to previous chapters, but I promise the next one will be closer to my normal length. About Hermes. I have a rough plan in place for his punishment, but I am not against amending it if anybody leaves a good idea in the comments. If you have a suggestion or a guess on what his punishment will be, I'd love to see it. Also, I'm still open to gear suggestions for any of the characters who are getting new armor. Total casualty report. 197 adventurers alive at the beginning of the battle. 14 dead. No permanent, crippling injuries, thanks to potions and powerful restoration spells. About the death toll. I was honestly shocked that nobody died fighting Black Goliath in canon. Not only that, but if I killed too many people, there was no way I could get out of not exiling Hermes. So, I made the number of deaths a bit small. It's still 14 dead people, but if I'd made it somewhere around 20 or 30, I doubt I could get away with not exiling a fairly important character. I've seen quite a few comments about the Falna slowing the aging process. I'm aware of it, but Torhen doesn't know just how long that extension will be for him. He knows that. If he'd never left Tamriel, then he'd have a century or two left, but until he gets a feeling for how much the Falna has slowed his aging, he's basically guessing at how long he has left to live. With regard to Torhen's potential leveling up or becoming a god, if he levels up, he would become a god. I don't see him attaining godhood. That doesn't seem like it's something he would want to do. He's not as power-hungry as Tiber Septim or Mirak were. Different kinds of power-hungry, yes, but still power-hungry. Torhen is the Parthernax of the Dragonborn, the one who rejects his nature and resists the instinct to dominate others. He doesn't want godhood. I am leaning towards an elven pairing for Torhen, eventually, but I am still open to suggestions. Please, anybody who has pairing suggestions for any character, leave a comment. Only 2 pairings been officially decided, and they are Bel Xais and Welf X Hephaestus. All other characters are available for pairings of any kind. About the Juggernaut. This was an irregular, so I took some liberties with its abilities. So far as we have seen, the dungeon does not create invincible creatures. Ever. With that in mind, I sacrificed the Juggernaut's magic resistance and replaced it with extreme regeneration. A normal one would still be magic resistant but lack the regeneration. I'm sorry if that confused anybody, but that's what I wanted to do. However, I do think shouts would work on even a normal Juggernaut since they are more akin to warping reality than casting magic. Answers to questions. On FFN. Matthew Davis 1. Torhen will be teaching several people more Tamrielic spells. Temson. I suppose Torhen was holding back a little, but the problem was speed. The Juggernaut was a lot faster than Torhen, and he wasn't able to fight it the way he normally would. As for Ryu, the only times she could do anything at all were when Torhen had stunned the Juggernaut or it was surrounded and distracted by bigger threats, i.e. Torhen, Kodlak, Lucia, and Sophie. Petrox, they were way too busy to even think about loot, but I mentioned in this chapter that there were teams in the forest picking up the dropped loot once the fighting was done. On AO3. Silmeri, I considered Donavir, but ultimately summoning a dragon in that situation would have caused even more panic among the other fighters, so I went with Call of Vela. Land_of_chaos. I don't think it would be considered a shout with divinity. The dungeon seems to react to actual divine beings, and Shia doesn't actually show up when you use the shout. Torhen's divine energy can't be felt unless he used dragon aspect. And gods just have it naturally. Hulk 9970, you're right. When he did make contact, Torhen was able to chop off limbs and make crippling blows with ease, but the Juggernaut had stupid quick regeneration and was faster than anything Torhen has ever fought before. That's where his difficulty came in. Banger and mash. I don't think I'll go with a Ryu pairing for Torhen, even if I go with an elf. She's just too young. Ryu is 21. Torhen is 132. That age gap is nuts, even with their longevity. I honestly see him becoming more of a parent figure to her than anything. Romantic. Chapter 24. Chapter Summary. Set up and level up. Chapter Notes. AON, I'm not dead. I am sorry about the 2-week delay, again. I don't exactly have a good reason this time. Just writer's block and being sucked into a different franchise. I'm really excited for Jedi Survivor, so I've been on a Star Wars kick the last couple weeks. Couldn't really focus on this story because Star Wars was all I could think about. Still, I did say at the start that my upload schedule is going to be wildly sporadic and I am excited about getting into the next phase of this story. The war game is coming up pretty soon, and I'd like to ask for suggestions. Should I do a siege battle like in canon, or should I do open warfare? Or any other kind of war game? I want everybody to be participating, so I want to avoid any kind of one-on-one duel situation. Still, what would you like to see? I'm still in the planning phase, and I want to get a few things out of the way first so there is time to offer suggestions. As for other things, I am still open to gear suggestions for several characters and enchantment suggestions for them too. As I promised, this one is back into my normal 5-kish range, and it even has a few things I know some of you have been looking forward to gasking about. Not a lot of action in the next few chapters, but lots of dialogue and setup for later story stuff. I really appreciate all your comments and questions and encourage you to leave more. I love reading and responding to them. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 24. Torhen. All right, Hestia said as she walked back into the room, followed by Takemikazuchi and Uka. That's everyone. Torhen was sitting on one of the couches in the central lounge on the second floor of Hearthfire Hall alongside the other members of the Hestia and Takemikazuchi familiars. They had returned to the surface in the early afternoon the day before but could not yet take it easy. Since, although the dungeon was closed, there was a great deal to be done. While they had been in the Dungeon, Take and his other members had taken the liberty of collecting and moving all of Uka, Chigusa, and Mikoto's stuff to Hearthfire Hall. The rest of the afternoon and evening of their return had been comprised of explaining the details of what had happened to Belle's party and the events of the 18th floor. Needless to say, the two deities were not happy in the least about what had happened. Considering the urgency of Take's impending departure and the fact that none of their group had died or been seriously injured, the two gods had decided to go ahead and perform the conversion of Uka, Mikoto, and Chigusa over to the Hestia Familia as soon as they could, meaning just after lunch the day after their return. The group had already moved their stuff into their new rooms, although they had yet to unpack. Take and the three who would be leaving with him were also staying with them for the next couple days, since the god had already ended the lease on the house he and his familia had been staying in. Torhen himself had been running around the city most of the morning, meeting with Naza to report on everything that had happened and warn her about potential incoming orders, as well as performing a few other errands. That didn't mean Belle or the others had been idle either. Belle and Lily had spent the morning helping their new members familiarize themselves with the hall, Welf included since he was still rather new and had spent most of his time in the forge or the training yard. The group from the Far East were especially excited by the indoor baths, which were a mix of cultures. Inspired by Far Eastern design, Hestia had been talking with Take during the planning phase and he'd mentioned them, but mixed with elements of Nordic design. Specifically, what Torhen could remember about the hot springs in Eastmarch Hold. While they were being given the tour and Torhen was running around town, Hestia had been at the guild, trying to find out as much information as possible on a variety of subjects. How are things looking? Torhen asked as the goddess sat down, with Uka and Take following suit. Well, Hestia replied. Uka, Mikoto, and Chigusa are officially members of the Hestia Familia. But that's not all. She smiled happily. We have a few level ups to celebrate. Torhen grinned. He'd been hoping she'd say that. Before performing the conversions, Hestia had updated the status of Belle, Welf, and Lily but had sworn everyone to silence on their progress until everyone was finished. Starting with Bell, Hestia said, I am happy to say that despite it only being a week or so since he hit level 2, Bell is more than halfway to level 3. Torhen grinned again while the others stared at the boy in amazement. Bell just chuckled, looking sheepish. Mikoto and Uka have also made significant jumps, Takemikazuchi added, smiling, although not quite as large as young Bell's. As for the others, Hestia smiled again. Welf, Lily, and Chigusa have all hit level 2. The room was filled with cheers and congratulations, with Bell hugging Welf and Lily around. The Nekwal-Takes kids swarmed Chigusa. Torhen smiled widely as he congratulated the 3 kids. This meant that, for now at least, every member of the Hestia Familia was over. Level 1, a big milestone for any Familia. Especially one was new as theirs. The celebration lasted a few more minutes before Hestia spoke up again, serious this time. We'll have a proper celebratory banquet tonight, she said. But for now, we have a few things to discuss. The occupants of the room all sat back down, watching the goddess intently. As you know, I was at the guild all morning trying to find out what I could. First and foremost, I'll start with this. The dungeon has been locked down. No one will set foot in it for the next week. Are things really that bad? Bell asked. Hestia nodded. Considering what the Loki Familia encountered, which very few are currently privy to, on top of the events of the 18th floor, the guild feels the dungeon needs some time to calm down. If nothing else, Torhen spoke up, it gives us time to rest, train, and get to know each other. Not to mention the fact that we need to get everyone rearmed and armored. This was met with nods and comments of agreement from the group. Next up, Hestia said, I was able to speak with Hermes while I was at the guild this morning. Has his punishment been decided? Take asked. Hestia nodded. His entire familia has been put on probation. Their statuses are to be checked for irregularities by the guild and their movements watched until the probation is lifted. On top of this, members are forbidden from leaving or joining until the probation ends. In addition, Hermes has been fined 75% of his and his familia's total assets. On top of that, Hermes must pay restitution to the familias and the families of the adventurers who died on the 18th floor. He cannot use familiar assets to pay. He has to either work to earn the money himself or make restitution another way. Lastly, although he is being released from custody tomorrow, he will be on house arrest unless accompanied by a guild employee for no less than 1 year. Possibly more if he misbehaves. Isn't that a little harsh? Bell asked hesitantly while the others considered Hermes' punishment. People died in a safe zone, Bell Torhen said strongly. If I'd known what his presence would bring, I'd have forced him to return to the surface immediately. He went into the dungeon even though he knew it was forbidden. He also swore to take responsibility for what happened. It may be harsh, but it is a lesson he needs to learn. I suppose you're right, Bell muttered, looking conflicted. Torhen could understand his dilemma, but quite frankly, he felt the punishment was justified. He was honestly just shocked that the god hadn't been exiled. Next up, Hestia said, I spoke with the guild about the past parade situation. Unfortunately, as we already knew, there is nothing the guild can officially do to punish the Apollo Familia. If we want them punished, we either have to get the word out and let the public decide or find a way to punish them ourselves. For that, we need information, Torhen said. We know who led the party, but we also need to find out how the rest of the Apollo Familia feel about all this. I'd rather not punish an entire group just because a few of their number are sniveling cowards. If we must go after the Familia as a whole, we need to know their strengths and weaknesses. That's going to take a lot of reckon and information gathering. But how would we get that info? Welf asked. It's not like they'll just tell us. Leave that to Lily and me, Torhen said, grinning at the Powlum who smiled back, manically. We are the best for covert information gathering. It'll take some time, but we'll find out everything we can to help us decide on a course of action. Let me know everything you find, Hestia stated. We'll make a decision once we know all the facts. The last thing we need to talk about is actually just an update for our new members. Soon, we will begin talks with the Loki Familia about a potential alliance. This will not be an alliance between equals, nor will it be open to public knowledge like our alliance with Mayak. We won't be going on expeditions with them, and we won't be making any joint moves on the political scene. Not until our Familia is considerably stronger. Still, we'll be meeting with Loki and her executives in a few days. The invitation has already been sent. I delivered it to Finn myself, this morning, Torhen added. Does that mean we will be openly recruiting soon, Goddess? Bel asked. I'm thrilled. About everyone who's already joined, but if we need to grow to be in a proper alliance, shouldn't we recruit more members? Bel is right, Uka spoke up. The Familia must grow if we are to truly ally with one as powerful as the Loki Familia. My intention is for us to create a proper system and hierarchy before we begin open recruitment, Hestia said, with Torhen nodding. They'd idly discussed the idea a few times. The Familia already had a captain, vice-captain, and mentor, but they needed to come up with an extended structure to accommodate further growth. Our reputation is pretty much non-existent right now, but it should get better once the news of the level ups and your actions on the 18th floor spread. I already heard some rumors about how we provided the potions that saved so many lives while I was at the guild. Not to mention people talking about Bel taking charge. I'd like for us all to devise a system that works for our Familia, as well as deal with the Apollo mess before we begin open recruitment. It might be a few more weeks, but we will be recruiting soon. That sounds wise, Goddess Mikoto smiled. Even if it is not an equal partnership, I find it thrilling to consider being in an alliance with a Familia that is so powerful. It's an exciting prospect, Torhen cut in, but we cannot be complacent just because of our allies. If our Familia is to match Loki's in power, then all of you need to grow. You need to be our equivalent of their executives, setting an example of leadership and power for what members join us next. To that end, once everyone has gotten a few days of rest, you will all begin intense training, both to solidify your teamwork and to begin enhancing your skills. It's not going to be easy, but it will be worth it. With that, the meeting began to break up. Welf excitedly headed to his forge to start planning his upcoming projects, while Bel and Lily started speaking animatedly with Hestia about ideas for recruitment. Take and his kids moved off to help Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa unpack, hoping to spend as much time together as they could before they were forced to separate. Before they actually left the room, however, Mikoto walked up to Torhen. May I speak with you, Master Torhen? She asked, timidly. Of course, he said, curious. I know you will be investigating the Apollo Familia, but I was hoping that, if you have time, you could help with an investigation of my own. That certainly piqued Torhen's curiosity. What is it you're looking into? Several years ago, she began. Before we left the Far East, one of our friends disappeared. A blonde Renard named Heraheim. She was the daughter of a local lord, but when she vanished, none of us could find out why. At least, not until a few weeks ago. During the chaos from the Monsterfilia attacks, Uka and I were chased into the red light district. Uka didn't see anything, but I'm certain that I saw Heraheim being shoved into a building by an Amazon during the chaos. I've been trying to find out more, but it's difficult. If that really was my friend, I honestly don't want to think about why she would be in the red light district. I just want to help her. Torhen smiled at the girl. It was clear she was worried about this friend of hers, and he certainly did not begrudge her this request. Tonight, after we celebrate, he said, tell me everything you can about this friend of yours. I'll see what I can find out. Thank you, Master Torhen, she smiled. Finn. All right, everybody. Loki shouted, standing on the table at the head of the banquet hall. I've got a few announcements to make before we celebrate. Finn was sat in one of 4 chairs behind the head table that sat on a raised dais in Twilight Manor's banquet hall. With him were Reveria and Gareth, while stretching out before them were the members of the Loki Familia, seated at the large banquet tables. It was the night after their return to the surface, and they had finally finished taking a full tally of their profits, losses, and drop items still for sale that were collected during their expedition. Loki had spent most of the last 2 days updating statuses and had quite the announcement to make. Firstly, it's time to celebrate your return from the expedition. Her declaration was met with a resounding cheer from the crowd. Before we get into that, I need to let you know how successful the expedition was. You need to know just how hard you should party. Cheers. Once again, with several members banging on the tables in excitement. Let's start with profits. You all know that our last expedition was nothing short of a disaster. Nods of agreement and lots of grumbling followed her statement. We lost nearly all of our equipment and barely had anything to show for it. Paying for the next expedition pretty much bankrupted us. More grumbling. This expedition, on the other hand, was our most profitable ever. The crowd was totally silent, hanging off the goddess's words. Not only did we make back every single Valis we spent to fund this expedition, but you managed to bring back an additional 897 million Valis. And that's not even counting the drop items we haven't sold yet. A roar of approval filled the air as the members of the Loki Familia cheered. Finn smiled down at the assembled crowd. He was beyond proud of each and every single member of the Familia. Loki's voice caught his attention again. Now let's get into levels. She shouted. As you all know, I've spent the last day and a half updating everybody's statuses, and it's time to announce our level UPS. As she started listing off the lower level rank ups, Finn continued to watch the crowd. Each time a name was mentioned, they would cheer, and those nearest to the one named would hug them, slap them on the back, or otherwise congratulate them. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth would each offer them a smile and a nod when they looked up. In total, just under half of their entire force had leveled up during this expedition, and Finn could not be prouder of each and every one of them. Lastly, we have Lil Lefia. Loki shouted. Our 1000 elf is now officially level 4. Cheers rose from the crowd again as Finn spied Riveria watching her protege with pride. Now it's time for the really big ones. Total silence. Loki had already gone through everyone in the second string. If there was more, it meant that an executive had leveled up. Finn kept his knowing smile to himself. First, the Vanagand. Beat Logia is level 6. Hell yeah. Beat shouted over the deafening cheers that rose up, pumping his fists into the air. Next, the Amazon. Tiona Hiriut is level 6. Woohoo. Tiona cheered, accompanied by the rest of the Familia. They were really excited. Now, and Jormungand. Tyon Hiriut is level 6. Captain. Tyon waved at him as the cheers rose again. Finn offered her a smile. Now, children. Loki's voice got low, forcing the crowd to go completely silent. Before the celebration begins, I have one final announcement. She smiled out at all of them. Their reaction would be priceless. 9 Hells, Riveria Ijos Alf. Elgam, Gareth Landrock. Braver, Finn Daimler. These 3. Your leaders. She paused, silent. Are level 7. For a brief moment, the crowd sat in dumbfounded silence before a thunderous roar shook the ceiling. The Loki Familia, as one, surged to their feet, cheering, clapping, whooping, and hollering. Finn and his compatriots stood, waving at their fellow adventurers, massive smiles breaking out on their faces. They'd done it. They were level 7. Not only had Finn done it, but Riveria and Gareth too. They were the only Familia in Orario with 3 level 7 adventurers. It was almost too good to be true. All their hard work and dedication had paid off. It seemed like the cheering went on for hours, but eventually it got a little quieter. Now, my children. Loki shouted once the noise had died down enough to be heard. Members of the Loki Familia. Eat, drink, and make merry. Party harder than you ever have. Before to celebrate the most successful expedition in Loki Familia history. Cheers once again rolled out over the banquet hall as the members dug into the truly fantastic feast that was laid out before them. Success, Loki said as she climbed off the table and sat in her chair. Feels good. That it does, Finn agreed. I couldn't be prouder of how our people performed during the expedition, or more excited when I think about how much stronger we've become. I know. 4 level 6 and 3 7s. Haha. Take that, Freya. Nobody's gonna question who the strongest Familia in Orario is now. You do know that Freya is going to push her members to level up as quickly as possible, right? Riveria cut in. We've only just hit level 7, while Otter has been gunning for 8-4 years now. It probably won't be long until he or one of their 6 levels up. That just means we need to go for 8-2. Gareth said, happily. The dwarf was never giddier than immediately after a level up. That will take years, Riveria reminded him. Not necessarily, Finn smiled. Not with our new friends around. You mean Torhen? Finn nodded. Pulling an envelope out of his pocket, he handed it to Loki. We know for a fact that he is stronger than Otter. That means he's still stronger than us, and it looks like we'll be finding out just how strong he is soon enough. Finally, Loki crowed as she read the invitation. Torhen had come by that morning and handed it directly to Finn, mentioning that a similar one had already been delivered to Hephaestus. An invitation for Loki, Finn, Reveria, Gareth, the executives, and Lefia to meet with the Hestia Familia at Hearthfire Hall. A month and a half. I've never been that patient before, and now I finally get answers. Oh, I can barely wait. It looks like our hopes for an alliance with the Hestia Familia will become a reality very quickly. Reveria smiled. I must admit, I am looking forward to this, and to getting my new gear. I suppose Torhen and I can arrange a time for that at the meeting. I hope Tsubaki hurries up with my new armor. Gareth grinned. I can't wait for Torhen to enchant it. Then I want to spar with him. Huh. I'm rather excited myself. Finn's smile joined theirs. It seemed like things have stagnated for the Familia these past few years, but it feels like this expedition was a turning point for us. With our new levels and new allies, I feel like things are only going to get better for us. All. I'll drink to that. Loki shouted, raising her glass. Daphne. Holy, what the hell is this? Daphne muttered to herself, disbelievingly, as she stared at the notice board. The newest level-up announcements were posted and it looked like the power balance of Orario had done a complete 180. Staring out at the gathered, gobsmacked adventurers were the faces of nearly half the Loki Familia, including their leaders who were all now level 7. Looking further, she could see it wasn't just the Loki Familia who had reported rank-ups. It looked like Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, had hit level 6, while several other members had leveled up as well. Hey, don't these new level 2s belong to the Rabbit-Foot's Familia? She heard a voice ask from nearby. What does it say? Hestia. Yeah, that's the Rabbit-Foot's Familia. Another voice answered. The first. The two were gathered with a small group of adventurers looking at the images of 3 new level 2 adventurers who had been posted on the board. Did you hear about what he did during the fight on 18? A third voice asked. Didn't he take charge? Something about leading the assault against an irregular Goliath and then jumping in to help the Loki Familia fight off an irregular Eudeus once it was dead. Wait, seriously? That's insane. He's only just hit 2. That's not all. I heard his Familia is responsible for bringing all the healing potions we've been hearing about down there. The ones from the Mayak Familia. I heard some people from the Loki Familia mention them while I was out shopping earlier. Yeah, them. Hestia and Mayak are allied, so Rabbit-Foot and his party had a ton on them when they made it down to 18. I heard they gave them all up to the healers once the fighting started. There's no way all of that's true. Rabbit-Foot only just hit level 2 like a week ago. How could he have possibly made it all the way to 18 in just a week? Actually, I've been hearing a rumor about that. The first voice was speaking again. Daphne had to strain her ears to pick out his low whisper. I heard that he didn't mean to be there at all. His party got past-paraded and knocked down a shaft. Going to 18 was their only chance at survival. Once their goddess realized something was wrong, she sent the rest of the Familia down after them. That group are the ones who brought the potions down, just in case Cranel's party was injured. Whoa, seriously. I haven't heard any rumors about someone getting past-paraded in months. Any idea who did it? If the rumors I'm hearing are right, it was a party from the Apollo Familia, led by Luan. Daphne tensed up. This was not good. Seriously, isn't the Apollo Familia supposed to be pretty strong? Why would their members do that? It's Luan, one member of the group, a Paolum supporter said. He's got a pretty bad reputation. Doesn't surprise me at all. Nor me. Plus, a lot of those Apollo guys are really weird. You ever met their captain? Dude, is super creepy. This was not good. Not good at all. Daphne was relieved that the group Luan had past-paraded survived, but the fact that rumors were already spreading was very bad. Not only that, but the party he had used as bait was the Rabbit-Foots, Orario's new super rookie, who, apparently, right after being past-paraded managed to take charge and lead an assault force against one of the worst dungeon aberrations anybody could remember. His reputation was on the rise, and learning that it was members of the Apollo Familia that nearly got him Killed was going to have serious consequences. All in all, Daphne did not care if Apollo won and Hyacinthos' reputations took a hit. She hated all three of them, and she wouldn't really care about the Familia's reputation if it didn't also affect her, Cassandra, and the few members she knew didn't actually want to be there. Like her, she needed to find a way to mitigate the damage. Squashing the rumor wouldn't work. Orario's rumor mill was just too fast for that. No, she needed to make a play to minimize the potential clash with the Hestia Familia. If the members of the Hestia Familia forgave them, then the damage to their reputation wouldn't be nearly as bad. The only problem was the fastest way to start earning that forgiveness was to apologize. Something she was sure one would never do and Hyacinthos would never sanction. Not to mention, once the rumors reached his or Apollo's ears, they could potentially make things even worse. Maybe she should go and apologize for them herself. It wasn't great, but it might work. It was better than doing nothing, at the very least. If nothing else, she could tell them that not all of the Apollo Familia members condoned what one had done. Maybe she should drag Lane along. He was the only member of that party who seemed genuinely remorseful over what he'd done. No, if Hyacinthos asked him what was going on, the poor kid would cave. He didn't really have a spine. Better to go herself for now. She turned to Cassandra who, as always, was standing right behind her. "Did you hear all that?" she asked. "Yes," Cassandra nodded. "This isn't good, Daphne. I told you doom was coming. What are we going to do?" "We need to find out where the Hestia Familia lives," Daphne said, determinedly. "We need to let them know that not all our members condone one's actions." His party members just followed orders. "It's still not great, but the fault is mostly on one. Maybe after that, we can try and find a way to make it up to them. Hopefully we could get a few of the party to apologize, although I doubt one ever would." "Are you sure about this, Daphne? Maybe we should speak with Apollo or the captain first." "Are you crazy? As soon as they hear about this, they're going to make things worse. Neither of them can accept any kind of black mark on our reputation or acknowledge when we're at fault. That's just going to make it harder on the conscripts like us who don't want to be members. We need to handle this ourselves before the rumor reaches them." "What do we do, then? How do we find them?" "Let's head to the guild hall," Daphne said, thoughtfully. "The Familia registry should have their current address listed. Once we know where they are, we can figure out what to say to them." Freya. Freya was a goddess of love and beauty. Many mortals needed only to look upon her to fall under her spell. She didn't even need to use her powers to exercise control over the truly weak-minded. Still, if any had been in the room with her at that moment, they would never have believed her to be a goddess of beauty. The reason being her ethereal, angelic face was contorted into an expression of apoplectic rage. How did this happen? She thought, wildly as she stared at the reports. Over half the Loki Familia had leveled up. Loki now had 3 level 7 adventurers while Freya only had 1. Already, people were beginning to say that Loki had taken the top spot as most powerful Familia in the city. This cannot stand. Loki has always been in second and I will not allow that to change. The only question was, how? Open war simply wasn't possible. It would create chaos. The equivalent of a civil war within Orario's walls. Neither goddess wanted to divide the city like that, and the guild wouldn't stand for it. It would result in them both being banished. Loki was her political equal, so she could not use that power to push back either. Freya's only options were to quietly remove obstacles to her political power and improve the strength of her children. Her precious otter was so close to level 8. Once he'd hit that level, the balance of power would shift back towards her. Not enough though. Even if Otter hit 8, the balance would not fully tip back in her favor. Before, she'd had several children on the level of Loki's best with Otter standing at the top. If Otter hit 8 but her other children did not improve, the balance would change, but not enough. She needed her level 5s to hit 6 and her 6 to hit 7. An expedition, she thought. That was the best way. But not a normal one, no. Children would need to hit every single boss they could find to improve their levels. As for Otter, he had come so close to defeating Bela, the monster Rex of the 49th floor alone. Perhaps it was time for him to try again. Yes, that could work. They'd need to procure Those potions the Loki Familia used, but it wasn't like the puny little Mayak Familia would. Dare refused to sell to her. She also needed to reconsolidate some of her political power. Certain gods under her sway were beginning to become thorns in her side, liabilities instead of assets. There was also Ishtar. No, Ishtar was more like an annoying fly that needed swatting before she could focus on other things. She already had a plan in place for that. She simply needed to give the order. Perhaps it was time. No, she'd give the order to a charmed spy after her familia left. On their expedition. That would be best. Perhaps she could use Apollo's reaction to the rumors as a distraction. She was certain that the foolish god would overreact once word reached his ears about people claiming his adventurers had paraded young Belle's party. Looking at her current roster, Freya was certain that if it came to it, Hestia's active members could defeat Apollo in a war game. Not that he would see it that way, but was it worth risking Torhen's exposure? If he participated, and his status as a level 10 was revealed, it would shift the power again, creating a third power block in terms of martial strength, if not monetary or political power. Still, was that such a bad thing? If she could show that she was a friend, that the earlier incidents were just tests that got out of hand, perhaps that could work. Although the members of the Hestia and Loki familias seemed to be friends, Freya knew the two goddesses hated each other. They couldn't be in the same room without fighting, so she doubted they would be very accepting of an alliance. She could be Hestia's ally instead, help her replace Loki and then slowly cripple her in the guise of help. She was getting ahead of herself. Risk to the power balance or not, Apollo would do something drastic and she wouldn't be able to control him. He was so obsessed with himself that her charms were only half as effective as they would normally be. She'd need to charm him into oblivion to get him to act exactly as she wished, but then he'd be acting so out of character it would raise suspicions. She couldn't control whether or not Apollo's actions revealed Torhen's existence, but she could make plans and contingencies for herself in the fallout. First she needed to prepare her children for an expedition. So much to do, Freya thought, and so little time. Chapter end notes. AON, there we go. Again, I'm sorry about the delay. I hope you all liked this chapter. But please leave a comment, question, or review to let me know what you think. What do you think of Daphne's plan? Good or bad? What did you think of Hermes' punishment? Was it not enough? Too much? Just right? I felt like it was appropriate, given what happened in canon vs what I changed. Speaking of changes, level UPS. Lots of them. You like. After everything I put the characters through, it felt wrong to not level up a ton of them. Loki especially got a big power boost. Speaking of level ups, any suggestions on possible aliases for Welf, Chigusa, and Lily? I'd love any feedback and suggestions you'd care to give. Level UPS this chapter. Welf, 1 to 2. Lily, 1 to 2. Chigusa, 1 to 2. Finn, 6 to 7. Gareth, 6 to 7. Reverius, 6 to 7. Tiona, 5 to 6. Tyon, 5 to 6. Beat, 5 to 6. Lefia, 3 to 4. Tsubaki, 5 to 6. Answers to questions. On FFN. Masked Kepper. To answer your question, Ryu and Torhen are both, mostly, mortal. Age gap matters. Hephaestus is a goddess and they fall in love with mortals all the time. It's definitely weird, but they are gods. What can you do? Also Welf being obsessed with Hephaestus is like half of his personality, so I didn't feel comfortable changing it. Qua this, Naza will never have to water down potions again. We'll get to her soon. Zelikim, we'll see some unusual ones, beyond the canon but I don't want to say too much and just let it happen. LT Befly 287, mainly his dislike comes from Hermes asking about Belle out of the blue, and then inviting himself along, despite the danger, and not giving a satisfactory reason. Torhen doesn't necessarily dislike Hermes, but he is definitely suspicious of him. Christam, I kind of came up with a different solution to what happened with Parthernax that going with the game options. I certainly doubt that it will come up any time soon, so I'm happy to tell you if you'd like, but I figured I'd give you the option to decide or wait and see if it comes up in story. As for the 4th season, we are very quickly approaching the end of the canon events. I want to keep consistent. I'm not against adding in from Sword Oratoria though. I can say that the Hestia Familia will go on expeditions, and I might include the Xenos, but it won't be as close to canon as it has been. I'm a big fan of the ripple effect, so the changes start small and then get bigger as the story goes on. Doublet, I actually almost wrote the chastity belt thing into the story because of your suggestion, but it felt like it was just too cruel on top of everything else. Toladiri, Alduin is a bit of a mix. He's not a mindless destroyer, but he does love sowing destructive chaos. To him, mortals are to be ruled over and fed upon, not cared for. As for his purpose, I don't think he really wants to eat the world until he has no other option. Why would he destroy everything when could rule over it instead and just blow things up when he's bored? Also, Torhen has not met any of the Jills. Vitu Zyx. They call them small because they don't have many powerful active members, and Hestia has literally zero political power at the moment. Even with Torhen being revealed, it will take time to build a stable political power base. Basically, at the moment Hestia has no influence with anybody. That'll change quickly though. On AO3. Sprinting Tucko, I think he did favors for most of them, save for Molag Bal, usually doing the good versions of their missions if they have one. Like not killing barbers during Clavicus Vile's quest. Chapter 25. Chapter Summary. Recruits and Meetings. Chapter Notes. AON, Warning, Language. I really am sorry, once again, about the long delay. I do have a reason this time. I'm sick. Yesterday was the first time in a week I've been able to get out of bed and not feel exhausted in about 5 minutes. Still, I'm finally on the mend and can get to writing. This chapter has what is basically a recap of what Tamriel, dragons, and Dragonborn are. Just so you know. In context, it kinda needed explaining. Still, I hope you like it. Oh, and I'd still like suggestions for changed armor or weapons and your recommendations, guesses about how the war game should go. Aliases too. Just so you know, the first part, with Naza, takes place on the same day as the Hestia conversion and the Loki banquet last chapter. Everything else is the day after that. The same day as the segment with Daphne last chapter. I love reading your comments and reviews, and I hope you will continue to leave more. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 25. Naza. Naza sat behind the corner of the Mayak Familia shop, staring at the door in silent contemplation. Torhen had come by a few hours before and dropped quite the bombshell on. Not only were the Loki Familia beyond satisfied with the potions she had given them, especially since they apparently saved the lives of both Ninehells and Elgam, but there had been a huge battle on the 18th floor. A battle in which her potions had been used to save the lives of dozens of other adventurers who were now praising them and passing word of her familia throughout the streets of Orario. Needless to say, Naza was not expecting such publicity so quickly. She already knew from Torhen that the Loki Familia members would be placing orders rather frequently, but now there was a good chance she'd get orders coming from other places. In the city as well. Although absolutely thrilled by the publicity and glowing reviews, Naza was starting to panic slightly. There was so much that needed to be done. They only had 2 copies of the catalog, so that could cause a problem. They needed more ingredients and to expand their supply lines so they could keep up with demand. The biggest issue she was wrestling with in her head, though, was manpower. It had nearly killed her and Mayak to deliver all those potions to the Loki Familia on time. And if they became swamped with orders thanks to the publicity, they would be quickly overwhelmed. Now, most would think that the issue of manpower was simple to solve. Just start recruiting. Naza, however, knew that it was not so simple. Alchemists were nowhere near as common as normal adventurers, and the majority of the ones in the city were members of Dien's sect. Now they could recruit explicitly from the city's new arrivals, but they would likely all need to be trained. Having someone join who didn't know the first thing about alchemy would not do much to help with their manpower issue in the short term. She was sure that there would be a few people who would look to transfer over to her Familia, but they would need to be wary of them. If they were in any way affiliated with Dien sect, they ran the risk of the potion formulas getting out. Legally, the Mayak Familia had full market rights. Even if Dien sect got his hands on any of their new techniques or formulae, he couldn't sell them. But that didn't mean he couldn't change the recipe a bit and then sell that version. No, they needed to keep things as secret as possible, and that created a trust issue. Still, since mortals couldn't lie to a god, they just needed Mayak to ask the right questions and it wouldn't be a problem. Her thoughts were interrupted by the front door opening. In stepped two women. One looked to be around 18, the same age as Naza, with black hair that hung down just past her chin. She was dressed in a casual, sleeveless, black kimono with white trimmings and a red obi. The other was much younger, around 13 or 14, with long brown hair and wearing a red and white dress. "Excuse me," the older said as they stepped into the shop. "Is this the Mayak Familia store?" "Yes, it is," Naza replied in her usual, slightly sleepy-sounding voice. "I'm Naza Arisuus, captain of the Mayak Familia. How can I help you?" "Oh, good," the woman muttered under her breath. "I was just wondering, are you recruiting?" Naza's brain short-circuited. The adventurers who had participated in the battle had only come back up a day ago. Had word spread so far that people were already looking to join? "We are," she said, barely keeping herself from stuttering in her surprise. "Are you wanting to sign up?" "We are, yes," the older woman said. "I'm Shizun, and this is my cousin, Isai." She gestured to the younger girl, who waved. "We've only been in town a week, but I heard someone mention your familia in a tavern last night. Do you have any alchemy experience?" Naza asked. "I trained under some of the best healers and alchemists in the Far East," Shizun replied. "Unfortunately, we were forced to leave after my uncle died. I've tried to teach Isai what I could, but it's difficult to teach alchemy on the road. If you had training like that, why not join a familia like Dien sect?" Naza asked, suspicious. "You do know that I'm the only member of the Mayak Familia, right?" "Actually, I didn't, but the thing is, we did try to join Dien sect just after we got to the city," the woman said, sheepishly. "They were perfectly willing to accept me, but they didn't want someone as young and inexperienced as Isai joining. I don't want us to separate, so I was hoping another familia would accept us both." "Bunch of jerks," Isai muttered under her breath. "I didn't even know there were any other medicinal familia in the city until I heard about you last night." Shizun continued. "If what I heard was true, then it sounded like you would be recruiting. So, I guess the question is, can we join your familia?" Naza looked at the two for a moment. She didn't have any issue with them joining. Isai could be trained, and Shizun would only need to learn the new formulae and system before she could help fill orders. It wasn't her decision alone, though. "I have no problem with you both joining," Naza said, causing the two girls to smile. "But the final decision is up to Lord Mayak. If you can wait a moment, I'll go get him." She turned away from the counter and headed into the back to retrieve her patron. As the two returned to the main shop area, she whispered, "Please make sure they are being genuine and won't sell our secrets to anyone. That's all I ask." "Not to worry, Naza," Mayak smiled, nearly causing her heart to melt. "I know what to do." Mayak introduced himself to the two girls and invited them to come closer to the counter. What followed was a series of questions both about their background and training that was more extensive than Naza remembered answering when she first joined. Still, in the end, it became clear that the two girls were trustworthy. "Well, I suppose all we have to do now is give you your falna," Mayak said with a smile, and receiving grateful smiles from the two girls in exchange. "If you'll come into the back with me, we can get that done. Afterwards, I'll have Naza show you around and explain how we do things. I can manage the store while she shows you around." Finn could hardly contain his own excitement as he walked through the streets of Orario. He had to keep a lid on things, though, because if he let himself be too excited, it would just make Loki worse. They, along with Riveria, Gareth, Lefia, and the executives were all making their way towards Hearthfire Hall, the home of the Hestia Familia. They'd had a bit of a late start that day since their banquet to celebrate their expedition and rank-ups had lasted well into the early hours of the morning. Still, their meeting was set for mid-afternoon, so it wasn't an issue that they'd all slept in a bit. They were all bursting with curiosity about Torhen's true strength and were looking forward both to getting answers and to formalizing an alliance between their two familia. Finn smiled as they rounded a corner and Hearthfire Hall came into view. "Well, isn't that pretty?" Loki whistled as she took in the sight of the manor. "Lil Hestia's done well for herself. It's small compared to Twilight Manor, but it's quite homey," Finn said with a smile. "I haven't been inside the hall itself, but it seems to be a very welcoming place." "Well, what are we waiting for then?" Gareth grinned. "Let's knock." They continued down the street until the closed gate came into view. Standing just on the other side of it was Bel Cranel, the young captain of the Hestia Familia. He quickly pulled the gate open when he saw the group approach. "Hello," the boy said. "Goddess Loki, Captain Finn, Ms. Ais, everyone. Welcome to Hearthfire Hall." "Thank you," Bel Ais smiled at him. "Nice to meet ya, kiddo." Loki addressed the kid. "It's a pleasure," Goddess Bel bowed. "Please, come this way. Goddess Hestia is waiting for everyone inside." The group made their way through the gate and into the walled yard that surrounded the manor. The wall that surrounded the property was far larger than necessary, but that was likely to accommodate further expansion of the manor itself. They had barely entered the courtyard, with young Bel shutting the gate behind them when a voice called out to the group. "Hello there," Torhen said as he walked up, accompanied by Tsubaki and his apprentice. "Welf, how's it going?" Tsubaki added. "All's good." Gareth grinned. "What are you doing here though, Tsubaki?" "Torhen invited me to take a look around his forge and enchanting setup before we get into working on your gear. I was also hoping you'd be all right with her and Hephaestus sitting in on our meeting. They'll need to know a decent amount of what we're going to tell you." Torhen added. "I have no issue with that," Finn replied. They were on completely friendly terms with the Hephaestus Familia, and after their expedition, Finn personally considered Tsubaki a friend. "Loki. No issues here." She grinned. "Let's head on in." The group followed Bel into the entrance hall and up the stairs to a large lounge area, surrounded by officers. Sitting on the various chairs and couches were the remaining members of the Hestia Familia, including their new additions. Goddess Hestia and Goddess Hephaestus were both standing near the fireplace and looked up when the group entered. "Loki." Hestia smiled as the group walked in. Finn was aware that the two were notorious for teasing each other, but it seemed that they were both taking this meeting very seriously. "Yo, Hestia, Fi-Fi," Loki replied as she flopped down onto a couch. What followed was a series of introductions as they made sure everyone, at the very least, knew everybody else's name, while the members of the Hestia Familia gathered drinks for those who were interested. Finally, they were all seated. The members of the Hestia Familia sat in chairs and couches on one side of the central coffee table, while the members of the Loki Familia sat on the other. Hephaestus and Tsubaki were seated to the left at the head of one end. As they got comfortable, Goddess Hestia began the meeting. Originally, this meeting was going to be just Loki, Torhen, and myself meeting to answer her questions about Torhen. Now, though, I think we all understand that it is more about forming an alliance between our two familia. "That is correct, Goddess Hestia." Finn nodded. "Still," she continued, nodding back at him, "I believe it would be best to answer Loki's questions first. The answers may change how some of us see this alliance going forward." "Well," Loki leaned forward, "I'd like to start by confirming a few things I've deduced." She looked straight at Torhen. "You're from Nirn, aren't you?" Finn was confused and, looking around at the others, he could see they were just as perplexed. What was Nirn? A country. He'd never heard of it, and judging by the expressions of the others, they hadn't either. Torhen just smiled. "I am," he said. "Specifically, I am from Forkreath Hold in Skyrim on the continent of Tamriel." Now Finn was even more confused, while Loki just grinned happily. "Tamriel," Reveria muttered beside him. Lefia had also perked up. Wasn't that the type of spell he'd given her? "Tamrielic. What's Nirn?" Tiona spoke up, asking the question on everyone's mind. "It's another realm," Goddess Hestia said. "One beyond Genkai. A mortal plane created by the hand of Lorcan and the Aedra." Torhen. Torhen watched as Finn and company's eyes went wide at that revelation. He almost chuckled. His being from another world was only the tip of the iceberg. Their reactions to his true identity and power would be priceless. Loki was grinning at him. "I knew it," she said, happily. "Now, I have a guess on how strong you are, but I want to hear you say it. What level are you?" Torhen smiled back at her. "Level 10, he said, simply. The members of the Loki Familia were silent for a moment as their brains processed that information, save for Beat, who just choked on his drink. Then they exploded. "What the fuck? 10. Why am I not surprised? Fight me again." Impressive. I didn't even know that was possible. Their reactions really were amusing. The twins had both stood, sporting looks of total disbelief. Poor Lefia's jaw was scraping the floor. Finn and Riveria, seemingly, had expected something like that, and Gareth's request for a spa was unsurprising. The werewolf was still coughing and staring at Torhen with wide eyes. It was Ari's reaction that was most intriguing to Torhen, though. His blonde student was staring at him hungrily, a wide grin spread across her face. Of all the group, she was the first to shake off the shock and ask a question. How? She asked. How did you get so strong? I'm not even surprised. Loki cut in. After all, you're one of Akatosh's kids. A Dragonborn, aren't you? Torhen just smiled at her. She really had figured it out just from a few clues. I am indeed. He nodded at her. Huh. I knew it. You're a fucking demigod. What? No. Shit, really. Beat had choked again, and Lefia's brain seemed to have shut down. Even Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were speechless after that particular revelation. Torhen decided to take pity on them. Perhaps I should explain before the shock kills them, he said to Loki with a grin. Go ahead. She grinned back. But you better explain how and why you came to Genkai. Torhen nodded to her in acknowledgement before addressing the stunned members of the group. As was revealed earlier, I was not born in the realm you call Genkai. I was born in Nirn, a real created by a group of gods separate from those you know. We call them the Idra, or the Divines. Nirn has several different continents, but the one I come from is called Tamriel. Rather like Genkai, Tamriel is divided into nations and is populated by a myriad of different races. Several varieties of humans and elves are the majority, but there are lizard people called Argonians, cat people called Khajiit, as well as a few others. He observed his audience as he spoke. The group was listening with intense fascination, although there was something he wasn't quite sure of that had appeared in Ari's eye after the word Dragonborn had been said. Torhen continued on. We also had semi-divine beings similar in power to your great spirits. They were the direct children of Akatosh, the chief of the divines. In their own tongue, they are the Dova. The most common word for them, though, is dragon. Like the ones in the dungeon? Tyon asked. Torhen shook his head. No, those are mindless beasts. The Dova of Nirn are immortal. They can speak, think, and reason. Unfortunately, they also possess a powerful drive to dominate. They ruled over the mortals of my world for centuries, all while being led by Alduin, the first and most powerful of their kind, the eldest son of Akatosh, destined to devour the world at its end. Several members of the audience looked quite disturbed by that revelation. Eventually the gods decided that the actions of the Dova could no longer be tolerated and granted mortals, specifically the Nordic humans, the ability to utilize the power of the Dove. The primary strength of the Dova is the Thuim, the ability to warp reality with only a few simple words in the language of the dragons. A spirited debate between Dova would look like a duel to the death to most mortals. That actually got a snicker out of Gareth, who was amused by the concept. As part of this, Akatosh created a mortal with the blood and soul of a Dova. This being would be a demigod known as the Dovahkian, or the Dragonborn, the ultimate dragon killer. Unfortunately, there was a problem. The first of the Dragonborn was named Mirak, a man who had actually served the dragons as one of their priests. He rebelled against them, but when the tongues, that being the mortals who had begun to learn the Thuim, came to him for help in their rebellion, he rejected them. Mirak wanted dominion for himself, and he would try to take it. He turned against both Akatosh and the dragons and was eventually defeated, though not killed. Still, even without him, the tongues were able to defeat Alduin and cast him adrift on the currents of time. Mortals then began to hunt down the Dova until they became quite scarce. Despite the failure of Mirak, Akatosh did not give up on the concept of the Dragonborn. Whenever a major crisis arose, he would either bless a living human with the powers of a Dragonborn or create one directly. Some would still turn away from the path he chose, with free will and all, but most would choose to serve him. Like the Dova, most of us would call him Bormahu, father. The most powerful of our kind was Tiber Septim, who would unite the continent under a single banner and go on to become a god himself. Talos, the god of humanity. Finn looked particularly interested in that. It was widely believed in Genkai that by hitting and surpassing level 10, a mortal could become a god themselves. Torhen didn't know if that was true, but hearing about a mortal who actually became a god was undoubtedly exciting. Eventually, though, Alduin would return. Once Akatosh was certain of when he would re-emerge, I was created. After all, the only thing that can truly kill a Dova is another Dova. I was intended to be the last of my kind, so Akatosh wanted me raised right. Unfortunately, my upbringing was not exactly what he intended. Still, eventually Alduin did return and I discovered the truth of my existence. He paused for a moment and sighed. I was not exactly a good person in my youth, but even the most evil of beings rarely would wish for the total destruction of the world. I was on the path to redemption when I discovered my identity, so I threw myself into my new duty. Alduin was constantly on the move, resurrecting those Dova who had been killed by mortals. After his fall, they would, in turn, begin attacking mortal settlements. I and my companions would travel around Skyrim hunting down these hostile dragons. Torhen grimaced. When one Dova slays another, they absorb both their knowledge and power, their very soul. It is the only way to permanently kill a Dova. That is how the Dovahkian is supposed to grow in strength. By killing and absorbing their winged brethren. It increases our strength, expands our knowledge of the Thu'um, and lengthens our lifespan. Several members of the audience looked a little green as he explained. Aside from Marak himself, I have slain more dragons than any Dovahkian in history. In fact, most went their entire lives and never even met a Dova. Still, I eventually was powerful enough to face Alduin. I even learned Dragonrend, the only Thu'um to be created by mortals and used by the tongues to knock a dragon from the sky. I fought him twice and eventually bested him. Torhen leaned back in his seat and sighed. With Alduin defeated, never to return until my world had truly ended, I thought I was done. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Shortly after Alduin's defeat, Marak returned to Tamirel. He'd been hiding in Apocrypha, a realm watched over by a god named Hermos Mora. So, the first Dragonborn and the last Dragonborn faced each other at the summit of Apocrypha, and I cast Marak down. And shortly after that, Torhen groaned, I learned that a powerful vampire from the dawn of time was planning to black out the sun and take over the world. He grimaced. You'd think that, after defeating him and saving the world for the third time, I'd be done, right? Funnily enough, Tiona actually nodded in agreement with him. Sadly, not. It wasn't long after Harkon was killed that the entire continent went to war. Seeing as the aggressors, the Aldemari Dominion, had been a thorn in my side for years and were all too happy to wipe out humanity if they could find a way to justify it, I sided with the human empire, which Skyrim, my home province, was a part of. I became our primary general in the field, aided by the few Dova who had chosen to follow me. Torhen sighed. It was only after the war was won that I was able to settle down. I'd gotten married shortly after Harkon was killed, so I settled in the city of Whiterun with my wife and we adopted 2 kids. Still, the longevity I gained meant that eventually I outlived my friends, my wife and my children. Without them, I was surrounded by generations of people who'd grown up on stories of my adventures. Many of his audience, Reveria especially, gave him sympathetic looks when he mentioned the death of his family. To the common folk, I was a living legend. To the leaders of the people, I was either a dangerous threat or an asset they wanted to control. Nobody remembered the fact that I really am human. So, I retreated to the peak of a remote mountain to live out my days in solitude. He grimaced again. It was there I discovered that I had underestimated just how long my lifespan has become. Even before I was given my Falna, I'd deduced that I had a couple centuries left to go, and I didn't want to spend them all alone atop that mountain. That was when Akatosh offered to send me here. Loki perked up as he finally got to the answer to her question. My coming here was his way of offering me a retirement. I am not a prophesied hero here. Nobody even knew I existed. The fate of this world does not rest on my shoulders. He did say that I could involve myself if I wish, but that there was nothing to control my destiny here. I could find new students. He looked at Belle, Lily, and the others, new friends. He looked at Finn, Reveria, and Gareth. Maybe even start a new family. I am not a threat to this world, nor am I its savior. I have retired from saving the world. I have a long life yet to live, so I'm not going to spend the whole thing being lazy. I'll Eventually become an active adventurer and start exploring the dungeon. Maybe even leave the city and explore the world a bit. For now, though, I want to spend my time helping to train and build up my familia. And yours, if you'd like my help. He gestured to Loki and her children. So, that's my story. Do any of you have any questions? Finn spoke up. The way you describe these, Dova, makes them sound comparable in power to the one-eyed black dragon. Is there any chance it could be one of them? Arias had whipped around to Finn before whipping to face Torhen, her gaze intense. Torhen shook his head. When I first heard of it, I actually feared it could be Alduin himself. Finn's eyes widened, alarmed. Based on the description, they are very similar in appearance. Still, Hestia has assured me that it is not possible for the black dragon to be a Dova. It has never even been reported as speaking or using the Thuum. Its strength is comparable, though. Ais was still staring at him, intensely. She eventually spoke, her voice filled with more emotion than Torhen had ever heard her use before. The black dragon is my drive, she said. When I was little, my parents were forced to fight it. That monster killed my father and my mother disappeared. My one goal in life is to destroy the dragon and avenge them. This was met by the shocked exclamations of nearly everyone in the room. Only Loki, Reveria, Finn, and Gareth had apparently been aware of that particular piece of information. Torhen stared into her eyes. He knew what she wanted. Let me guess, he sighed. You want me to teach you how to fight a dragon that powerful? Ais nodded so violently it looked like her head might fall off. Reveria put her hand on the girl's shoulder in an attempt to calm her and spoke up. She will go after it whether you help or not. Still, you clearly have more experience fighting dragons than anyone living. Certainly. The most experience in fighting ones that powerful. Will you help her? Torhen leaned back and watched Ais for a moment. The look in her eyes, the desperate need for vengeance, was one he knew all too well. Reveria was right, though. She would go after it. No matter what. I will help you, he said, causing Ais to smile almost ferally. On one condition, her smile dropped, listening as he continued. I have seen more people like you than you may think. The need for revenge, even if you call it justice, is a powerful motivator. It can drive you to heights of strength that you never dreamed possible. It is also dangerous. You could achieve what you seek, but it will consume your life and alienate you from your friends and family. He leaned forward and gazed into the girl's eyes. I will help you on the condition that you do not allow yourself to be consumed by revenge. You have a good life, good friends and a loving family. If you allow yourself to become obsessed by strength and revenge and begin to push them away, I will stop teaching you. No vengeance is worth the cost of everything you love. Ais stared at him as they looked into each other's eyes. Although it was only moments, it seemed as though an eternity passed between the two of them. Eventually, her eyes closed, and she nodded. Agreed. Torhen smiled and sat back. Good. He looked around at the others. Does anybody else have questions? I do. Tiona shouted, her hand in the air. Will you teach me to? Ari's head whipped around to stare at the girl. Ais is my friend. I don't want her facing that thing alone. Plus, who wouldn't want to learn from someone as strong as you? Ais was smiling as she looked at her friend. Me too. Tyon added. I would like to learn as well, Lefia spoke up. Perhaps this is a good time to transition over to talks of an alliance. Hestia cut in before anybody else could join in. Joint training can be a part of the agreement. Torhen nodded to her. Good idea. He turned his attention to Finn and Loki. I'm more than willing to help train your members, although I would put a condition on them being executive level before they train with me. Aside from Lefia, of course. In exchange, I'd like you to teach our members. I can help them with strength and battle tactics, but you know far more about the dungeon and how to explore it than I do. I'd like you to work with them on that, in exchange for me helping your members grow in strength. Sounds more than fair to me, Finn said with a smile. I'd be happy to help, and quite frankly, it should be fun. I do hope to be one of the ones who you help train, though. He smirked. Torhen laughed. Not to worry, Finn. Is there anything else you'd like to see from us in this partnership? Hestia asked, addressing Loki directly. The red-headed goddess sat for a moment in contemplation before answering. The big things. For us are access mainly to Torhen's skill with enchanting and smithing. Not to mention the spell books he has. He's already promised to provide gear to Finn and Riveria, as well as enchant Gareth's new stuff, but I'd like a discount on those services to be part of the deal. Hestia hummed. I have no issue with that. Torhen. I have no objection, but again, I would put a limit on this. My work is simply too powerful for anyone under a certain level. Instead, I would recommend that only members at level 6 or higher work with me, meaning only your leaders and executives. Everyone else will see wealth for their enchantments. Wealth has picked things up quickly and is improving fast. Sabaki will be learning what she can, but doesn't have as much time to dedicate to the art. Wealth certainly perked up at the recommendation, beaming happily. I'm more than willing to do that, he said. Sounds good to us, Finn added. The only question is, what do you want in exchange? For this, I'd ask for political protection, Hestia said, looking at Loki directly. Since this will not be a public alliance, I can understand not doing anything overt. I'm only asking for passive political protection, support in case of any incidents. I know you can't help if we're directly challenged, but defending us from attacks, like you did at Donatus, would be possible. Loki nodded. I was expecting something like that. I have no problem with helping keep you out of trouble while you build your strength. Though, if you are directly challenged, I can't do anything, which is likely once Apollo hears the rumors about the past parade. We'll deal with Apollo if that happens, Hestia said, determined. With regard to the spell books, Riveria spoke up. Now that we know there are no adverse effects, I was hoping you'd be willing to sell us more. In exchange, I and my mags would help any of your current or future members to improve their skills with the more traditional magic of Genkai. Torhen nodded in confirmation. I can agree to that. I'll even teach them how to use it. But we need to keep this in moderation. Let's start with just you and Lefia and expand from there. As for us, only Lily and Mikoto have a more traditional spell in their arsenal, but we will be recruiting soon, so we'll ask for your help once we have some dedicated mags. Gladly, Riveria smiled. When do you think you'll become active, Torhen? Gareth asked. I'd love it if you came on expeditions with us. Torhen sat and thought for a moment. To be honest, I'd like us to be on a bit firmer ground. Before I do, we've started to develop a reputation thanks to the incident on the 18th floor, but I'd rather not upset the balance of power until that reputation has grown a bit. Still, if Apollo does challenge us directly, I will move to active status, if only to see him realize just how badly he fucked up. The two men chuckled evilly together, joined by the Amazon twins and Uka once they realized what the two were talking about. The meeting continued on for a little while longer, discussing the more finicky details of such an alliance, but eventually the group began to break up. AIS and the twins were quick to drag Bell outside for some sparring practice, followed by Welf, Uka, Mikoto, and Beat. Riveria, Finn, and Lefia were speaking with Lily about her transition from supporter to adventurer, and the three goddesses had adjourned to Hestia's office to discuss godly things and draw up the official contract. As for Torhen, he happily led Gareth and Sabaki down to his forge, so that they could begin work on the dwarf's new armor. Chapter end notes. AON, there we go. Hestia and Loki are allies, and we have set the stage for future events. I hope you liked it. Please leave a comment or question to let me know. About Ari's mom. I know that she was taken by the OEBD in canon, but with it being Alduin here, that doesn't make sense. I also know that people like Revis are aware of Arya though, so I'm not entirely certain on how to handle her. I'm just saying she disappeared until I have a better idea of what to do. Sadly, I doubt we'll get an answer about her in canon anytime soon. What do you all think? Is Arya dead or is she alive? Somewhere. About the introduced characters. They are references only, not the actual characters. I hate it when crossovers start pulling the actual characters of multiple franchises into their work for no reason. A reference is one thing, but having the actual Shizune from Naruto running around would make absolutely no sense, and I'm not doing it. About Mayaka's new members. Shizune is, of course, a reference to the Shizune of Naruto. She is not actually that Shizune. She's just a reference. Totally different. Background or backstory. She is wearing Shizune's outfit from Boruto, but let me know if I got the terminology wrong. I like it better than her outfit from Naruto. Hestia is a reference to Issei Takanashi, the main character from the Saint's magic power is omnipotent. She is younger though. She is dressed similarly to the show character, but without the gold trim and lab coat. Translations. Answers to questions. On FFN. DA Lucifer 3, Torhen will likely not level up. He's already at the pinnacle. If he levels up, it will really mean becoming a god, and that's not something he wants. Rider 126, I am deliberately changing things up for Freya, making her a bit more of a control freak. She doesn't like having her power contested. She's also so used to being on top, she's out of touch. Sebastian, Torhen will not be in a romance with an OC. It will be a canon character. Toladiri, Freya will be more of an antagonist. Her obsession with Belle has been sort of overridden by the discovery of Torhen's strength and existence. It's still there, but she's got more important things to think about, what with the power balance shifting. As for wealth, I hadn't even considered scrolls. That's an interesting idea though. Thank you. On AO3. Big Time 12, likely trying to give her support and apologize for the Minotaur incident. We'll see though. Guts, sadly, Torhen doesn't have Oriel's bow. He was forced to leave all Edric and Daedric artifacts behind when he left Nirn. Banger and Mash, now that we are going to get more into magic, we might see some. Atronex. Chapter 26. Chapter Summary. Armor, Magic, and Investigations. Chapter Notes. AON, Warning, Language and Mentions of Prostitution. So, I'm back. After a month. All I will say is, I hate the month of May. It's total chaos. I'm really sorry it took me so long to put this out though. Also, I think I can safely say that I will try to get back on a decent upload schedule and I won't go more than a month without putting out something. Now, it's time to get into the chapter. I hope you like it. There's actually quite a bit done in this one, but I'm trying to get back into my writing stride. Thank you for all your reviews and comments. I really appreciate it, and please leave me a comment or review to let me know what you thought of it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 26. Torhen. It seems they are starting to settle in well, Torhen thought to himself as he passed by the armory. Standing inside were Welf, Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa, who were looking at the various armor sets he and his student had displayed there in the hopes of determining what kind of armor and weapons they were looking to use. Torhen contemplated the three newest members as he continued out of the hall and towards the forge, book in hand. It had been 3 days since the meeting with the Loki Familia, and the group had been rather depressed. Understandable, considering Takumi Kazuchi had left the city the morning after their meeting. The god, who Torhen had come to respect, could not delay his departure any longer. He had already sent a letter back to the Far East announcing his return to take over the shrine, but he still needed to make all haste back if he wanted to save it. The three who stayed behind had given Take and their friends a long, heartfelt goodbye, accompanied by many promises to send them letters and money as they were able. Not wanting them to worry too much, and personally wanted to help Take, Torhen had made a personal donation of 1 million valis to Take. The god was too proud to accept more. In fact, it was a fight just getting him to accept that much, but Torhen knew he was grateful. The money would go a long way to restoring the shrine and getting the orphanage back on its feet. It wouldn't last them long afterwards, but it would get them started. Still, judging by how animatedly they were talking when he passed them, it seemed the three had begun to snap out of their depression and start looking forward. Torhen's thoughts moved away from the three as he entered the forge and strode into the enchanting lab. Standing near one of the enchanting tables, examining the symbols carved into it, was Tsubaki, the half-dwarf captain of the Hephaestus Familia. She'd come by that morning to discuss enchanting, specifically for Gareth's armor, but it had turned into an impromptu lesson. To that end, Torhen had briefly retreated to his office to grab the book in his hand. "Here," he said, handing Tsubaki the book. It was a copy of the Enchanter's Primer, one of Tamriel's best introductory books on the enchanting process. Torhen only had 3 copies, one of which he had given to Welf. The budding enchanter had torn through the book with unmatched fervor and had been seen more than once reading it while lounging on a couch. During the evening, he'd also been given access to Torhen's copies of the weapon and armor enchantment catalogs, learning everything he could from both. "What's this?" Sabaki asked as she took the book from his hands. The Enchanter's Primer, Torhen replied. It's basically the definitive introductory book for Tamrielic enchanting. I'll help you get started, but since you're going to be busy, reading this will help considerably more. I'd rather not just give you an enchanting table until you're proficient, but you can have access to these whenever you need. Just ask. Thanks, she said with a grin. You mind giving me a demonstration now? I'm really curious. Torhen just laughed. Of course, he said. In fact, I have just the thing. He stepped past Sabaki and pulled out a brand new leather adventurer's pack. You said you wanted one of these, so I might as well make it for you now. Sabaki's grin got even wider. Hell yeah, she said, happily. Torhen stepped towards one of the tables, pulling out the box of magic stones as he did so. What followed was a detailed explanation of how the table worked, similar to the one he'd given Welf just after he had joined. Torhen then placed the bag in the center of the table and set the stone in the proper slot. Having made quite a few of these magic bags over the years, Torhen could practically enchant one in his sleep. Still, he took things slowly, explaining every step to Tsubaki as he went until finally, she had an enchanted pack of her own. Now it's your turn, Torhen said as he handed the pack to a grinning Tsubaki. Welf and I keep a few low-quality knives and other things in the lab for experimentation, and I have a fire knife you can disenchant. Just take it slow. Tsubaki nodded and stepped up to the table. Torhen handed her a small goblin stone, the weakest magic stone produced by the dungeon, and watched her as she began to work. It took the half-dwarf considerably longer to disenchant than it had taken Welf, but in the end, the small knife she was using disintegrated with a soft tinkling sound. Grinning, Tsubaki picked up one of the scrap knives and set to work on copying the enchantment. Once again, she was far slower than Welf had been, but Torhen wasn't going to say anything. He just smiled at her as she raised up her first enchanted knife, grinning like a loon. Welf grinned to himself as he led the three newbies into his section of the forge. They'd just spent about an hour in the armory looking at the various armor and weapon styles that Torhen had put on display. Welf had personally spent more time in there than he'd care to admit, studying the different types and styles of armor or weapons. He even had a few on display there himself. Torhen just had so many different kinds of armor, it was hard not to be inspired by their designs. He'd seriously come to appreciate the idea of matching aesthetics, making sure your armor and weapon conformed to a chosen style. Many of the lower-level adventurers looked very patchwork in their choices of weapon and armor, and while it occasionally gave off a certain roguish appearance, it usually just looked cheap. The three new people had been a bit down in the dumps for the last few days, understandably, but they seemed to have snapped out of it at the prospect of new armor and weapons. If nothing else, joining the Hestia Familia had opened up quite a few avenues for working on new types of armor and weapons. He already had plans for Belle's, Lily's, and his own new armor, as well as their measurements, but he still needed to measure the newbies and pick out the materials for their new gear. Belle's armor was probably the easiest for him to make because it wouldn't be all that different from his most recent set. All their gear would be unenchanted for now, to make sure they liked the style before they wasted enchanting materials. Lily's was going to be interesting, though. It was inspired by one of the armor sets Torhen had brought with him. Having explained his own history to them, Torhen revealed that the armor was actually the uniform of the Thieves' Guild he had once belonged to. It wouldn't be exactly the same, being a slightly paler leather and missing the pauldrons. Torhen did show them the black variant, but Lily preferred the look of the basic leather one. Uka, Mikoto, and Chigusa had also chosen styles based on armors Torhen had put on display. They were all based on a single culture from Torhen's world called the Akaviri, which had a similar aesthetic to the armor of the Far East. Uka's choice, aside from shrinking the oddly large pauldrons near the neck, was identical to the armor Torhen said belonged to an organization called the Blades, an order of warriors, charged with defending the Emperor of Tamriel and killing rogue dragons. They'd been both a help and a hindrance to Torhen. Apparently, their remnants helped him initially with the whole world eater thing, but then had turned around and tried to blackmail him into killing this really old dragon who'd been teaching him to use shouts. Torhen had called them both cowardly and incompetent, knocked them out, stripped them, and then dragged their unconscious bodies up to the top of the mountain where the dragon lived. Welf had found the story hilarious because after Torhen had woken them up and told them in no uncertain terms that he wasn't their errand boy, he'd dropped a couple swords at their feet and told them they were welcome to try doing their own dirty work. The woman named Delphine had fervently denied pissing herself in fear when the dragon walked up to them and invited them to either talk or try killing him. By the end, she'd been thoroughly chastised and slightly singed while the old guy, Espan, had somehow befriended the dragon. He'd asked to visit again properly so that they could discuss some historical event or other. Torhen had then taken full command of the blades and started training new recruits, all while fighting dragons, paying special attention to ensuring they weren't a bunch of idiots with a death wish who throw tantrums and try to kill allies they don't like. After they'd been rebuilt, Torhen had transferred command to some guy named Eric and they took back their old post as the Emperor's guards. The armor Mikoto had chosen was essentially a leather version of the blade's armor used by their scouts. Though, since she preferred darker colors, Welf would be using monster hide to give it a dark purple, almost black look. As for Chigusa, she'd chosen a much older design. It was still from that culture, but it was considerably lighter. She'd been hoping for a nice dark red with gray trim, and Welf thought he could accommodate her. As for himself, preferring to be light when fighting but not unprotected, Welf had chosen an old Breton style of leather armor, with a few steel plates in strategic places. It fit his preferred style and was sturdy enough to serve his purpose as a frontline fighter in the dungeon. Right, Welf said as he sat on his stool. I've got some ideas for your armor now, but we need to decide on your new weapons. I also need to get your measurements for the armor. You wanted a large axe, right, Uka? I do, he nodded. Two-handed. He nodded again. Welf already had a few preliminary ideas, but he'd need to sketch them out first. What about you, Mikoto? I would prefer a tachi, like my old one, if possible, she said. Welf nodded, writing down her request in the notebook he kept near his anil. It was typically used for quick calculations or jotting down notes he thought about while he was working. Welf had made a few katana-style swords before, so it shouldn't be a large problem. I'd like a bow, Chigusa said. She was the quietest of the group, and it was obvious to everyone that she was totally smitten with Uka. Hell, she was literally standing as close to him as she could without touching him. Even Belle, the densest member of their Familia, could tell the two were smitten with each other. Welf nodded to her and grinned. Then it's time to take your measurements. Uka, I'm going to do you first so the girls can see. Girls, if you're not comfortable with me doing the measuring, just pay attention to what I do so you can measure each other. It wasn't long, perhaps an hour, before he had all the measurements and information he needed to begin the forging. Welf grinned to himself as he opened up the storage shed and began to procure the materials he needed. He had quite a bit of testing to do before he could really get into making the new stuff and was eager to begin. Welf could barely contain his excitement over having so many new projects. Joining the Hestia Familia really was the best decision he'd made in years. Torhen unleashed a mighty kick as he spun through the air, sending his opponent crashing to the ground with a cry. His other opponent charged him, daggers flashing. With a quick motion, Torhen let his sword drop, point first into the ground and grabbed both her wrists before the knives could make contact. With a heave, he lifted the girl over his head, spun, and slammed her into the ground, back first. Retrieving his sword, Torhen turned to look at his opponents. Tiona and Tyon, the Amazon twins of the Loki Familia, both lay on the ground of the training yard, groaning. Their weapons were scattered on the ground next to them. Torhen looked up at the other people, moving around the yard. Standing nearby, watching the fight, were AIS and Beat, who were both looking a little worse. For where AIS had all but demanded the first spar of the day, she was doing very well, having fully adjusted to her level 6 ranking. She still wasn't as good as Finn had been during their first spar, but she was making progress. As for Beat, the werewolf had asked that Torhen go at him with full strength. Torhen had, mostly, obliged and effectively curb-stomped the wolf. He, like the twins, was still adjusting to the newfound strength he'd gained as a level 6, but it was nowhere near enough to face Torhen at full power. In another corner of the training ground, Gareth was speaking with Welf and Uka. In the dungeon, the two typically played the role of the tank, that being the fighter who drew the most attention from enemies. giving the other members the freedom to maneuver. Since Gareth was a tank himself, he'd taken the two under his wing to explain the best way to operate in that role while dungeon diving. In a similar vein, Belle had approached Finn not long after they'd arrived, and the two had sequestered themselves in a corner of the grounds. The boy still harbored some doubts about being a captain and had all but begged Finn for advice on how to be a proper captain. Having experience in being the captain of an up-and-coming familia, Finn was all too happy to oblige. Torhen was distracted by the sight of Lily, Riveria, and Lefia coming out of the hall and making their way towards the group. Hestia and Loki were likely still inside. "Right," he said to the twins. "Get a potion if you need one and take a few minutes. Then I want the four of you to start a free-for-all. 3 of you are still adjusting to your new strength, and it'll be good for you to experience fighting multiple people close to your own strength." The last part was directed at AIS. The twins nodded, groaning, and moved over to the nearby chairs. Torhen himself turned to meet the people approaching them. As promised, he'd provided Lefia and Riveria with new spell books, which he had made earlier that week. Riveria had opted out of learning destruction magic, at least for the time being. Instead, Torhen would be making a staff of chain lightning for her to use in conjunction with her normal staff. It would be specially made, smaller, almost like a wand, so she could wear it at her waist in a holster. As for the spells she had been given, Rivera had chosen Lesser Ward and Oak Flesh. They would serve her well in defending herself until she could unleash a powerful, chanted spell. Torhen doubted it would take her long to progress in her new restoration and alteration skills. During their expedition, Lefia had used the Lesser Ward spell so much that her restoration skill had easily gotten into the apprentice zone. At Restoration 39, she was more than ready for a new ward spell. To that end, he'd given her the Steadfast Ward and, per her request, the Destruction spell, Sparks. As for Lily, she had requested a spell that would help give her some utility in battle. She didn't have the aptitude to be a battle mage, so he'd decided to have her learn some conjuration spells, allowing her to summon an ally during her fights. Atronak summoning would potentially be problematic, given their similar appearance to monsters in the dungeon. Torhen wasn't against it, but it would be a while before Lily was ready for it. Instead, he had given her the Conjure Familia spell, letting her summon a spectral wolf companion. Torhen approached the group who, after being given the books, had holed up inside the hall to read them and get their statuses updated. "Did it go as expected?" he asked. "It did," Riveria replied. "We were able to learn the spells without issue. Now, we simply need to practice." She smiled, wryly. "I must admit, it is amusing for Lefia to currently be ahead of me in skill with restoration. I will catch her soon enough, though." The other elf just blushed, grinning happily. "Given your high aptitude for magic, I don't doubt you'll progress quickly, at least until you hit the adept rank. Your improvement will likely slow down there." Riveria nodded in agreement with his statement. "Shall we begin?" "Of course. What should we do first?" "You should start the same way we had Lefia practice when she learned Lesser Ward. Try summoning and holding it for increasing periods of time. As for you," he turned to Lefia, "I want you to practice using sparks on the dummies." He pointed to the target dummies set up at one end of the yard. "Using Steadfast Ward is not too different from Lesser Ward so far. Now, you need to practice with destruction more." He turned to Lily. "As for you, I want you to practice summoning your familia and commanding it to attack one of the dummies. You can start with verbal commands, but I want you able to control it mentally and in combat before I let you use it in the dungeon." The young Paolum nodded, eager to begin. The group separated, though not far. Riveria and Torhen stood near enough to the other two that he could still give them pointers or instruction as he helped Riveria get a feeling for holding the spell. Lily struggled a bit, but eventually succeeded in summoning the spectral wolf. She giggled happily as the wolf companion bounded around her, perfectly imitating the mannerisms of a tamed canine. Visibly steeling herself, Lily commanded the wolf to charge the dummy in front of them. With a back, the wolf charged and sunk its teeth into the dummy. "Well done, Lily," Torhen said with a smile. "Keep practicing. Try giving it commands mentally." She nodded as he turned back to Riveria. There wasn't much visible strain on her face as she held the spell. The silvery, shimmering effect of the spell rippled in front of her as it dropped. It's a strange sensation, but not uncomfortable. She mused. Was magic like this common among your people? Torhen nodded. It depended on the region, but most everyone knew at least a few basic spells. Many of the Nords distrusted magic, but nearly all of them learned at least one spell. Much of Skyrim is covered in snow for most of the year, so learning the Flames spell was essential to survival. The only school of magic in Skyrim was the College of Winterhold, and it was not well regarded when I was young. Why not? She asked, curiously. She listened attentively as she raised the spell once again. Off to the side, Torhen could hear Lefia grunting with effort as she shot sparks at one of the training dummies. There was a cataclysm that caused much of the city of Winterhold to sink into the sea of ghosts. The Jarl, a stubborn Nord who despised magic, blamed the college because it survived mostly intact. They had nothing to do with it, but the blame still rested with them. For a long time. It didn't help that the Archmage of the time, a dark elf named Savos Arwen, was totally uninterested in helping restore the city. He turned his back on them. She looked at him. Essentially, Torhen shrugged. He was still Archmage when I joined the college but was killed while I was attending. I was eventually named his successor, though I wasn't able to take up my post for several years. You served as Archmage? The head of the school. One of her eyebrows raised in surprise. Torhen nodded. I did. Tolfday, the man who was my primary teacher, served as my right hand. He ran the college while I was off dealing with dragons, vampires, and the war with the Oldemary Dominion. My own successor was my daughter, Sophie. Between the three of us, with the help of my classmates, who themselves became teachers at the college, we restored both its reputation and the city of Winterhold. Impressive. She said. You say your predecessor was killed. How? His own disinterest in the goings-on of the college. Torhen grimaced. Well, not entirely. It was a period of Cold War between the Empire and the Oldemary Dominion. The Dominion were controlled by high elves and had begun to advocate for the total extinction of humans. The worst of them were the Thalma, who were essentially the Dominion's Inquisition. They had agents observing practically every institution in the Empire, including the college. The agent there, a high elf named Ankano, was doing everything he could to run roughshod over the students at the college, and only the master wizard, Mirabel, had the authority to stand up to him. Savos also had the authority but couldn't be bothered to deal with the petty scuffles of his students and staff. During my time as a student, we were excavating Sarthal, the oldest Nordic settlement in Skyrim, and discovered a strange object. It was an orb, filled with magic power. That finally caught his interest, but if he had been paying more attention, he'd have noticed Ankano becoming more and more unhinged as our study of the orb began. He was making all the other students and staff nervous, but there wasn't much we could do to remove him. Eventually, the fool went mad and tried to use the power of the orb to take over. He killed Savos and Mirabel, and nearly destroyed the city before Tolfday and I could stop him. It is a shame to hear of a high elf acting in this way. I know we are not related to the elves of your world, but it is still shameful. Reveria shook her head, sadly. If what I've heard is true, many elves here would get along with Ankano and his ilk. Is it true that most elves in this world shun the touch of others because they are lesser beings? Torhen glanced at her as the two moved out of earshot of the others, trying to gauge her reaction. She didn't strike him as one of those elves who would disparage others, given her close friendship with Finn and Gareth. Reveria looked down in shame. Unfortunately, it is true. That's partially why I left home. I found my father's attitude towards the outside world and those who live in it distasteful. The longer I have spent out here, the more certain I am that most of my race are undeservedly arrogant and dismissive of other races. We are nowhere near as genocidal as you describe this Dominion to be, but most of my kind are extremely arrogant. Sadly, some of our bad habits have stayed with me. Even now, I do not like to be touched by those I am not close to. Many of the other elves in the Loki Familia feel the same, and yet become offended at the very idea of being touched by a non-elven being. Torhen hummed in thought. I suppose that the superiority complex displayed by most elves here can be attributed to natural abilities. Your lives are considerably longer, your power in magic is second to none, and to my knowledge there has never been an elf who could be described as anything but beautiful. That the arrogance that comes with such advantages is, perhaps understandable, though not excusable. You're not wrong, Riveria nodded. There are times where, even after all my years in this city, I find myself inadvertently thinking or behaving as though I am superior. In a way, you are not dissimilar to the Dova, Torhen said, thoughtfully. What do you mean? She asked, curiously. The Dova possess power unrivaled by any save for the gods themselves. Their lives are eternal, unless slain by another Dova. These advantages, combined with an ingrained need for domination, led the Dova to become arrogant and dismissive of other races. The Dovahkian are not exempt from this. Mirak fell prey to our natural need for domination. Even I am not immune. For much of my early life, I felt as though I was superior. The lives of others simply did not matter to me, save for those who raised me. It took meeting my wife, and then losing nearly everyone I had ever cared about to realize that, perhaps, I had been wrong. Do you still find yourself occasionally feeling as though others are lesser? Riviera asked. Softly. On occasion, Torhen admitted. It is something I have strived to control, and I believe I have succeeded. My mentor in this was Parthernax. He was the first of the Dova to deny our nature, to abandon the need to dominate. The feeling grows as our strength in the Thuum grows, so it took great effort on both our parts to overcome it. Perhaps you are right then, Riveria mused. In that regard, we are not dissimilar. The elf turned back to her spell practice, and Torhen turned to observe the others practicing. In the yard, thinking of Parthernax made him think of another, unique dragon, with AIS, and her friend's desire to learn how to fight dragons. He'd need to consult Hestia and find a very secluded place outside the city, but if he could arrange it, perhaps they could get practice with an actual dragon. It had been far too long since he'd summoned Durnavir. Lily smiled to herself as she slipped into the Palom's hidden tavern. She'd spent most of the day practicing her new spell in the yard, but now she was beginning her reconnaissance on the Apollo Familia. One, specifically. Torhen had been adamant that they determine who they should direct their anger to. He didn't want to punish those who were not involved or were directly against the actions of the party that had paraded her own party. Belle and Goddess Hestia had agreed, but Lily was more inclined to just punish all of the Apollo Familia and be done with it. Still, she would do what was asked of her and investigate. She quietly sequestered herself in the back corner, listening for gossip. As one of the few Paolum adventurers in the city, one was usually a topic that came up fairly frequently. Nowhere near as often as Finn, who most of their kind saw as a hero, but often enough, not in nearly as favorable a context. Though, one had a reputation for being rude and arrogant, which tended to piss off other Paolum. Right now, Lily was looking for information that would tell her anything about his movements. Was he hiding? Was he bragging about what he'd done? Had he been punished by his familiar for his actions? Hopefully she could find out something through rumors. Attention was pulled when she heard a group near her mention her name. Did you hear about Ard? One brunette Paolum asked another, blonde one. The supporter from Soma. Not anymore. The first said. Apparently she's joined up with the Hestia Familia and just hit level 2. What? A third one cut in. Another brunette. Isn't that the Familia that everybody's been talking about? Yeah, the one with Rabbit Foot as captain. Ard joined his Familia a couple months back, and was with him during the fight on the 18th floor and leveled up afterwards. Whoa, wait, weren't they paraded? That's how they wound up on the 18th floor. Right. That's what I heard too. The blonde spoke up. They got paraded by the Apollo Familia. Seriously. That's not all, the blonde continued. I heard the party leader was one. If Ard was with the Rabbit Foot's party, then that means he paraded another Paolum. A fourth scoffed. That's disgusting. Is he being punished at all? Nope. A fifth joined the conversation, this one a dark-haired girl. I work at a tavern that the Apollo people go to fairly often. I heard that he got punched out by one of their executives for what he did, but that the captain let him off the hook. Now that was what Lily had wanted to hear. Sure, her ears were burning from them talking about her, but she'd gotten some information on Luan and Apollo. It sounded like one of the executives had wanted to punish him, but that their captain was letting him off. That meant Torhen had been right. There were members who didn't approve, but they were being overridden by the captain. She listened for a little while longer before quietly slipping back out. Lily needed to get back to the hall and let Torhen know what she'd heard. Torhen. While Lily was investigating Luan at the Palam's hidden tavern, Torhen was doing a little reconnaissance of his own. It was well past midnight and, dressed in his nightingale armor, Torhen had been silently and invisibly moving through the city, following a group of Apollo Familia members for a few hours. So far, he hadn't heard anything about Luan or the past parade. They were just too drunk and enthused about their destination. He had heard a few interesting things, though. One was that Freya was prepping for an expedition to begin the day after the dungeon reopened, likely to try and catch up with Loki's massive power jump. Hopefully it would give Naza some more business. With Mayaka's new publicity, she'd already recruited 3 new people. 2 young women and an older man, who had been fascinated by the new potions and process. The thing that had caught his attention most, though, was a pair of Amazon prostitutes. They had just passed griping about one of their executives. She had reportedly punished one of them for teasing another of their members. A stupid renard, according to the aggravated Amazon. Considering Mikoto's request for information on her missing renard friend, who she was certain she'd seen with an Amazon in the city, Torhen moved closer. I don't even know why Lady Ishtar keeps her around. The Amazon continued to gripe. Belka pretty much never lets her have clients, and it's not like she's making us much money. She's pretty useful in the dungeon, is what I hear. The other said. Both were clearly on duty at this particular corner. How? She's totally weak. What could she possibly do? I don't know, the second one griped. We aren't dungeon divers. We don't know what happens down there. You shouldn't question Lady Ishtar's decisions anyway. Torhen moved away from them, deeper into the red light district. It seemed the group of Apollo people he'd been following was a bust, so he might as well make progress on Mikoto's investigation into her friend. It didn't take him long to find the main Ishtar Familia building. He only needed to follow the trail of Amazons on the corners and listen to the words of the people hoping to sample the services of those who dwelled within. Silent and invisible, Torhen slipped into an open window on the 2nd floor. There was an Amazon snoring softly in the bed at the far corner of the room. He padded silently into the corridor, ears listening out for any approaching sounds. There were quite a few people wandering the halls, making evasion difficult, but he eventually managed to find the executive. The 2 earlier had been complaining about. She was standing in a room whose door was partially cracked open, arguing with what had to be the ugliest woman Torhen had ever seen. Belka, the ugly woman shouted. You can't protect her forever. Keeping clients away from her is just wasting money. She passes out before anything can happen. All that happens when we give her clients is that we piss them off. The one named Belka replied. This was the executive who was protecting the Renard. She was dark-haired and scantily dressed, like most of the Amazons. There, she doesn't need to be conscious. Some men like that. The ugly one said, with a truly horrifying, lecherous grin. We aren't that kind of place, Fern. Belka practically growled. We are what I say we are. The ugly Fern countered. Torhen deduced she was either delusional about her power or was actually the captain and had authority. Likely both. Ishtar couldn't care less about her outside the dungeon, so I say she's a whore, and she better make us money as one. The fight continued on for quite some time, with neither convincing the other of anything, though Belka had earned a modicum of respect from him for how fiercely she was protecting this person, presumably the Renard he'd initially heard about. As the 2 separated, Torhen followed Belka through the halls, occasionally recasting his invisibility spell whilst hiding in the shadows. Eventually, she came to a door on one of the higher floors and headed inside. Torhen slipped through the door before it could close and hid himself in a shadowy corner. Sitting on the lone bed in the room, staring out the window, was a young girl with vibrantly blonde hair, fox ears, and a large tail. A dead ringer for the description Mikoto had given him of her friend. Fern is such an ugly bitch. Belka snapped as the door swung closed. The girl's ears drooped. You got in trouble because of me again, didn't you, Aisha? She said, sadly. Ha, Belka scoffed before her voice softened. I'm not in trouble for anything, Haroheim. I just worry about you. I know you had a client earlier thanks to that bitch. The poor girl's ears drooped even further. Torhen clenched his jaw in rage. He had worked with Elisif and later the Emperor to enact better laws and keep young women from being forced into this profession. They hadn't completely succeeded, but as the father of 2 girls, seeing this kind of situation never failed to piss him off. Torhen watched as the two talked, the young Renard slowly drifting off to sleep. Aisha sat with her for a moment, stroking the girl's hair. "I'm just glad he didn't try anything after you passed out," she scoffed, "like every other client you've had. That was intriguing. I just wish I could save you from Ishtar." There was more here than meets the eye. He needed information. Slowly, Torhen rose from the shadows, allowing Aisha to see him. She stood quickly, raising her fists and dropping into a combat stance. It was good. She was likely quite skilled, though not anywhere near Finn or Gareth. Torhen raised his empty hands in front of him, the universal sign for being unarmed. He kept his voice quiet as he spoke, hoping not to wake the sleeping girl. "I mean no harm," he whispered. Aisha stared at him, suspiciously. "Who are you?" she demanded, quietly. "I am here at the behest of an old friend of hers." He gestured to the girl. Aisha's eyes narrowed. "She doesn't have any friends in this city, except for me." "But she did back in the Far East. That is Sanjuno Haroheim, isn't it?" "She is." Asa relaxed slightly. "Some friends of hers from the East moved here not long ago. They caught sight of her during the Monsterphilia chaos and asked me to investigate. I must admit, it is encouraging to see that she has a protector. Your last statement piqued my curiosity, though. Why does she need saving from Ishtar? These friends of hers, what are their names?" She counted, without answering. Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa. Her eyes widened. She clearly recognized those names, but something seemed to be physically holding the young woman back. Eventually, she relaxed and stood. "I can't tell you why she needs saving," she said, bitterly. "Ishtar lets me protect her as a prostitute or in the dungeon, but there's nothing I can do to change her plans for Haroheim. I can't even talk about it." "Some form of mind control?" Torhen asked. He'd encountered mind control a few times over the years. Aisha only nodded. He could try the shout he had used to cure Soma, but it was very loud. They'd attract attention. Instead, he settled for asking, "Is there anything you can tell me?" Aisha seemed to be fighting herself, trying to get something out. Eventually, she spat. "Is Ishtar. KS. That's all I can say." Torhen nodded. "It is enough. Thank you." He moved to the window, intending to leap out. "Ishtar might sell her." Aisha spoke up from behind him. "If her friends can get enough money." "How much?" he asked, looking at her over his shoulder. "Millions," she admitted. Torhen simply nodded. He would need to speak with Hermes, Mikoto, and the others. With a whispered fame, he leapt from the window down to the street below. Chapter end notes. Aon, Haroheim, and Aisha. How did I do? Did it all seem okay? What about my choices? For armor, I'll be talking about what I've picked for Finn, Riveria, and Lefia I think in the next chapter. Also, conjuration. Finally, I have given someone else a conjuration spell. I'm still debating on giving out bound weapon spells, but I think I might give them to a few people. What did you think of the little scene with Torhen and Riveria? I'm sorry I had taken Mikazuchi leave off screen, but that scene just didn't fit with the rest of the things I was trying to put in this chapter. I know I'm taking liberties with Aisha, Haroheim, and the whole Ishtar killing stone situation. I hope you like where I'm taking it. For any who are confused, I'm trying to show Aisha being a bit more protective of Haroheim than in canon. I'm doing this by having her try to convince Ishtar that, since she is constantly fainting, she's not worth much as a prostitute and should just be kept around for dungeon diving, thanks to her special spell. Also, by keeping potential clients away from her unless she has no choice. Armor changes. Uka, Blade's armor without larger ringed section at the top of the pauldron. No helmet. His axe will be the one he gets from Welf in canon. Chigusa, ESO light Akaviri armor with pants. Deep red with grey trim. Her new bow is the Akaviri ruby ash bow. No helmet. Mikoto, scout armor mod but dark purple, almost black. Her new sword is Itachi with a dark purple grip. No helmet. Welf, ESO Breton style leather armor. Dark brown leather. No pauldron. No helmet. Lily, Thieves' Guild armor but without the bandolier or the larger pauldron sections. On. Top of the shoulder. Hood down. Answers to questions. On FFN. Zappy Turtle. I think their meeting was probably coincidence. BR2ND66. To be honest, I haven't fully decided what will happen to him if she uses it on him. Nice theory though. Lohith, thank you. Alacia the Ranger. It took me a bit, but I updated like you asked. Also, thank you. Spedialime. I love seeing it when someone new binges the story and leaves comments. Thank you. I'm debating on the use of bound sword spells for some people but haven't made a final decision. On AO3. More remain 2K. I'm glad to see you liked it. Big Time 12. I think Torhen totally understands revenge so he wouldn't condemn her for it. He just wants to make sure she isn't consumed by it. Writer's block is difficult to deal with. Still, I hope you enjoy the chapter. I really appreciate all your comments and reviews. They really help motivate me and kick my butt into gear to get writing. Please leave comments and reviews if you'd like. 2. Also, as an attempt to cure my writer's block, I wrote a short little story in a completely different fandom. If you like our WBY, you might be interested. It's just a short little one-shot. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 27. Torhen. Torhen removed his hood and collapsed onto a couch with a sigh. It was nearly 2 in the morning, but the entire Familia was awake, hoping to hear the results of his and Lily's investigations. While he'd made significant progress on Mikoto's request, he'd completely struck out on finding information about Apollo and time was running out. Orario was a massive city and it took time for rumors started at the bottom to make their way to the ears of the gods, but it wouldn't be long before Apollo learned that the city was judging his Familia. Torhen could only hope that Lily had better luck. In terms of the Apollo Familia, I struck out, he said, addressing the group. Did you find anything, Lily? The young Paolum nodded, excitedly. I did. She grinned. Turns out you were right. There are some in the Apollo Familia, including one of their executives, that wanted to punish Juan and his party for what they did, but they've been overruled by their captain. It's a relief to know that they aren't all bad people. Bell said from his seat next to Hestia. But how do we deal with them without hurting the innocent ones? We may not have a choice, Welf commented. I've been in the city longer than most of you, except Lily, and I've heard a lot about Apollo being kind of unpredictable. Lily was nodding along with his statement. Finn believed that he might even go so far as to declare a war game. That's not something that's done lightly though, is it? Mikoto asked. Hestia sat silent for a moment before speaking up. Apollo has always had a temper. Not to mention an overinflated ego. The mere mention of someone claiming he or his Familia made a mistake or did something wrong is likely to set him off. Hell, he was jealous and accusatory of me just because Bell is a record holder. Tried to imply that I'd cheated or something before Loki shut him up. Then perhaps we should prepare for the worst, Uka said, gravely. At best, we will be able to let the city judge them and it will be enough to force an apology, but we should be ready if they declare war. I don't want to hurt the innocent though, Chigusa muttered, quietly. Bell nodded in agreement. You'll have no choice if Apollo challenges us, Torhen sighed. Still, a war game and a true war are very different. Correct me if I'm wrong, but death in a war game is extremely rare. Hestia nodded in confirmation. If we enter a war game and win, the punishment for the losing Familia is up to us. We can make sure the innocent aren't punished too badly. That's true, Hestia said. Each godly participant names their price and the loser has to pay up. If it comes to it, we could even banish him from the city. Is that what we should do? Uka asked. It depends on what Apollo does, Hestia sighed, but it may be the only way to get him off our backs about it. He'll never offer an apology or pay reparations unless forced, and he'd never admit he or his Familia members are at fault. Then we should begin our preparations. Mikoto said. Not tonight. Bell stated from his chair. It's late and we all need some sleep. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we all head to bed? Torhen nodded. Actually, there is. While I didn't make much progress on the Apollo front, I did make progress on another matter. He turned to look at Mikoto. I found your friend. Immediately, Mikoto and the others perked up. They stared at him, eyes wide in shock. "Where is she?" Mikoto demanded. "Try to stay calm," Torhen said, soothingly. "For now, she is safe. She's a member of the Ishtar Familia, and not a willing one." The three were about to erupt in outrage, but Torhen cut them off. "Thankfully, although their captain is trying to force her to work as a prostitute, she has a protector. If what I've heard is correct, she is still innocent and hasn't been forced to do anything. Her protector, an executive named Aisha, has managed to shield her from those who would do so against her will. Unfortunately, it seems that Ishtar has plans for her. She's apparently useful in the dungeon. How? I'm not sure. She doesn't seem very strong. Thankfully, I have a few leads to follow. Best case scenario, we can just pay Ishtar to let her go. I'll gladly front the money for her release. Still, I need to find out what her plans are before we approach Ishtar. Once you know, I can arrange a meeting," Hestia said, determinedly. "We've managed to get some clout in the city, which is only growing as the rumors spread. It shouldn't be too hard to get a meeting with Ishtar. I'll continue my investigation and find out everything I can." Torhen nodded. "I'll let you know when to arrange the meeting. For now, it's late and we could all use some sleep." Naza was practically skipping through the labs as she continued her work. While this might seem out of character for the normally sleeper-sounding Cianthrope, she simply couldn't help herself. She was just too happy. With 3 new recruits, 2 of whom were already exceptionally skilled, and a steadily increasing number of orders, things were looking up for the Mayak Familia. They were even planning a recruitment drive and were scouting out locations for a new shop and familiar home. It hadn't taken long for Shizune to prove that she was every bit as skilled as she'd claimed to be. She was already getting the hang of the new potion methods and had proven to be an effective salesperson when manning the front desk. In the case of her cousin, Isai, the younger girl was taking to alchemy like a fish to water and would soon be producing lower-grade potions that were perfectly effective and sellable. As for their third new member, he joined just 1 day after Shizune and Isai. A much older human man, Nicholas Flamel was in his mid-60s and had previously been a private alchemical researcher. He'd been utterly enthralled by the stories surrounding her potions that had come out of the dungeon and resolved to learn more. The day he'd arrived, 2 of them had become locked in a remarkable discussion that lasted the better part of the day, after which Nicholas had been practically jumping at the chance to join them and learn the new systems. "Watch the heat, SEI," Nicholas said to their youngest member as Naza slipped past them and into the back rooms. Although Nicholas, at level 3, was the highest-leveled member of the Familia, he had absolutely no interest in leadership. Alchemy and research was all that mattered to him, so it was agreed that Shizune, who was level 2, would take up the position of vice-captain, behind Naza. Officially, Nicholas would be an executive in charge of research and development, but that didn't mean much when he was the only one of them dedicated solely to that pursuit. In the meantime, he'd taken over teaching SEI about alchemy while simultaneously studying and learning the new systems and recipes. This freed up Shizune to continue her own studies and help Naza with their new orders. Between the 3 of them, they were keeping up well, and SEI, who was turning out to be an alchemical prodigy, would soon be able to help fill some of the orders. There was just one other source of joy that had lit up Naza's life in the recent days, and that was the spell books currently sitting in a secure safe at the back of the labs. Torhen had graciously given them several books on healing spells that would be very helpful once they started to offer healing services alongside alchemical ones. He had, of course, offered to give them lessons in how to use the spells, but they simply hadn't had time to read them, let alone take several days off for lessons. They'd gotten swamped so quickly. Several members of the Loki Familia had come by to fill personal orders, along with dozens of individuals from other familias who had all been on the 18th floor during the incident. There had actually been a line leading out their shop door and down the street. The biggest one, though, was a massive rush order that they'd received from the Freya Familia just that morning. One of their executives had purchased a catalog and then returned the next day to place an order for their coming expedition. It was putting serious pressure on them, but the payday was just too big to pass up, not to mention the prestige that came with providing potions to the top 2 familia in Orario. Things were looking up for the Mayak Familia, and Naza couldn't be happier. Daphne. Daphne grumbled to herself as she trudged through the upper floors of the Apollo Familia. Home. Things were going downhill quickly for their Familia, and it was only going to get worse once Apollo found out what was happening. Several shops and inns in the city had begun to deny the members of the Apollo Familia entrance. Others were jacking up their prices when members tried to buy things. Nobody wanted to trust a Familia that would deliberately get fellow adventurers killed and not even punish the members who'd done it. If Apollo himself forced Luan and his party to apologize in public and pay what compensation Hestia demanded, then it would all blow over. That was never going to happen though. Daphne herself had tried to apologize despite not being involved. The day she'd first heard the rumors spreading, she and Cassandra had made their way to the Hestia Familia home to try and speak with their members. It hadn't gone well. They never even spoke to them, because she'd caught sight of Finn Daimler of all people standing in the courtyard having a friendly chat. Taking a closer look, she'd also spotted what was essentially the entire executive branch of the Loki Familia just kind of hanging out and training with the Hestia Familia. There was no way she was walking into that. So, she and Cassandra had headed home, intent on trying again another day. She tried, desperately, to convince Hyacinthos to punish Luan and his team. Make them apologize if nothing else. He just wouldn't hear it though. Said that they were members of the great Apollo Familia, and that it meant the opinions of other simply didn't matter. That Luan hadn't done anything wrong and that she was blowing the matter way out of proportion. She could swear he was getting more and more delusional by the day. Hyacinthos. She heard Apollo roar from down the hall. Muffling herself as best she could, Daphne crept closer to the sound. Peeking into the captain's office, she could see Apollo standing in front of his desk. "Yes, my lord," Hyacinthos asked, staring at Apollo in reverence. "Why am I hearing rumors about my Familia being a group of thugs?" the god demanded, petulantly. "Thugs, my lord." "Yes. Some nonsense about attempted murder on the middle floors. There was a minor incident involving the Hestia Familia, but nothing so drastic." Hyacinthos sounded outraged. Luan simply graciously allowed a group of green adventurers to do our great Familia a service. They probably didn't understand what was happening. "I can't believe such an insignificant Familia would dare spread such lies about us." "Hestia," Apollo demanded, furious. "That bitch. How dare she spread such vicious rumors? I'll have her punished for this." "As well you should, my lord." She could practically see Hyacinthos' eyes shining as he looked at Apollo. "What shall be done? Your wish is my command. I must confront Hestia. She already insulted me once at Donatus, but this. She will be punished." He stood in thought for a moment. "Hyacinthos." He backed. The fool stood up, straight, his eyes shining. "Begin preparations for a party. This needs to be made public. I will shame her for her lies with every god in Orario watching. Then I will challenge her. We'll crush her pitiful Familia, take her children, and send her back to the heavens in tears. At once, my god." Hyacinthos bowed low, his eyes burning like stars. Daphne held in a growl as she beat a hasty retreat down the corridor. This was bad. This was fucking stupid. They couldn't win this. The Hestia Familia's star was on the rise and Apollo's reputation was sinking into the mud. Not to mention the fact that they were clearly friends with the Loki Familia. This was going to end very badly for her Familia, and Daphne was having none of it. "Cassandra," she shouted to her friend, running up to her. "Come on." Daphne grabbed the poor girl and dragged her towards the door. "Daphne," Cassandra asked, "what's going on?" "Apollo and Hyacinthos have gone off the deep end," she whispered. "We're going to warn the Hestia Familia. If nothing else, we can avoid the fallout." "But what if the Loki Familia is there again?" Daphne paused, then shook her head. "Doesn't matter. The Hestia Familia need to be warned. And I don't want either of us caught up in their retaliation." Torhen smiled to himself as Tyon led him through Twilight Manor towards Finn's office. He was here for a very special delivery. Aside from his eventful evening the night before, during the last couple days, while Tsubaki was working on Gareth's armor, Torhen had been hard at work making Finn and Reveria's new gear. Reveria herself had come by to drop off the special cloth she wanted used, as well as the magic stones needed for enchanting them. Reveria's new robes were based off of some robe designs his colleagues had developed while he was Archmage at Winterhold, but with a personal twist. Keeping to her personal preference of green, Torhen had made her a set of green master robes with intricate floral pattern and simple brown clothes underneath, though she did have gloves and a set of leather braces for her forearms. On top of this was a yellow sash and a new white cloak similar to the one the High Elf had worn before. The last addition was the small, wand-like staff of chain lightning that she had requested. So far, none of the other executives had approached him to discuss his enchanting services. But considering he would be charging them, it was possible they were trying to save money. With the dungeon still closed, they didn't really have a way to make personal money to pay for his services. The whole Familia had gotten quite the windfall following their successful expedition, but his services wouldn't come cheap. Even with a discount, they likely didn't want to spend that much without a way to make it back in the dungeon. Torhen had decided to donate a third of his total earnings in smithing, enchanting, and any other ventures to the Familia's funds and had, with the advice of Tsubaki, decided on the pricing for his services. She was far more experienced in the smithing world of Orario than he and had a much better idea of how much money his services should command than he did. Essentially, the price would go up depending on how much Torhen himself had to procure to complete the process. For just enchanting services, if a client just brought him a weapon or armor set, then the price would go up since Torhen or his Familia members would have to procure the needed magic stones. If the client brought the stones with them, then the price would go down. Same with smithing. The price would go down depending on how many of the materials needed were provided by the client themselves. That was how smithing transactions in Orario typically worked for higher-level adventurers. The smiths were rarely combat-focused enough to procure their own materials from the lower levels, so their clients were expected to bring them what drops they wanted used for their gear. If they couldn't get what they wanted used personally, and the smith had to buy or trade for it, then the client had to pay extra. This was actually what Finn and Reveria had done. Although he wasn't charging them this time, they had still provided him with all of the essential materials he needed to complete their gear, including the crystal needed for the enchantment. Reveria had extra cloth around for when she needed to repair or remake her own clothes, and Finn had claimed some high-quality monster leather from the expedition drops to be turned into his new armor. Tsubaki was still putting the finishing touches on Gareth's armor, which would then go to Torhen for enchanting. As a special favor to the three of them, Torhen had made them near exact copies of his own enchanted ring gloves, essentially providing them with every resistance he could come up with. The rest of their gear was enchanted to their own personal combat styles. Reveria's focused on enhancing her existing Magicka pool, replenishing her Magicka faster, and amplifying her spellcasting with different types of magic. Gareth's would be a combination of fortify and regenerate stamina, with a bit of health regeneration and fortify heavy armor mixed in to keep him on his feet as long as possible in any fight. Combined with the resistance gloves, Gareth would become an unstoppable tank. When fully kitted out, Finn's was more of a mix, having stamina, health, and light armor. Enchantments. Neither of their weapons had been enchanted yet, since neither could quite decide on what they wanted their weapon enchantments to do. Torhen smiled as he stepped into Finn's office, Tyon shutting the door behind him. The Paolum was sitting behind his desk, with Reveria and Gareth on the couches in front of it. They looked to be going over reports of some kind, but perked up when he entered the room. Torhen, Gareth exclaimed, happily. What brings you by? Not much, Torhen grinned, slyly. Just a special delivery for your colleagues. Finn perked up, his eyes shining. It's ready. Torhen set his pack on the ground, smirking, and pulled the new gear out of it. Finn and Reveria perked up, grinning excitedly as they looked over their new clothes and armor. Gareth harumphed from his seat, looking slightly jealous that he didn't have any new gear. Yet. This is beautiful, Reveria whispered, softly as she ran her hand across the pattern on her robes. It's also strong, Torhen said. They are already fully enchanted and ready for you to use. You just need to try them on, to make sure it all fits. Any word on when mine will be ready? Gareth asked. Torhen nodded. Tsubaki told me she's putting the finishing touches on it, so I should get it within the next day or two. The day after that, you'll have your armor. You still need to make a decision on your weapon enchantment, though. Finn too. It's a difficult decision, Finn admitted. He was still marveling at his armor, grinning. Happily, Riveria quietly slipped out of the room, likely to try on her new robes. You really have so many different options and combinations, it's hard to make just one choice. True, Gareth grinned. I've come up with so many different ideas and combinations I want to try that I just can't make a choice. Torhen just laughed and sat down. Well, you'll have to decide some time. It took me ages to decide what I wanted for my sword, so I understand, but you'll need to make a decision. Before your next expedition at least. That's likely to be quite some time from now, Gareth said as Finn too slipped into another room to try on his armor. We made a huge profit from the last expedition, but it also took quite the toll on us. Everyone wants to do some serious training before we head back down. Hopefully, we can make it even further next time. I hope so. Who knows, I might even be able to come with you. Torhen joked, happily. They were both interrupted by the door opening as Riveria stepped back into the room. They were all silent for a moment as they took her in. She looked absolutely stunning. How does it look? Riveria asked. Beautiful, Torhen replied, honestly, likely imagining the faint hint of red on her cheeks. I gotta admit, he's right. Gareth said. You look good. She does indeed, Finn added as he stepped back in, clad in his new armor. I have to say, I rather like how my new armor looks too. And the enchantments? Torhen asked. Can you feel them taking effect? I think so, Finn said, thoughtfully. I do feel like I have more energy, but I don't think I'll really feel a difference until I do some fighting in it. Well, don't do it just yet, Gareth demanded with a smile. I want to spar with you once. We're both fully decked out in enchanted armor. All right, Finn smiled back. I won't do any sparring in it till you get yours. Thank you for doing this, Torhen Riveria said. We really do appreciate it. No problem, he replied, tightening his head in acknowledgement. It's only free this time. Though, anything new or any repairs needed, and I'll have to charge you. Sabaki's been helping me figure out the pricing. Let me guess, she's telling you to charge an arm and both legs for it. Gareth grinned. No, Tioran said, but let's just say your other members will be grateful for the discount. We agreed to when they start looking at what I can offer. Well, here's hoping we don't need our gear replaced anytime soon, Finn commented with a smile. How are your new members settling in? Torhen spent the next hour or so just talking with his new friends. He'd truly missed just getting to sit around and shoot the shit with people he truly considered his friends. It reminded him of the more relaxing days he'd spent in Bree's home. Evenings spent around the table, chatting with whoever had come by for dinner, chatting with Ela and Vilkas while Farkas played with the kids by the fire, or having a casual discussion on the finer points of alchemy with Muri and Valerica that was occasionally interrupted by the sounds of Serana teaching Sophie how to blow things up outside and Eric showing Lucia the best way to bash a man's head in, likely trying to flirt with Serana at the same time and failing miserably. All in all, Torhen was a happy man. Daphne pulled Cassandra along as they neared the home of the Hestia Familia. It had been easy to just leave the manor and walk out into the streets. Pretty much everybody knew that. Daphne hated being a member of the Apollo Familia and would often storm out in a huff, usually dragging Cassandra along behind her. Still, this time was different. She was quite literally about to betray the god she was sword to. Now, she was not a willing member of his Familia by any stretch of the imagination. Daphne had been happy as a member of a completely different Familia when she caught Apollo's attention. He then proceeded to pressure and bully her previous god until he'd folded like a house of cards and basically sold every one of his members to Apollo and left the city. Naturally, Daphne was upset about this development. Sure, she'd had some great opportunities and Apollo wasn't cruel by any means, but that didn't mean she wasn't bitter or that she didn't despise the egomaniac. Neither she nor Cassandra had wanted to convert and yet they'd been given no choice. All right, Cassandra, Daphne said as they stopped near the gate. I know this isn't a great situation, but we need to look after each other. What are we going to tell them? She asked, timidly. The truth, Daphne replied with a sigh. I know this is technically betraying Apollo, but I just can't be part of his madness anymore. Not to mention Hyacinthos is getting more delusional by the day. I want out and I refuse to leave you alone. Daphne, Cassandra said, softly. Seems there's quite the story here, a voice said from behind them, her heart in her throat. Daphne whirled around. Standing behind them was a large man, older, with graying hair but very, very strong-looking. It was the man Daphne had seen speaking to Finn Daimler as, though they were old friends. We're dead, Daphne thought. Torhen. Torhen stared down at the girls in front of him. One had red hair with striking yellow eyes, while the other had long blue hair and eyes. They were both wearing the uniform of the Apollo Familia, but Torhen was withholding judgment about that, given the conversation they were having. It seemed they were very unhappy with the way things were run if they were willing to betray a god, given the fact that they were seemingly intending to speak with the Hestia Familia. It likely had something to do with the past parade incident. The two girls were staring at him, nervously as he spoke again. Why don't the two of you come inside? It seems you've something you need to talk about. Silently they followed him, eyes darting nervously around. As they passed into the entrance hall, Torhen called out to Lily, who was coming out of the cellar, asking her to gather everyone in the conference room. It wasn't long before the entire Familia was gathered in the conference room, staring at the two girls from the Apollo Familia, who were both fidgeting nervously. So, Hestia said to them, what was it you wanted to speak to us about? Chapter end notes. AON, there we go. A bit of a short one this time, I know, but next chapter we'll see a few things. I'm thinking we might see a bit of Hermes and maybe some progress on the Haraheim front. Not to mention Daphne and Cassandra talking to the Hestia Familia. What do you think of Reveria and Finn's new gear? What about the enchantments for them and Gareth? Any suggestions for their weapon enchantments? Reveria's new gear is the Alteration Master armor from the Opulent Outfits mod, and Finn's is Mary's armor from Return of the King but with boots, no cloak, and none of the Rohirric regalia. Do you want me to somehow post pictures of the armor? I'm fairly certain I can do that. On AO3. Does anybody know if Daphne and Cassandra belong to different gods before Apollo? Which ones? I couldn't really find that information. What do you think Dien Sect's response to the growth of the Mayak Familia might be? Both Shizun and Nicholas Flamel were suggested a while ago by Blackhorse8986. Thank you for the suggestions. Answers to questions. On FFN. Surleybag. I think I addressed it briefly in a question response a while back, but if it can come up in the story, I'll write in what happened to Serana. Zappy Turtle. Nightingale armor isn't a Daedric artifact, so it doesn't really count. Mystic Mauler. Eric is indeed Eric the Slayer. I love the idea of giving him control of the Blades. Dragon Slayer is definitely a good title for the head of the Blades, don't you? Agree. Walkman Apretis Wordsmith. Not sure if I want to have Aisha join Hestia or Loki. Kinda jumping between them a bit. On AO3. Magnus Red. My guess is that Akatosh probably told him about it. Sadly, Parthernax won't show up in the story except in potential flashbacks. Roe King of Shadow. I don't think I'll be giving anybody shouts except maybe one. And not necessarily to Belle. The idea for one is kind of rattling around my head but nowhere near definitive. Chapter 28. Chapter notes. AON, what's this? Another update so soon? Well, a cure for writer's block, having time on my hands, and not having any games I really want to play means I get to do some writing. Still, updating this quickly is getting harder than it was when I started. I have no clue when the next one will come out. Could be later this week or considerably longer. No more than a month though. I spent a lot of time outlining what's coming, so I've got a decent amount already written down. Speaking of my cure for writer's block, if you missed it last chapter, I posted a short little one-shot story in the RWBY fandom for any of those who are interested. It was just a way to step back from this story and do something else. This one is a bit shorter, only around 5k, but considering what I'm building to and that I posted one yesterday, I'm okay with it. The next one should be interesting. I love seeing all your comments and reviews, and I really hope you'll keep them coming. They really help motivate me. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 28. Daphne. Daphne struggled not to fidget under the stares of the members of the Hestia Familia. They'd been caught just outside their home by a large, older man who just so happened to be friends with the captain of the Loki Familia. Now they were sitting here under the eyes of a Familia that their own god, Apollo, was planning on declaring war against. Now, considering that they were there to warn the Hestia Familia, She wasn't as nervous as she might have been. Still, as the short goddess Hestia stared at them, with the larger man and the rabbit foot to either side, Daphne could only swallow, nervously. So, the goddess asked, "What was it you wanted to speak to us about?" Daphne tried to swallow the lump in her throat as she began to speak, glancing at Cassandra, who was sitting nervously beside her. "My name is Daphne. This is Cassandra and we're wanted to warn you about what Apollo is planning." "Oh." Goddess Hestia raised an eyebrow. Daphne decided it was probably best to just get it all out at once. "Earlier today, I was passing the office of the captain and overheard him and Apollo talking. Apollo caught wind of the rumors that have started circulating about us and what our members did to you." "You mean when they paraded us?" the red-headed man sitting to the right asked, angrily. Daphne nodded before looking down, ashamed. "I was the first person to seal one after they got back. When he told me what they'd done, I smacked the little bastard, but Hyacinthos, our captain, stopped me from punishing them." She looked up, pleadingly. "Please, you've got to believe me. I've tried all week to get him to punish Luan and his party, or at least make them apologize, but the captain is insane. He's convinced that the Apollo Familia is the best in the city and that we can do whatever we want just because we're part of it. Once Apollo got wind of the rumors going around the city, it only got worse." Goddess Hestia glanced at the two people sitting on either side of her before speaking. "What has Apollo done?" she asked. Daphne sighed. "He plans to invite all the gods in the city to a party, at which he intends to publicly confront you and force you to admit to your lies. He's likely to try and demand you compensate him for the effort too." "What kind of compensation?" the rabbit-foot asked. "Probably handing over several of your members," Daphne admitted. Judging by the looks of outrage they were now sporting, the members of the Hestia Familia were not too fond of that idea. "He doesn't expect you to actually do it," she pressed on. "He probably intends to use your refusal as a pretext to declare a war game. He's already planning on making the challenge, but that's the most likely way he'll do it." "That does fit with his personality," Goddess Hestia mused. "It also fits with what information we've gathered," the man who'd caught them said. The rabbit-foot looked at them for a moment, before speaking. "Why are you telling us this? You do realize you're essentially betraying your god." Daphne almost spat in disgust. "Some god. We were both forcibly conscripted by him after he ran our old familiars out of the city. He's not cruel to us, but we weren't exactly given a choice to join." She sighed and set her hand on top of Cassandra's, who squeezed it tightly. "Apollo is beyond obsessed with himself and extremely possessive of those who are sworn to him. The captain is almost worse. If you were to ask him, Hyacinthos would likely tell you that Apollo is the only true god and that all the others are just pale imitations of Apollo. Both of us have wanted out for a long time and we know our familia can't win this fight, so we just thought you needed to know what was happening." "How do you know?" the large man asked. "How do you know we'll win?" Daphne scoffed. "Are you kidding? With all the rumors going around about your familia, you'll have the whole city on your side. Not to mention the fact that when we tried coming by before, you were clearly having very a friendly chat with the entire leadership of the Loki Familia. I just don't want Cassandra or myself caught up in the aftermath when we lose." She leaned back. "Don't get me wrong, we both love being adventurers, we just want to be part of a familia we chose. Not one we were conscripted into that's run by an egomaniacal god and a delusional madman." The entire Hestia Familia was silent in contemplation, watching them. Daphne began to fidget in her seat again as the silence continued. Finally, the Paolum girl spoke up. "Are they telling the truth, Goddess Hestia?" she asked. The goddess nodded. "They are." She smiled at them. "Thank you for telling us this. I know it can't have been easy. As thanks, I swear to you that we will do our utmost to keep the two of you away from any backlash or punishment once it's all over. We will help you find a new familiar as well, if that's what you wish." Daphne felt as though a giant weight had been lifted off her shoulders, but before she could speak, Cassandra started talking. "Could we join your familia, goddess?" she blurted out. Daphne's own shocked exclamation was mixed with the shouts of surprise coming from the members of the Hestia Familia. The goddess herself was smiling, while the large man's eyebrows had disappeared into his hair. "Cassandra, what are you talking about?" Daphne demanded. "Please, Daphne, I I had a dream about this last night. The two of us were sitting happily in front of a hearth, watching as the sun went down. Oh, not this again, Daphne sighed in exasperation. For just a moment, she'd forgotten their audience. You don't have prophetic dreams, Cassandra. I'll admit, it's a very nice dream, but we watch sunsets all the time. It's not prophetic. What's this, now? The large man asked. Daphne sighed. Cassandra is convinced that she has prophetic dreams. I'll admit some of them have seemed vaguely accurate, but only after the facts. Most are complete nonsense. Prophecies are rarely straightforward. The man said, causing Cassandra to perk up. Prophetic dreams rarely make sense until the prophecy has come true. They need deep interpretation to be understood. You really believe in prophecy? Daphne asked him skeptically. The man nodded. I was the direct subject of one and involved in several others. Prophecy exists, but it is rarely so straightforward. Cassandra's eyes were shining as she looked at him, overjoyed that someone finally believed. Daphne could admit that some of Cassandra's dreams were weirdly accurate, and this sounded like a nice one, but still, she wasn't sure prophecy really existed. As to your joining us, the man said, I have no personal objection, but this is not a decision. For me. I have no objection. The rabbit-foot said. They are clearly unhappy with their current Familia, and they are risking themselves to warn us. I think that means we should give them a chance. Anybody who punches out that bastard, one is welcome in my book. The redhead added. Agreed. The Paolum spoke up, with the others quickly piling on. Finally, the goddess spoke. It would seem my Familia has no objections to your joining us. But, unlike Apollo, joining us is entirely voluntary. We will gladly accept you, Cassandra, but your friend joining us is entirely up to her. Cassandra turned to look at Daphne, her eyes pleading. She sighed. I've never even considered where we might go if we somehow got free of Apollo, Daphne admitted. But I don't want to leave Cassandra. The blue-haired girl's eyes began to shine. If she joins I will too. If you'll have me. We would be thrilled to accept you both. Goddess Hestia smiled, drawing a smile out of Daphne too. Sadly, it didn't last long. You do know that we will have to fight against you, right? She said, causing Cassandra to droop, sadly. Why? One of the others asked. A taller man, around Daphne's age with a strong build and short, dark hair. Could you not hide out until the fighting is done? Daphne shook her head. Apollo is beyond possessive. The few times members have tried to hide or run, he's sent the entire Familia to hunt them down. Failing to catch the runaways is punished almost as harshly as trying to run. We won't be able to evade them, and it would look really suspicious if we just suddenly disappeared. She's right, the large man said. Anything suspicious could force Apollo to change his tactics or strategy. Right now, we know what his plans are. The second he gets wind of a sudden change, he'll switch up his tactics and we'll be in the dark. I'm not overly worried, but we should not underestimate him. Besides, Cassandra spoke up, timidly. If we stay, we could continue to pass you information about Apollo's plans. That's true. Daphne glanced at her, impressed. It would make it easier to win. It won't be easy though. We have over 100 members, many of which are level 2. The captain is level 3. Depending on the type of war game, it could get difficult. Why are you laughing? The members of the Hestia Familia had all started to chuckle as she spoke. Daphne glanced at Cassandra, confused. Allow me to introduce myself. The large man said. My name is Torhen. I am the semi-retired mentor of the Hestia Familia and I am level 10. Cassandra squeaked and Daphne's heart stopped. 10. Her mind thought, blankly. You're joking. Her jaw was on the floor. I am not, he declared, seriously. I have already sworn to come out of retirement if we are challenged. Still, he glanced at the other members. Perhaps I would be better served as a distraction. Belle is nearly ready for a rank up and fighting a level 3 might just be the push he needs. Don't take all the fight out of it. The redhead demanded, while the dark-haired man nodded. Along. We want to get a good fight out of this too. Don't get too excited, the girl with the ponytail said. We don't even know what kind of wargame it might be. They can be almost anything. True. Goddess Hestia said. Monster hunting challenges, one-on-one duels, naval battles. Loki even told me about one that was a pie-eating contest. The type of game is determined by random draw after the challenge is made. Neither the challenger nor the challenged has any say in it. She glanced at Torhen. You should hold off coming out of retirement until the last possible second. After all, you may not be needed. Fair enough, he conceded. The rabbit-foot glanced at Daphne and Cassandra. Thank you for coming to us with this. I promise that we will do our best to keep you out of the crossfire. Still, no matter what happens, your place with us after the war game is guaranteed. He smiled. I look forward to having you join us. Daphne couldn't help but return his smile. Bell. With Daphne and Cassandra having left, the Familia returned to the conference room to have a more private discussion about what to do. What do you think we should do, Goddess? He asked Goddess Hestia. Well, I am definitely going to that party. She replied. It's like Torhen said. We can't counter his plan if we just continually disrupt it. He's expecting me to show up and be confronted, so that's exactly what I'll do. He won't realize that he's made a mistake until it's almost over. We could still turn things on him. Torhen added. Make him seem like a petty aggressor, rather than an aggrieved victim of slander. Goddess Loki did say she could run interference for us, Lily spoke up. Not to mention that Lady Wallenstein could at least vouch for finding us after we hit the 18th floor. We were pretty badly banged up, Welf admitted. We just don't need to tell anyone that our injuries were caused by Goliath rather than the pass parade. To be fair, Bell said, we were all pretty hurt after the pass parade too. If it wasn't for our potions, we wouldn't have made it. We should inform Goddess Loki about what has happened here, Mikoto joined in. If she is to help us defend ourselves, she needs to know ahead of time. Lord Myak too, Chigusa added. He was our first ally and will likely be there. He should be informed as well. All right, here's what we'll do, Bell said, his mind racing. Mr. Torhen, you're the closest to the Loki Familia, so you should probably be the one to tell them. I need to speak to Naza about an order anyway, so I'll let her and Lord Myak know while I do. The rest of us should just keep quiet and train. Welf, he glanced at his friend. Just in case this involves a lot of fighting, you should probably speed up production on everyone's armor. You got it, Captain. Welf smirked. Bell could feel himself turning a bit red in embarrassment, totally missing the proud smile Torhen was giving him. Torhen stealthily made his way into the home of the Hummies Familia, easily evading the guild official posted outside. He'd made a brief stop at Twilight Manor to fill in Loki and the others about Apollo, but now he was trying to make progress on unraveling the mystery Aisha of the Ishtar Familia had given him. Whatever KS meant, Hummies had the answer, and that would let them figure out Ishtar's plan. Torhen also had plans to free Aisha from her mind control, but that would have to wait a little while longer. He slipped into the god's study, not all that surprised when Hermes turned around to face him. He was a god of thieves after all. Torhen, Hermes said, happily. What brings you here? I wasn't sure you'd want to see me after that fiasco on the 18th floor. He sounded genuinely remorseful about that. You turned yourself in and accepted your punishment. Torhen admitted. I may not like your actions or their unintended consequences, but I can respect that you kept your word and took the blame. Well, I must say, that is a weight off my shoulders. Hummies smiled. That can't be why. You're here though. I am an information broker after all. What are you looking for? Torhen leaned up against the god's desk, looking down at him. I had an interesting encounter the other day, he said. One that led me to you with a single name and a pair of initials. I was led to believe you'd know what they mean. Oh, how intriguing. Ishtau and the initials KS. Torhen said. Mean anything to you? Hermes' eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he started to sweat. Now, you have to understand, I sometimes deal in less than legal items and information. Even so, I was very reluctant to procure this particular item. Speak plainly, Hermes. Torhen demanded. The god sighed, dejectedly. KS stands for Killing Stone. It's an object used to house the soul of a Renard, enabling anyone who holds even a small piece of it to wield an extremely powerful magic, unique to that race. Torhen glared at him. That sounds like an extremely dark item. Why would you hand that over to anyone? You have to believe me. Hermes was frantic. I didn't know Ishtar already had a Renard. Until after I'd delivered it. I thought I'd have time to get information and hopefully stop her. She already has it. Torhen demanded, alarmed. Not anymore. Hummies stammered. One of her executives smashed it. Belka, something like that. Belka. She's the one that led me to you. Torhen sighed. The Renard is an old friend of our members from the Far East. Ishtar approached me not too long ago about procuring another one, but, with me being on house arrest and all, I haven't exactly been able to procure it. Not that I would. Hummies declared frantically as Torhen glared at him. Will Ishtar sell the girl? If Ishtar's plans were stalled, perhaps they could get her away. Easily. It wasn't as though Torhen couldn't spare the money. Hummies put a hand on his chin. It's possible, he admitted, but not for anything less than a huge sum. Millions of Valis. Even then, it's highly unlikely that she'd just stop. She'd find a way to get another killing stone and a Renard, no matter what it takes. What does she need them for? If I had to guess, Hermes paused. War with Freya. Freya looked down at the invitation in her hand. It seemed Apollo was having a party later in the week. An odd decision, given the rumors circulating about his Familia and the damage that was being done to his reputation. Perhaps he was planning to make some kind of spectacle. In the end, it mattered little to her. She might get the opportunity to get a little closer to Hestia, but there truly was no controlling Apollo. He was so obsessed with himself that he was oddly difficult to charm. Not that she could charm gods in quite the same way she did mortals. Still, she had more important things to worry about at the moment. The dungeon would be reopening soon and her Familia was nearly ready to depart. They would set off on an expedition the very day the dungeon reopened and hopefully not return until they'd killed some truly impressive monsters. She'd already confirmed that the Loki Familia had managed to avoid Bela, which would give her dear Otter the chance to kill it, level up, and regain some confidence. He really wasn't the same after his encounter with Torhen. Not that she could blame him. Still, the balance of power had been disrupted and her Familia had been given strict instructions to do whatever it took, save for killing themselves, to see it righted. Torhen stood silently in an abandoned building, waiting as the sun went down. After he'd left Hermes, Torhen had snuck into the home of the Ishtar Familia and invisibly slipped a note into Aisha Belka's hand. She had, of course, been startled but managed to play it off well enough. Bell and company were having dinner at the hostess, while Hestia was having a private get-together with Mayak to discuss a few things. This gave him the perfect opportunity to slip away alone and meet with young Heraheim's protector. He'd done a great deal of research when first arriving in the city, wanting to know about the different cultures and races he would encounter. Thanks to this, he had learned a decent amount about the Amazons and their culture. Fascinating, but not for the faint of heart. Still, at the very least he knew she was honorable. If her defense of the young Renard was anything to go by, he'd been utterly furious when Hermes had explained just what a killing stone was, but now that he knew Ishtar's plan, he needed to hurry. Getting the girl out before Ishtar murdered her was a priority. Thus, the reason for meeting with Aisha, clearing her of Ishtar's mind control would go a long way to helping him figure out what needed to be done. It wasn't long before she came walking into the building. It was an abandoned warehouse far from the entertainment district and mostly isolated from everything else. Private enough that he could use the clear mind shout without being caught. Aisha's revealing clothes reminded him of some of the forsworn he'd encountered, though even they had worn more clothes than she did. I'm here, Aisha declared from the door. Torhen dropped down from the rafters. Thank you for meeting me, he said, simply. Your note said you had a plan. She certainly wasn't beating around the bush. Very sneaky. By the way, slipping it into my hand. What have you got in mind? First things first, he drew his hood back. My name is Torhen. I am a member of the Hestia Familia and we wish to free Heraheim from Ishtar and offer her a place among our ranks. She has friends there who are desperately worried about her. She's mentioned the ones you told me about before. Asa admitted. I haven't said anything to her yet. Don't want to get her hopes up. What do you want with me, though? Thanks to Ishtar, she spat the name. I can't do anything that might disrupt her plans. That is why I wanted to meet with you so far away, Torhen told her. I believe I can break her hold on you. The Amazon's eyes went wide. You're serious? You can reverse godly charms. The technique was enough to cure Soma of the built-up side effects of drinking his own perfected wine for decades. Aisha grinned ferally at him. What do I have to do? Just stand there, Torhen said, before breathing in deep. Hajirefiam, the shout rippled across the room, colliding with Aisha, who stumbled back and almost lost her footing. She swayed on the spot, her hand going to her head, as though she was in pain. Then, she seemed to straighten herself, blinking. I can't feel the charm anymore. Try telling me something that it would have stopped you from saying. Torhen told her. Ishtar plans to murder Haroheim with a killing stone and then shatter it so that she can go to war with Freya and actually have a chance at winning. With each word that came out of her mouth, Aisha's grin grew wider. Looks like it worked, Torhen said, satisfied. Yes, it did. She was eyeing him hungrily before turning serious. What's your plan? We are willing to buy Haroheim's freedom, Torhen explained. I do not like the idea of letting Ishtar try again later with someone else, but for now we need to get the girl out of harm's way. She's safe enough, from death at least, since Ishtar can't get her hands on a new stone. Hermes mentioned you smashed the other one. She nodded. I did. It's what got me charmed, along with other punishments. She shuddered. Still, it's going to cost a lot for Ishtar to let her go. How much can you pay? Handing over a few million will be easy enough. Then you just might have a shot at it. She smiled. It'll be a lot probably enough to buy herself another Renord and a killing stone. Not to mention the fact that you'll need to be very convincing. Hestia will arrange a meeting as soon as possible to determine her price at the very least. Then we will hand over the money. Can you keep her safe until then? Torhen asked. Aisha nodded. She'll be even safer now that you've freed me. I do need to thank you for that. She leered lecherously at him. Torhen chuckled. I think not. She was extremely attractive, but his days of going after any pretty girl who was interested were long behind him. Having a real connection was far more important. You should probably tell Haroheim about what's happening. She'll need to. No. Aisha nodded, a little disappointed. I will. She nodded. You might want to tell her just what you've done to protect her. He added. If it were me, I'd want to know what you'd done. Aisha stood silent for a moment. I'll think about it, she said, quietly. Bell. Despite all the looming issues and potential war game, Bell was having a wonderful time. He and the rest of his familia, sans Hestia and Torhen, were having dinner at the hostess, and having a grand time. It really was shocking just how much the familia had grown in so short a time. It might grow even bigger soon enough, given their plans for a recruitment drive. After the issues with Apollo and Makoto's friend were dealt with, they'd already come up with a decent enough plan for the drive, including several tests of skill and potential, not to mention a direct meeting with Goddess Hestia to make sure that everyone who joined them was genuine. They didn't want to accept someone who was only in it for themselves or would backstab their other members, especially if Torhen's status got out before they started recruitment. Bell himself had gone by Naza's shop to meet her new members and put in an order earlier that day. While there, he'd warned them about the coming conflict with Apollo. It was strange having that kind of responsibility. He was in charge of making sure everything in the Familia ran smoothly. Sure, Lily, Goddess Hestia, and Torhen helped him with that, but he was still the leader. It was a weird feeling. He'd spent part of that morning doing paperwork of all things. Now he was just having a lovely meal in a tavern surrounded by his new friends, with a few others like Syr and Ms. Ryu coming by to say hello when they had a chance. The conversation ranged all over the place, from discussing their training to Makoto and Uka, telling stories about the hijinks they got up to back in the Far East. They were having a great time, until the door swung open. Striding in as though he owned the place was a tall man with brown hair, wearing the uniform of the Apollo Familia, who seemed to turn his nose up at everything that caught his eye, especially when he caught sight of Bell and his party. The man moved to take a step further inside, but his path was blocked by Mia herself. You ain't welcome here. She grunted, angrily. Excuse me. The man sneered. I heard all about you Apollo people. Parading, using other adventurers as bait, not even apologizing for it afterwards. I don't want people like that in my place. How dare you? He growled. You would deny me, the captain of the great Apollo Familia, entry solely because of the baseless accusations of a little harlot of a goddess and her worthless, weak Familia. Bell nearly shot out of his chair, old held down by the lessons. Torhen had given him and a sharp glare from Lily across the table. Keep calm, Welf muttered from his right. Hestia, the worthless little twit is doing nothing but spreading lies about my Familia and our glorious god. Look. The man gestured wildly towards Bell's table. Our own members. Won't even say a word to refute me. This time, Bell couldn't stop himself, but he was strategic about it. He stood calmly, with a neutral expression. He spoke softly, but let his words carry through the air. I do not appreciate your comments about my goddess, but we have no quarrel with you, nor with Lord Apollo. The rest of the customers were watching with rapt attention. We hold no grudge, nor do we blame you as captain for the actions of your subordinates. I would be happy to explain our side of the story, if you are willing to listen. We have not tried to start rumors, simply explain to our friends what happened to us that day. Neither you, nor Lord Apollo are in any way at fault, and all we truly wish for is an apology from those who harmed us. The Apollo Familia did nothing wrong, the man shouted, spittle almost flying from his mouth. You and your filthy whore of a goddess are spreading lies. The crowd was clearly on Bell's side. They'd listened to his quiet, measured explanation. His deference to Apollo's position and understanding about the captain not being involved. Then, they compared it with the anger and vitriol coming out of Hyacinthos' mouth and could clearly see which of the two was being more reasonable. Get out, Mia demanded, taking a step forward, with one final scoff and a glare at Bell. Hyacinthos stormed out of the restaurant. You handled that well, Mikoto said as Bell sat back down. Nice going, Captain Welf smirked from his seat. It seemed as though he was trying to start a fight. Uka commented. He probably was, Bell replied. If I'd responded on his level, a fight probably would have broken out and Apollo would have reason to call us liars and aggressors. It's a good thing Mia blocked the door, Lily chimed in. I think I saw one just behind him outside. Yeah, I'm not sure I could keep my cool if that little shit walked in here. Welf grunted. Thankfully, he didn't, Bell said. We should probably let Goddess Hestia know about what happened though. Torhen. Everyone was gathered in the lounge the morning after his meeting with Aisha to discuss the events of the day before though. This time they were joined by Finn, Loki, Myak, and Naza, who had all come by to discuss Apollo's party, given the fact that they had received invitations, and how to handle things based on Daphne and Cassandra's information. It says here that we're supposed to bring a member of our Familia with us, Myak said, confused as he read his invitation. He'll probably try and use that as a way to provoke Hestia. Torhen said, taking your captain with you just makes sense, and he could try and use Bell to provoke Hestia. Then I shouldn't go. Bell responded. No, you definitely should. Finn told him. If you go and keep your cool, then it will take the wind out of Apollo's sails even more. From what you've told us about last night, his likely trying to make you seem like the irrational one. You handled yourself well then, aided by Mia keeping one outside, but you'll need to do even better. I'll probably bring Ais along, Loki mused. If push comes to shove, she's the first person who saw your group after the past parade. She could help vouch for you, and I know she'd do it. Good idea. Finn smiled. I didn't want to go anyway. Loki stuck her tongue out at him. Still, about the confrontation. Loki continued. I can back you up about the past parade and all that, but if it comes to a direct challenge, my hands are tied. Apollo will never agree to me helping you, and it would look really weird if I tried. Nobody's supposed to know about our alliance yet. I'll have to play it so it looks more like I'm messing with Apollo than siding with Hestia. I'm afraid there isn't much I can do to help. Myak admitted, sadly. I can refuse to sell any potions to them, but that's pretty much it. None of my members are fighters, so I won't be able to help in a combat scenario, but we can do plenty on the logistical side of things. We want Apollo to see us as weak, Torhen said. In the grand scheme of things, to most of the city, the Hestia Familia is far weaker than Apollo's. That underdog status will help in making sure Apollo is seen in the worst light possible. He'll look like a petty aggressor. rather than the injured party, like Bell did to Hyacinthos last night. The boy blushed as Torhen nodded in his direction. Once we know what kind of war game we are facing, we can really start planning. Still, the party isn't for another few days, so we don't need to concern ourselves with it too heavily. Now, Hestia said. True, Torhen agreed. Besides, in the interim, we have other things to worry about. Chapter end notes. AON, there we go. What did you all think of it? Things might be moving a little faster now, but that's because I'm excited to move forward. Any guesses on how things will go with Ishtar? Should Aisha join Loki, Hermes, or Hestia? I do still welcome suggestions or guesses on what type of war game we'll see. I'm leaning towards a siege, but that's just because I've got a couple scenes in my head. That'll be fun to do in that setting. I'm very open to suggestions. What about Dien Sect? Any ideas? Answers to questions. On FFN. Christam, I really do love your comments. I know I don't always go the way you guess, but reading them has given me several ideas, some of which I've already used. Nephilim 015, your demand has been answered. Celeste, I do think the timeline got away from me a little, but I wasn't all that worried about it. The whole 2 months thing was because Hestia didn't want to invite Loki over until the house was finished. Hearthfire Hall was finished a bit early, and I think you could safely say their interactions with the Loki Familia really pushed things along a bit faster for that. Plus, I did say at the start that I would be messing with the timeline. Some things will happen faster than canon, some slower. Bell leveled up while the Loki Familia was on their expedition, so it was at most 2 weeks between him leveling up and the 18th floor. So, I guess by this point he's been level 2 for 3.5 weeks. I'll go back and take a look at things though, just to see what I should change to make it fit a bit better. Swift Calliston, I'm not sure how you could have read it before. It didn't exist before. Yesterday. Weird. Fransky, Mayui strikes me more as a Dien Sect kind of character. Maybe I'll include him there. Not sure. On AO3. KSC_UU, I'll probably add the images in the next chapter. Maybe the one after it. Thanks. Hearthfire. Chapter notes. AON, here we go. Sorry it took so long. Things are not great on my end. I'm writing this on a laptop because my desktop decided that its hard drive wanted to die. Still, I managed to save the data I needed, and it should be repaired soon enough. Until then, I should be able to keep writing, though I have no idea when the next one will be out. I've been sticking around 5k word counts for the last few chapters, and they feel much more comfortable to write than the longer ones, so I'm going to stick around there for the foreseeable future, unless I just get on a roll or there's just so much I need to put in one chapter. It's just a much easier length to manage than some of the 8 to 10k chapters I've put out. I want to thank Celeste for bringing a timeline error to my attention. I think I've got everything corrected now. For those who were curious, I had said Loki waited the full 2 months when it was only about 40 days. I've gone back and corrected that now. If the changes aren't there for some reason, please let me know. I love seeing all our comments and reviews. They really give me the motivation I need to keep going, so please, don't hesitate to tell me what you think or ask a question. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 29. Bell. Bell couldn't help the grin that split his face as he looked over the training grounds. Things had changed so drastically since they'd arrived in the city, it almost made his head spin. Instead of just him and Torhen sparring in the yard, there were now 6 members of the Hestia Familia sparring and training while Torhen watched on. Bell himself had just finished a match against Mikoto, while Welf and Uka seemed to be in a who can withstand the most hits contest in another corner of the grounds. Lily and Chigusa were having an archer's duel near the range, while Lily's wolf summon chased after Chigusa, trying to bite her ankles. It wasn't just members of the Hestia Familia training though. In the center of the field, Bell's teacher, Torhen, was squaring off against the executives of the Loki Familia. All 4 of them were against just him, and he was winning. Said it was more of a challenge that way, though. He didn't look like he was having too much trouble. In another area, Lefia and Ms. Reveria, also of the Loki Familia, were throwing spells at each other. Lefia was using the Sparks spell, which was being blocked both by the Lesser Ward and Oakflesh spells. Ms. Reveria was using. The High Elf, on the other hand, was throwing Chain Lightning out of her wand staff, the spell being blocked by Lefia's own Steadfast Ward. In and amongst them all were Naza and Shizun of the Mayak Familia, who were there to practice the healing spells Torhen had given them on anyone who got injured. Mikoto herself was just coming back from getting a small cut healed by Naza. Shizun had decided it was probably safer to stay close to Welf and Uka, given how much they were hitting each other. It's hard to believe just how much things have changed. Mikoto commented as she walked up. It really is. Belle nodded. For us, she continued, it was always just our familia in a tiny house. We never expected that we'd be able to stand in the same space as the Loki familia, let alone train with them. For me, the biggest surprise is just how much the familia has grown. When we first started, it was just me and Mr. Torhen. Now there are 7 of us and we're allied with the Loki familia. There will be even more of us after all is said and done. Mikoto said, determinedly. Belle nodded. Hopefully, we'll have 8 members after tonight. It was a rather momentous day both for the familia and the city. The dungeon had been officially reopened that morning, and as they spoke, the Freya familia was beginning their expedition. For the Hestia familia, though, this was a secondary concern. True, they were all thrilled about heading back into the dungeon, but there were more important things to worry about. In just a few days, they would be confronting Apollo at his party, but even that wasn't the most pressing matter. Goddess Hestia had gotten a prompt response from Goddess Ishtar, so they would be heading into the entertainment district that evening to hopefully meet with her and free Mikoto's friend, Haruheim, from the goddess's grasp. Belle could only hope that things went smoothly. Torhen. All right, everyone. Be on your best behavior. Stick together and stay close to me. Torhen said to his companions when they neared the entertainment district. It was getting dark as they walked through the city, headed towards the home of the Ishtar familia. Oddly enough, there weren't many members of the familia out on the streets, though Torhen wasn't sure why. Don't speak unless you are directly spoken to, Hestia added. Ishtar is a proud goddess, vain and arrogant. She won't tolerate people speaking out of turn, especially if they talk back or are rude in any way. The only reason she is even willing to speak to us is because I specifically asked her. What do you mean, goddess? Belle asked. In terms of influence, I don't have much, she replied, but I have gained some clout thanks to the incident on the 18th floor. At the same time, I am not a goddess of beauty or the leader of an obviously powerful familia. This means that while I am interesting and influential enough to gain her attention, she does not see me as competition. So, Mikoto spoke up, we aren't very important, but she can't afford to completely blow us off either. Right. Hestia nodded. Since she doesn't need to be overly polite to us, she's likely to be blunt and possibly hostile once we tell her exactly who we're looking to buy from her. She doesn't know. Welf asked. Hestia shook her head. All she knows is that I want to meet and discuss buying one of her members. If she knew which one, she might have denied us outright, and I wanted to avoid that. Smart. Torhen commented, nodding his head in approval. If we get our foot in the door, it will let us negotiate, even if she turns hostile. So long as we are respectful and do not act rude or aggressive in any way, we should be able to convince her to let Haruheim go. Still, he turned to look at Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa. You cannot let the fact that you know her slip out, or that we know Ishtar's plans. If she senses any desperation or deception on our part, she may jack up her asking price farther than would be reasonable, or may even try asking for something other than money. The worst-case scenario is she tries asking for a trade. She gets one of our members in exchange for the girl. I will never accept that, Hestia said, adamantly. Torhen nodded his head in agreement with, So, Belle spoke up. Bottom line is to be respectful and let the two of you do the talking. Torhen grinned at his protege. Pretty much. Aisha did all she could to contain her nervous energy as she walked through the halls of Belit. Babili, the home of the Ishtar familia. It wouldn't do for anyone to notice anything different about her behavior. Earlier that day, as an executive and despite not exactly being in Ishtar's favor at the moment, she'd been made aware of a meeting with the Hestia familia regarding the purchase of one of Ishtar's members. This had, of course, excited her to no end. It meant that Torhen had done exactly what he'd promised her when he'd freed her from Ishtar's charm. She grinned to herself when she remembered that the charm had been a constant presence in the back of her mind, and being free of it was joyous. Still, she needed to hurry. Haraheim needed to be aware of what was about to happen, and Aisha needed to be quick. The meeting wasn't the only thing that was happening that night. With the reopening of the dungeon, Frine, their captain and the most grotesque creature Aisha had ever laid eyes on, had organized a banquet which would be starting soon. Ishtar didn't really give a damn about that, except for the fact that it meant most of their members would be inside to celebrate, rather than out on the streets plying their trade. She had ordered that the banquet not start until after her meeting, but Frine usually broke out the wine early, so nearly everyone was starting to gather in the banquet hall. Aisha moved quickly through the halls until she reached Haraheim's room. The poor girl wasn't interested in joining the celebrations and, frankly, neither was Aisha. She'd only just gotten herself freed from Ishtar's charms, so she wanted to keep her mind as clear as possible. For a while, drinking wouldn't help that. Sadly, as an executive, she was expected to be there. "We need to talk," Aisha said, stepping through the door. Haraheim was sitting in a chair, facing the open window. Sitting like that was a habit of hers. The poor kid had once confided to Aisha that she liked to imagine climbing out of that window and somehow making an escape from Ishtar and the city. Thankfully, it didn't seem like she'd have to. "What's wrong?" Haraheim asked, turning towards her. "Before the banquet," Aisha began, "Ishtar is going to be meeting with another goddess, Hestia. She's interested in buying one of our members." Haraheim stared at her, confused. "What does that have to do with me?" "A few days ago, I met a member of the Hestia Familia," Aisha continued. "Some of his new members had asked him to investigate us because they thought they knew someone who had joined our Familia and were hoping Ishtar would allow their friend to join them in the Hestia Familia." She braced herself. "Those new people are named Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa." Haraheim stared at her, eyes wide as they began to fill with tears. Aisha continued again. "They will be here, tonight, with Goddess Hestia and the man I met, to speak with Ishtar and, hopefully buy your freedom from her." Haraheim was sobbing now, hands covering her face. Aisha strode across the room, pulling the girl into her arms. The young Renard continued to sob as Aisha stroked her back. "She'll never let me go," Haraheim whispered, sadly. "I think she might," Aisha grinned. "And if she doesn't, well, I can do a lot more now than I could before." Haraheim looked up at her, confused. "The man I met, Torhen," Aisha explained, "was able to free me from Ishtar's charms. I can actively work against her now. If he can do that, then I think he can persuade Ishtar to let you go." Haraheim beamed up at her, skinny arms gripping Aisha tightly as the poor girl hugged her. Then her eyes turned downward. "What about you? If I am free, what will happen to you?" Or, her eyes went wide, "If you act against Ishtar, she might punish you even worse than last time." Aisha shivered, involuntarily at the reminder. She didn't want to go through that again, or worse, but it would be worth it to keep the girl in her arms safe. Aisha wasn't the kind of person who got too attached to other people, but she just couldn't help herself when it came to Haraheim. Aisha loved the girl in her arms like a daughter, well, a little sister. Aisha wasn't the motherly type. Still, she loved the little Renard and was willing to do anything to keep her safe. "Don't worry about me," she told the girl, soothingly. "I'll be all right, and it won't matter if Hestia and Torhen convince Ishtar to let you go." Haraheim smiled and buried her head in Aisha's chest. She spent a little while longer soothing the girl's nerves before leaving her room and heading down to the banquet hall. It wouldn't be long before Hestia arrived, but Frine was likely to break out the wine soon, and it would be easier to find out what was happening in the meeting if she was nearby. As Aisha made her way into the hall, she looked around to see nearly every member of the Ishtar Familia gathered inside. Moving towards the front, she saw Frine's hulking form standing near the head table. "Belka," the brute shouted, "get over here." Grimacing, Aisha made her way towards the toad. She was surrounded by the lower level lackeys that the bitch always kept nearby, so she had someone to order around who didn't dare talk back. They were moving about, carrying large casks of wine, marked with the Soma label, that were being distributed to tables around the hall. For the Ishtar Familia, banquets always involved a great deal of drinking. Most people wound up tipsy at least, before the food was even served. What do you want? Aisha asked, testily. It wasn't hard to act naturally in front of Phryne, since Aisha didn't have to fake the amount of hatred she held for her captain. It's a banquet. The executives should be here for the start of it. Besides, she grinned, evilly, I've found a client for your little pet who doesn't care if his toy is conscious or not. Aisha practically growled. You won't lay a finger on her, you bitch. I will do whatever I want with the little slut. Don't worry though, she said with fake concern. I'll make sure he leaves her alive. Then the ugly brute turned to face the assembled members of the Familia. It took all of Aisha's self-restraint to keep from trying to stab the bitch in the back. She needed to keep herself in check long enough for Torhen to convince Ishtar to let Haroheim go. Then she could figure out a way to get herself out from under Ishtar and Phryne's thumbs. Hem. Phryne fake coughed loudly to get everyone's attention as one of her lackeys walked up to her with a full goblet. The brown-haired lackey seemed kind of out of it, but Aisha guessed that the toad had been running him and the other lower-level members ragged, preparing for the banquet. Taking the cup, Phryne addressed the crowd. We are here tonight to celebrate the reopening of the dungeon after Fern. Ishtar's voice cut across the toads as the irate goddess stormed into the banquet hall. The dark-skinned, purple-haired goddess was wearing her usual skirt and sash that literally covered only the barest amount of skin. You got the wrong barrels, you bitch. The Soma was marked for my personal use. Besides, I told you not to start anything until after the meeting is over. Huh? Phryne demanded. Ishtar stormed up to her, expression furious. Get your ugly, disgusting ass out into the entrance hall. Hestia will be here any minute and… what are you doing, you hag? Phryne had gone oddly silent and still, until she had reached out and laid a massive hand on Ishtar's head. Her eyes seemed to have rolled back in her head, the empty goblet slipping out of her hand and onto the floor. Let me go, Ishtar shouted, struggling. Her fist slammed against Phryne's chest and arm. Weakly, the hulking brute let out a guttural roar and squeezed. The next thing Aisha knew, her eyes were being burned by a blinding light. She felt herself being struck by something heavy before pain shot through her as she crashed into something hard. Freya couldn't help her smirk as a pillar of golden light streaked into the sky. It had been so easy to charm one of Ishtar's weak children. Her charmed agent had been working for days, leaving a trail of evidence for investigators to find, all of which would point to Ishtar being the culprit behind the theft of the frenzy poisons from the guild vault, perhaps planning to use the poison against Freya herself. Their rivalry was well known. Once it was all ready, her agent simply needed to make sure that there were a few wine barrels spiked with the poison and, of course, make sure Ishtar's hideous behemoth of a captain got the largest dose. Even if Ishtar had escaped alive, which she obviously hadn't, there was plenty of evidence to suggest that she'd been behind the theft. The guild would be so embarrassed that they'd allowed the poisons to be stolen instead of destroying them like their creators had wanted, that they would latch onto the evidence with a furor, letting Ishtar take all the blame. Besides, everyone knew Ishtar was a volatile goddess. This kind of thing was right up her alley. Freya smirked again as alarm bells rang out, with people all over the city beginning to rush towards the entertainment district. Yes, she thought to herself, things have gone perfectly. Bell uncovered his eyes as the blinding light faded, hardly able to comprehend what had just happened. They all stood, stunned, as the pillar dimmed to floating particles, hanging in the air. A pillar of golden light meant only one thing, that a god had died. But which god, and how? Bell was on the verge of panic when Torhen's voice snapped him out of it. Let's go, he demanded, sternly. As one, the Hestia Familia followed after him, charging towards the source of the light. It didn't take them long before they heard screams of fear and pain, occasionally punctuated by a guttural roar. Has a monster gotten into the city? Bell thought, alarmed. It had happened at Monsterphilia, but even with all those monsters running around, nobody had died. Certainly, not a god. As they rounded a corner, they saw scantily clad people barreling out of a building and scattering up and down the street. Behind them came a huge, hulking figure which proceeded to roar and attack the closest group of fleeing people. It was shaped kind of like a squat humanoid toad with flat, dark hair, a green bodysuit that was sickeningly tight and far too much lipstick. If it hadn't been for the panic, Bell would have dry heaved in disgust. Behind He heard Welf doing just that. What kind of monster is that? The redhead wheezingly demanded. That, Torhen replied, is the captain of the Ishtar Familia. There was a silent beat. What? Bell and the others shouted. That thing wasn't a monster. Torhen, however, was more focused on the current crisis. Mikoto, he shouted, causing the girl to straighten up. Get inside and find Haroheim. If she's on a rampage, there's no telling who's been hurt. Her eyes went wide in fear. Mikoto nodded sharply and dashed towards the building, followed by Uka and Chigusa. Bell. Torhen continued, causing Bell to straighten up, serious. Find the guild responders. They should be headed here soon, but with the light fading, they may not know exactly where to go. Welf, Lily, you're to protect Hestia. One god has already died tonight. The two nodded, grimly, while Hestia smiled, sadly. Bell dashed off as Torhen moved to face the hulking figure. Mikoto. Only adrenaline contained Mikoto's panic as she careened through the doors of the Ishtar Familia home, followed closely by Ook and Chigusa. Why did this have to happen? Things were going so well. Master Torhen had found Haroheim. They were going to save her from Ishtar. Why would the captain go on a rampage? Was it because of the meeting? Was Haroheim all right? Her thoughts were racing as they charged through the building. The floors, walls, and even the ceilings were badly damaged, and they even passed a few people slumped against the walls or on the ground as they moved through the building. Whether they were dead, injured, or just unconscious, Mikoto wasn't sure. They had a mission to complete, and then they could worry about the wounded. Her train of thought was interrupted by a cry. Aisha. A female voice screamed in panic. Mikoto recognized that name. It was what Master Torhen had called Haroheim's protector. Sharing a nod with her companions, Mikoto hurried towards the voice. They emerged into a badly destroyed banquet hall, with the bodies of several people strewn across the floor. In one corner there was a young man with brown hair was crumpled on the ground, blood pooling around his head. Mikoto dimly registered that he was probably dead. Slumped against the far wall was an Amazoness who was badly injured. Her chest and side were covered in blood, and one of her arms was bent at an unnatural angle. Aisha. Crouching in front of the wounded Amazoness was a Renard with golden hair, wearing a red kimono. The girl was crying as she tried to help the downed woman. Mikoto recognized her instantly. Haroheim. She shouted, half in fear, half in relief. The Renard turned, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of Mikoto and her companions. Mikoto. Haroheim exclaimed, half in shock, half in delight. Any kind of heartfelt reunion was curtailed by the downed woman, Aisha, coughing violently. Haroheim turned back to her, worry crossing her face once again. Mikoto surged forward. Chigusa, your bag, she demanded. With constant access to potions, Chigusa had gotten into the habit of always carrying at least a few healing potions with her. Something Torhen himself did and encouraged them all to do as well. Understanding Mikoto's wishes almost instinctively, Chigusa moved beside her, pulling a red vial out of the pouch on her belt. Mikoto knelt next to the downed Amazon. She didn't seem to be too badly wounded. Judging by what damage she could see, the woman likely had several broken ribs. One of them may have punctured a lung, but Mikoto couldn't be sure. Her arm was also bent at an unnatural angle. Is there anything you can do? Haroheim asked, frantically. I'll be fine, Heim, the woman, who was apparently Haroheim's protector, Aisha, said. We have healing potions. Mikoto interrupted her. They aren't the strongest, only the third tier, but they should keep you stable enough to move. Aisha grinned at her. I'll be fine either way, but I won't say no. We'll need to move your arm back into place. Uka spoke up. Gives the potion less to do. But it's going to hurt. I'm level 4, kid. I can handle a broken arm. Uka moved to grasp the injured arm, and with a nod from Aisha, he pushed it back into place. The Amazoness grimaced in pain but didn't cry out. Mikoto quickly pulled the stopper from the bottle and placed it in the woman's uninjured hand. She drank it down, letting out a sigh of relief as her body began to knit itself back together. After a moment, Aisha stood, gingerly. She started to stretch but hissed in pain. Definitely. Not perfect, but at least I can move, she said as the pain receded. Mikoto smiled as she too stood. She opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted by a golden blur crashing into her. Haruheim sniffled as she held onto Mikoto for dear life. She could only smile, happily, as she wrapped her arms around her friend. "I've missed you so much," Haruheim whispered through her tears. Uka and Chigusa moved to embrace them. The four old friends stood there, holding each other for dear life, while Aisha stood back and smiled at them. "You're okay now," Mikoto said, bringing her hands up to Haruheim's face and resting her forehead against Renard's. "I promise." "What happened?" Uka asked. "I'm not sure," Aisha admitted, gingerly leaning up against a partially smashed table. "One moment, Phryne and Ishtar are arguing about wine, nothing special about that. The next thing I knew, Phryne had crushed Ishtar's skull and sent me flying into the wall. She's a full level higher than me, built for strength, and caught me off guard. I'm lucky it wasn't worse than a few broken ribs and a busted arm. Then she went rampaging out of here. Did you see her?" "She's outside," Chigusa spoke up. "Master Torhen is handling her at the moment, so she should be well in hand by now." "Heh," Aisha scoffed. "Then that's 2 I owe him. What level is he, anyway?" "Torhen." Torhen bobbed and weaved around the clumsy, random attacks the grotesque bulk threw at him, mind racing. Thankfully, all the people the deranged captain had been chasing had made their escape, so there was no risk of collateral damage. Still, Torhen could not, for the life of him, figure out how this had happened. He recognized all the signs nearly instantly. He'd seen frenzy poisons take effect more times than he could count. They'd been a personal favorite of his during his assassin days. One time, he'd slipped one into a bottle of mead that was sitting right next to Nazim's bath. Nazim was a snobby, arrogant, holier-than-thou kind of shit who strutted about Whiterun like he was king of Skyrim when he didn't even own his own house. Sure, he owned a farm, but he and his long-suffering wife lived in the Drunken Huntsman, a shitty tavern that didn't even hold a candle to the bannered mare. After some snooping, Torhen learned that Nazim liked to drink in the bath, so he'd slipped a powerful frenzy poison into his mead bottle. It hadn't taken long before Nazim came crashing out of the Drunken Huntsman buck-naked and howling like a madman. He'd then proceeded to charge at the fully armored Uthgerd the Unbroken and attack her with a sausage he'd gotten from somewhere while simultaneously trying to hump her leg. Needless to say, she crushed his skull in with her fist. The guards didn't even try and investigate why he'd done it or punish Uthgerd for killing him. She'd clearly been provoked, and nobody liked Nazim, even his wife, Alam, who Torhen could swear he saw spitting on his body when the guards weren't looking. A few months later, he'd returned to Whiterun to discover that Alam had moved into Uthgerd's house. Out of sheer curiosity, he'd pressed his ear against the door one night to hear the unmistakable sounds of the two women going at each other like rabbits. They'd eventually gotten married and adopted a couple kids. The best part was it hadn't even been a contract. Torhen had just been in the city on an errand for Gabriella and to visit his auntie Olava. Nazim had pissed him off one too many times, and Torhen hadn't exactly been a good person then, but he never really felt guilty about it. Uthgerd and Ahlam had certainly gotten a good deal out of it, and the story had been a hit back at the sanctuary. Astrid and Gabriella had feigned disapproval, despite the grins on their faces, but Festus, Vizara, Nazir, Babette, and Armjorn had loved it. Armjorn had laughed so hard he'd fallen out of his chair and accidentally rolled into the pond near his forge. That had, of course, caused a renewed round of laughter. Back in the present, however, Torhen might have figured out how this had happened. The only explanation was that, somehow, despite the assurances of the guild, someone had stolen the frenzy poisons he and Naza had told them to destroy. He nearly kicked himself for the stupidity of it all. He should have known better than to trust something that dangerous to the security of others. At the time, he'd just not wanted to cause any unnecessary difficulties for Naza, but now he wished he had. It would have meant this couldn't have happened. Now, exactly who and how they were stolen, Torhen had no clue. There were two possibilities. Either the Ishtar Familia had stolen them, and this was an accident, or someone else had stolen them and used them against the Ishtar Familia. He supposed there was a chance that Phryne was the direct target. She was so unpleasant, she was sure to have a few enemies. Still, he needed to stop her rampage, and he'd learned a few tricks for dealing with frenzy over the years. Well, one trick He did seem to be using this shout rather a lot recently. Harja Feim, the clear-mind shout rippled across the empty street and collided with the thunderous bulk of Phryne Jamil. She swayed, dizzily, one hand going to her head. Woo! She muttered weakly. Torhen strode towards her, and with a single blow, he knocked the hideous woman out. Her colossal weight cracked the street below her as she fell. Torhen nudged her with his foot. She seemed to be alive at least. Frenzy poisons primarily caused psychotic rage, but they were still poisons and thus none too gentle on the internal organs. She was likely in for a rough few weeks while her organs healed. She was out just in time too, as Bell came rushing into the street with several guild members, hot on his tail. It's all right. Torhen shouted to them. She's unconscious now. Seems to have worn herself out. What happened? One of the guild people demanded. Not sure, Torhen admitted. We saw the pillar of light and came to find out what happened. She was rampaging through the street. Actually, Torhen eyed the man. He was one of the ones that had confiscated the frenzy poisons. It seemed like she was under the effect of a poison. Specifically, one you yourself confiscated from the Mayak Familia. The man went pale. Per the guild's instructions, neither I nor Naza has made any more, and we even destroyed our copies of the recipes. The only ones in the city were supposed to be in the guild vaults. What? The man stammered, nervously. What about the light? Which god died? Ishtar, if I had to guess, Torhen said, gesturing to the downed figure. That's her captain. You'd need to ask somebody who was here for the start, though. I could do that, a familiar voice shouted. Coming out of the damaged Ishtar familiar home was Aisha, who seemed to be moving rather gingerly, closely followed by Uka, Chigusa, and Mikoto, who was holding hands with the golden-haired Renard, Haroheim. Torhen smiled at them. Are you all right? He asked the group, walking towards them with the guild official trailing after him. We're fine, but Ms. Aisha is still hurt. Chigusa said. Phryne got me pretty good, Aisha admitted. Caught me by surprise. These kids gave me a potion though. Still not great, but at least I can walk. Torhen didn't even hesitate. He simply raised his hands, letting the golden light of restoration magic flow from him and into Aisha. She sighed, happily, as the pain on her face receded. Once it was done, she nodded in acknowledgement before turning to face the guild officials. Let's talk, she said. Armor images. I know some of you want Haroheim X Bell, but it's not likely. I don't want to write a harem, and I've already started setting up Bell XAIS. I would like to ask though, what other potential pairings do you think would be good for her? What do you think of Haroheim X Mikoto? Any other pairings? Don't be afraid to suggest unorthodox ones. Answers to questions. On FFN. Redmen 6 Blight. I would love to give Bell a better alias once he hits level 3. Any suggestions? One of my favorites ideas so far is Lagos Vesta, basically Vesta's rabbit. I welcome any suggestions though. Although now that you mention it, Doom Rabbit might work, though that brings to mind the MC from Doom. Also, there is a slim chance of a Daedric cameo, but I haven't decided. Hersign X Artemis is an interesting background ship though. Christom, yeah, I've pretty much killed Apollo's chances of looking like the victim. That's kind of what I want. I know I've made him a little more unstable than in canon, but that was kind of the point. Hyde 115, current established pairings, eventually, are Bell X AIS, Welf X Hephaestus, and Uka X Chigusa. Likely Torhen X Reveria too. I like them together. Guest, if you're referring to Nicholas Flamel, yes. Yes, he is a Harry Potter reference. Also, history. Kind of. Volkazaro Zeromi, thank you very much. I hope you liked this chapter. Kind of wish I had a time machine too so I could copy the finished story. It'd give us all a chance to read it earlier. Or maybe just the completed Danmachi, so I have some idea of what the author's endgame is. Guest, Dien Sect going bald. Never heard that one before, but might be interesting. On AO3. KSC_UU, I am intending to space out Bell's development a little going forward. Even if he's ready to level up, he needs to accomplish a great feat to be eligible. I'm just going to space those out a little bit. Magnus Thread, Daphne X Cassandra is pretty much my choice for them. They are already halfway there. Chapter 30. Chapter notes. I need to address something. There's somebody posting what is essentially my story on Wattpad without my permission. By the way, I'd like to say thanks to the guest who told me about it. Shadow_Monarch at Lord_of_Tuna has been copying entire blocks of text, essentially whole chapters, and changing just enough to make it a Minecraft X Danmachi story with a female belle. Entire paragraphs, story beats, and sections of dialogue are my work that this writer has copied and posted as their own work. They even admitted to copying my work in the comments. So, at Lord_of_Tuna since you're clearly reading my story, I'd like to address you. Part of me is flattered that you like my story enough to copy it. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to write something similar to it, or even use some of what I'd written if you had gotten my permission. One person even did that, double-checking with me before they started because they got inspired by my work and wanted to make sure they had permission. If you'd just wanted to take inspiration and had asked me for permission to use parts of my story or dialogue, I probably would have said yes. The fact remains, though, that you are basically taking my story and posting it as your own with minimal changes. I've looked at it. You didn't get my permission. You didn't acknowledge me or give me credit. You even admitted to copying from me in a comment when a reader called you out on it. So, I am asking you to stop. Remove my work from your posted story, and in future, actually write your chapters yourself. Plagiarism is theft. Asking permission is a sign of respect. Therefore, please respect my work just as you would expect anyone to respect yours. Well, I am sorry about that, everybody, but I felt like it needed saying. On to the updates. First, I have started a new job, so my hours are going to be a bit weird. My updates shouldn't be any shorter, and I'll still get at least one chapter out a month, but don't expect me to do any double uploads anytime soon. I'm not saying they'll never happen. Again, just not likely while I'm getting used to my new hours. That said, I greatly appreciate all the comments I've received since the last chapter. Your reactions were a lot of fun to read. I hope you'll keep the comments and reviews coming. Also, 30 chapters. Holy crap. I can't believe I made it this far. Thank you all so much for your support. Warning, there's a decent amount of talking about sex and prostitution in this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hearthfire. Chapter 30. Torhen. Orario, as Torhen was coming to understand, was a city designed around disasters. From the timing of the first responders, to the speed of the investigators, efficiency of the cleanup crews, and how the people banded together until any given crisis was over, each and every one had impressed him. When monsters from the dungeon had run wild in the streets after Monsterphilia, things had been back to normal in barely 2 days. When 3 irregular monster Rexes had appeared on the 18th floor, the adventurers had banded together, and things were set to be back to normal within a week. It was no different in the aftermath of Frine Gemil's rampage. The damage had been light, so there wasn't really a need for the cleaning crews. As Hestia had explained it, the powers granted by a fauna faded quickly, near instantaneously, after the god who created it dies, or rather, is sent back to Tenkai. Because of this, a scant second or two after Ishtar died, Frine no longer had the strength she'd boasted as a level 5. While this had seriously mitigated the damage she could do on her rampage, she didn't lose any of the strength built up in her actual muscles. Even without her fauna, she was strong enough to seriously injure those who didn't have a fauna, or perhaps a few level 1s. This, of course, included her fellow Ishtar members, all of whom had been stripped of their fauna by their goddess death. Frenzy poisons also overrode the brain's own limitations on physical actions. Experimenters back in Tamriel had discerned that the brain only allowed for the conscious use of about a third of a person's true physical strength. Frenzy potions removed that limitation, so for a normal mortal, Frine had still been fairly strong. Strong enough to do some damage to her surroundings and the suddenly unblessed followers of Ishtar around her, but not strong enough to be more than a minor, if disgusting, annoyance to Torhen. Not by a very long shot. The morning following the events in the entertainment district and the death of Ishtar had been filled with uncertainty for most of the city. Rumors had run wild, and the investigators were still trying to piece together everything that had happened. They'd started with interviewing Aisha, while others went to gather the scattered members of the Ishtar Familia, and medical teams treated the wounded. Only one person had been very close to death, a young level 1, who Aisha said had been the one to hand over what had to have been poisoned wine to Phryne. Thankfully, he and all the other injured people survived. From the sound of things, the boy wasn't to blame. He'd confessed to being run ragged by Phryne in preparation for a banquet and couldn't remember anything about someone slipping something into the captain's drink. He was experiencing some memory loss though, which, given the head wound he'd sustained, wasn't too surprising. Torhen suspected that the entire barrel of wine was poisoned. Interestingly, Aisha had mentioned that Ishtar had been livid about the barrels shortly before Phryne drank the poison. The goddess had apparently claimed that they had been marked for her own personal use. This, of course, was a major clue which set the investigators buzzing. Torhen suspected they were eager to pin the blame of stolen potions on someone else, a volatile goddess who was known to mind control mortals using that power to steal forbidden items from the guild vaults. That was a quick and easy conclusion and took the blame off of the guild's shoulders. In their eyes at least. They were not entirely blameless though, not in Torhen's book. The guild had screwed up badly, and Torhen was not going to forget it. They'd continued to investigate, and although Torhen hadn't been allowed to see it, he did hear that the guild investigators had discovered more evidence that corroborated the theory of Ishtar's guilt. Something gnawed at Torhen though. It was too easy. Having been a thief and an assassin, Torhen knew a thing or two about evidence. He knew how to hide it, find it, and destroy it, for the investigators to find what they called conclusive evidence within the first few hours of the investigation meant one of two things. Either Ishtar was very, very sloppy, or the evidence was planted there. If it had been planted, though, who would have done it? Phryne? Unlikely. The vice-captain, Tammuz? Possible. But Aisha said he was seemingly devoted to Ishtar. Another god? More likely. But which one? When he'd asked Hestia, she'd responded that the only gods Ishtar was openly hostile to were Loki and Freya. The events of that night, though, were not Loki's style. Plus, Loki had been aware of their plans and would have warned them about any plots she had in motion. As for Freya, Hestia said she wasn't sure if the goddess was even aware of Ishtar. Freya had barely ever acknowledged Ishtar's existence, in public at least, so there was some doubt that she'd even bother dealing with Ishtar. Still, poisoning a captain was closer to Freya's MO as far as Torhen understood it. He couldn't be sure they, and the investigators were adamant that they'd already solved the case of how the poisons were stolen. Evidence apparently suggested that Ishtar was planning to use the potions against Freya, and the investigator didn't want to hear any of Torhen's theories. Besides, Aisha confirmed that using poison was right up Ishtar's alley and, given her failed plans for Heraheim, he had to agree with that at least. The conclusion made sense. But something still didn't feel quite right to Torhen. He did have other things to worry about at the moment though. All of the members of the Ishtar Familia had been temporarily detained. Not arrested, just asked not to leave the city or join another familia until the investigation was complete. Judging by how fast they were moving, it wouldn't be long until they were released. The investigators just wanted to make sure they found out if any of the adventurers had been involved in the theft or plotting before they escaped their clutches, either by leaving the city or gaining the protection of another god. Fern herself had been remanded to the custody of Diensek's hospital, given her current state. The grotesque captain was poisoned and had been stripped of her fauna while the poison was ravaging her body, so she was in a bad way. She'd likely survive. Frenzy poisons usually weren't fatal on their own, but Diensekt and his members didn't have any experience dealing with tamrielic poisons or their effects. She was in for a rough recovery. Given Diensekt was likely to stubbornly and bitterly refuse to ask Mayak and Naza for help. Not that they'd give it if he did ask. Since Phryne wasn't in control of herself when she killed Ishtar, she wasn't likely to receive the ultimate penalty for killing a god, that being torn apart atom by atom, but she was probably in for a punishment of some kind. It was kind of a gray area since, from what they'd been able to determine, Ishtar had stolen the poison and Phryne had drunk it by mistake. This made her possibly complicit with the theft, which they couldn't determine until she was awake and coherent enough to speak, but at the same time she wasn't truly guilty of killing a god. For the time being, they'd settled on keeping her detained in the hospital while she recovered enough to testify. As for Haroheim and Aisha, they were still living in the Ishtar Familia home, along with the rest of the currently detained members, until the investigation was complete. That was where Torhen was headed, along with Mikoto. It was only mid-afternoon the day after Ishtar's death, but the night before, the dark-haired girl had been reluctant to allow Haroheim out of her sight, let alone to go back into the Ishtar building. It had taken a while, but she eventually had been convinced to allow it by Bel, Chigusa, and Haroheim herself. Haroheim would be fine, and it would only be a day or two before she was safely living at Hearthfire Hall. For the moment, Mikoto wanted to visit, and Torhen had decided to accompany her so that he could properly meet the young Renard girl. They gained entry easily enough and made their way up the stairs to Haroheim's room. Torhen remembered the way from when he'd been sneaking around the building, trying to find her. The blonde Renard smiled brightly as she let them in, immediately glumping Mikoto. Once her fellow Far Easterner had crossed the threshold. "Are you all right?" Mikoto asked, worriedly as they separated. "I'm fine," Haruhime replied with a small smile. Her voice was quiet, and she seemed rather timid, but the joy on her face when she spoke to Mikoto was genuine. "It's not even been one day." "I know, but I was hoping you'd be out of this place last night, not stuck here indefinitely," Mikoto said, exasperatedly. "I don't want to be here either," the blonde admitted, "but at least for now, I have to be. I am looking forward to leaving, though." She glanced at Torhen, who gave her a small smile and a nod. "Oh." Mikoto started, appearing to suddenly remember that he was there. "Right, Haroheim. This is Master Torhen. He is the mentor of our Familia." Haroheim's eyes went wide, and she smiled. "You're the one who freed Aisha from Ishtar's control." "I am." He nodded. "Thank you," the Renard said, genuinely. "Aisha has been through so much, trying to protect me. I've never been able to do anything to help her, but I'm thankful you were able to free." "Huh. You are all free now," Torhen replied. "Free of Ishtar at least. If you wish, as I know Mikoto, Uka, and Chigusa do, you would be welcome to join the Hestia Familia." Mikoto nodded vigorously, seizing Haroheim's hand. "Though, if you would rather not, you are also free to go wherever you may wish to," Torhen continued, drawing a confused look from Mikoto and a curious one from the Renard. He explained, "I know that you may be adverse to the life of an adventurer after being forced to work for Ishtar, so I would understand it if you wanted to leave that life behind." Haroheim shook her head and grinned brightly. "I would be delighted to join the Hestia Familia." Her smile faded. "But what about Aisha? She's been my only friend here and I don't want to abandon her." Mikoto and Torhen glanced at one another. This had not even been discussed. Torhen was not against Aisha joining them, per se, but it could cause complications. She was considerably stronger than Bel, their captain. So was Torhen, but he was retired and, officially, he was just a teacher. She would be an active adventurer. Now, it was not a requirement that the captain be the strongest, but it was common enough to be expected. Easy to fix in the long run. Bel's growth was exponential, but it could look strange from the outside. There was also the matter of Aisha's other profession. Torhen did not hold it against her. She clearly enjoyed what she did, but if she joined Hestia, it would have to stop. She could be as promiscuous as she liked, provided she caused no problems in the Familia, but prostitution was out. Hestia and most of their members were far too innocent for him to accept any hint of their members whoring themselves out. Aisha could sleep with whoever and as many people as consented, but it would be for fun, not money. He was about to give voice to his thoughts when Aisha's voice interrupted him. "Don't you worry about me, little one," she said from the door, where she was leaning against the frame. "I'll land on my feet." Torhen turned and smiled at her. "I have not discussed it with Goddess Hestia, but I personally do not have any objections to your joining the Hestia Familia. Only a few concerns." Aisha raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really?" Torhen nodded. "You have proven yourself to me, at least, in how you have defended Haroheim. That alone speaks enough to your character that I have no objection." "But you do have concerns?" she asked. He nodded. "Not about your personality, abilities, or anything like that. Still, perhaps you and I should speak with the goddess. That is, if you are interested in joining the Hestia Familia at all. Aisha stood in silent thought for a moment while Haraheim beamed hopefully at her. Finally, she looked up and met the blonde's eyes. Smiling, she nodded. All right, she said. I'll meet with your goddess. I'd like to stick close to the kid if I can, and I don't exactly have much to lose, do I? Thank you, Lady Aisha, Mikoto spoke up, for protecting Haraheim. Aisha smiled. Don't thank me. She glanced at the blonde. She grew on me. Of course I'd protect her. Haraheim beamed. We could head over there now, if you'd like. Torhen told them. Both of you have been interviewed and cleared of suspicion, so you are not forbidden from leaving the building, only the city. As long as you do not accept Hestia's fauna before the investigation ends, you will not break any rules. That's true. Mikoto grinned. Please, come with us. She grabbed Haraheim's hands again. I can show you around and introduce you to everyone. Perhaps you should also fill her in on a few things. Torhen said, sternly. After all, there are things we will be doing soon that she might not want to get involved in. Perhaps it would be best if she waits to officially join us until after. Mikoto nodded in understanding while Haraheim and Aisha looked on, confused. I'll explain later, Mikoto whispered. Well, what are we waiting for? Aisha asked. Let's head on over. It didn't take them long to make it across the city to Hearthfire Hall. Aisha whistled appreciatively as they walked through the gate. Haraheim was looking around wildly, trying to take everything in when Mikoto seized her hand and dragged her off, deep into the hall. This is nice, Aisha admitted as they walked up the stairs. All bright and homey. Well, Hestia is the goddess of home, Torhen said, wryly, getting a chuckle out of the Amazonas. At the present moment, Bell was likely to be in his office dealing with paperwork of all things. With growing numbers came the need for reports and paperwork, something Torhen greatly relished dumping on the poor boy. All things related to a captain's duty were Bell's responsibility, paperwork included. Besides, Torhen had his own work to do, tracking the growth of their members and helping create or tweak their training regimens. Welf was likely in his forge or in the training yard with Uka. Chigusa could never be found. Far from Uka. Lily was also likely to be in her office, and Torhen knew Hestia was in hers. So, he led Aisha through the building to the upper floor and knocked on Hestia's door. Hearing her voice from inside, Torhen slipped in with Aisha just behind him. Hestia. Hestia observed the Amazon woman sitting in front of her. Dark-haired, as all Amazons were, and scantily clad. She wore only a slim purple binding to cover her breasts, along with a few gold chains. She was wearing pants, but they were made of a completely transparent purple material, meaning that she was pretty much only covered by her underwear. Aisha Belka sat, comfortably, in a chair in front of Hestia's desk, seemingly unconcerned with the environment and situation. If nothing else, Hestia could admire the woman's comfort in her own skin. Torhen stood nearby, leaning against a wall while Belle and Lily were seated on a small couch and chair in the corner of the office. Secretly, Hestia used that couch to lounge around in her office, pretending to work, but nobody needed to know that. She got the work done. It just involved more goofing off than she let on. Back to the matter at hand, though. This Aisha Belka was interested in joining her Familia, and Hestia was torn. She wanted to immediately say yes. This woman was bright, strong, caring, and kind. She had likely endured horrific punishment at Ishtar's hands, just to protect Haraheim, and had been mentally enslaved for months, fighting to save the girl all the while. That was the kind of person Hestia wanted in her Familia. Torhen was right to have concerns. Though, finally, she gave voice to her thoughts. I'm with Torhen, she said. On nearly all levels, I have no objection to you joining my Familia. In fact, I would happily welcome you with open arms. We just need to manage his and my concerns first. Still, I want to assure you, she smiled, brightly, that whether we can work them out and join us or not, you will always be welcome in my home. Aisha smiled back at her. What exactly are your concerns? She asked. Firstly, Torhen spoke up, is the matter of your level. Hestia nodded. You are 2 levels higher than Bell, our captain. Hestia gestured to Bell, who smiled. It is not required that the strongest member of a Familia be captain, but it is expected. Wouldn't that be Mr. Torhen then? Lily asked. Officially, I'm not on active duty, so I can't be captain, Torhen told her. I'm not interested in it either. My concern, Hestia continued, addressing Aisha, is whether or not you would be able to accept orders from someone who is not only a lower level, but far less experienced than you. Aisha sat for a moment in thought. Belle fidgeted anxiously, watching her. I spent years taking orders from that toad, Frine, Aisha finally said. She might have been stronger, but I hated following her. Still, she sighed, I'm not interested in leading. I would be more than happy taking orders from someone I can respect. I've heard of the rabbit foot. She grinned at Belle. People say he's quite the leader and his growth is supposed to be insane. It shouldn't be too long until he's stronger than me, so I can take orders from him. Her grin turned lecherous. It helps that he's easy on the eyes. That brings up my other concern. Hestia cut in, bringing Aisha's attention back to her. Belle's face had turned a shocking shade of crimson. Hestia sighed. In truth, Aisha, I have no qualms at all with your lifestyle. It's not for me by any stretch of the imagination, but you clearly enjoy it. At the same time, I don't think I can accept having a working prostitute in my familia. Aisha grimaced but nodded in understanding. That being said, Hestia continued, I don't give a damn about who you sleep with. Aisha's grimace transformed into a look of confusion. What do you mean? She asked. I am a virgin goddess, Hestia admitted. A title given to me and a few others by the male gods of my pantheon who couldn't accept that we were not interested in men or women in a few cases. It doesn't mean I or my fellows are actually virgins, nor bound by oath to remain one. The title has kept at least some of the attention of men off of me. Still, for one known as a virgin goddess to suddenly have a working and thriving prostitute join as one of the more powerful members of the Familia would look strange. I think I get it, Aisha nodded. However, Hestia continued again, I have no intention of telling my children who they can or cannot date. I will not control their sex lives. So long as they are not doing harm to themselves, others, or the Familia, my members can sleep with as many people as they want. Aisha tilted her head, listening carefully. With that in mind, this is what I think. Hestia laid out her idea. If you join us, you can no longer act as a prostitute, but if you want to continue sleeping with anyone who consents, it's entirely your business. My only request is that you be very careful about who you approach within the Familia. I don't want conflict between members over something like this. It's more about the reputation of the Familia than anything else. Lily cut in. Being known for having members actively involved in sex work isn't something we want. It just doesn't match with the image we've been trying to build, but having a member or two who like to sleep around is pretty common among the Familias in this city. It's the definition more than anything. So, Aisha spoke up, you don't mind if I keep looking for strong men to sleep with? Something I greatly enjoy. You just don't want me to do it for money. Pretty much, Hestia nodded. Aisha looked to be mulling over the idea in her head before grinning, lecherously. To be perfectly honest, the money was just a bonus. I like having sex with strong men and I don't typically sleep with just anybody who has an open purse. They need to be strong too. Or at least interesting. I can live with your conditions, and I don't mind taking orders from the rabbit foot, so, if you'll have me, I'd like to join your Familia, Goddess Hestia. Hestia smiled at Aisha, relieved that things had been resolved so easily. Once the current investigation is ended, she said, we will welcome you in Heraheim with open arms. Aisha grinned and nodded. There is one thing we should discuss, though, before you join. Torhen said. Another. Aisha looked exasperated. What now? The fact that we are likely, within the next few days, to be at war. Torhen said, bluntly. Torhen. So, you don't really wear any armor when fighting? Torhen asked. It was the day after. Aisha had met with Hestia, only 2 days to go before Apollo's party, and he was sitting in his forge talking with Ais, Tiona, and Tyon about his enchanting services. They were the first of the Loki executives to come to see him about it. His question was directed at the twins. Not really, Tiona said, honestly. We're Amazons. We don't like covering up too much, even if it leaves us a bit more vulnerable in a fight. That's partially why we're hoping you'll have a solution with your enchanting. Tyon added. Torhen HMMD thoughtfully. He could easily enchant their gear, but armor enchantments only affected armor or, in this case, clothing. If the clothing itself offered no protection, the enchantment would be worthless. There's no way for me to increase the protective abilities of your normal clothes, he told them, honestly. Armor enchantments kind of require there to be armor to work with. They don't work on uncovered areas. Or, man. Tiona whined, disappointedly. What I can do is enchant them with things like health or stamina boost and regeneration. Torhen continued, causing the twins to perk up. It'll give you some extra vitality or allow your wounds to heal themselves slowly while you're in combat. That'll just give you more energy to move around, depending on what you choose. That could work, Tyon admitted. We don't really want to cover up more. I could, Torhen told them, remake your clothes for you out of better materials. Give them a bit of armoring. They'd look identical but would be more protective of the areas they cover. Slightly heavier though. That's not a bad idea, Tiona mused, looking at her sister. You sure you'd have enough materials to make something that'd cover her, though? She gestured at her twin's sizable chest. He can use the scraps from mine to make yours. No tits, Tyon retorted. What? Tiona screeched, practically diving at her sister. I'm sorry about them, AIS said, quietly as she moved around the now arguing twins. They always end up fighting, especially when clothes are involved. They're not the first I've met like that, and I doubt they'll be the last, he deadpanned. It had been beyond traumatizing for him to overhear his own daughters fighting about which of them had a bigger bust. Not a conversation he'd ever wanted to hear coming out of the mouths of his little girls, and it was not the worst he would overhear them having. Torhen gave a mental shudder and refocused on AIS. Since they had distracted, what were you looking for? He asked. You know how I fight by now, she replied. I use speed mostly, so I'm hoping for some extra stamina, as well as some armor enchantments. I'm not opposed to getting entirely new armor, but I know that would likely be expensive. Torhen nodded. Likely so. More expensive than your sword, but I could make sure it's unbreakable. AIS stared at him in horror, causing Torhen to laugh. The price goes down if you bring me the materials you want used, he told her. If you've got them lying around or can get them on your next deep dive, just bring them to me. What about your sword? Any ideas for a weapon enchantment? AIS hesitated. I have a contract, she admitted, for my sword at least. I don't know how he'd feel about letting someone else work on it. Torhen hummed in thought. All you can do is ask him about it. I can give you an example of my work to take to him so that he at least knows what you're talking about. Perhaps we could connect. I'd love to get to know a few of the other craftsmen around here. Tsubaki and Welf are the only other smiths I know in the city. I'd appreciate that, she told him, gratefully. Torhen pulled out a rather nice frost enchanted sword and handed it to her. Take that to him as an example. If he's concerned, tell him I'm willing to show him what needs to be done to work on an enchanted blade without ruining it. Thank you, AIS smiled. She'd come a long way in the time he'd been working with her. In more ways than one. She was much more open and friendly than she had been when she'd first shown up with Belle. At first, she had clearly only worked with Belle and Lily as a way to get him to spar with her all-encompassing drive to improve motivating her, but now she was a happy and willing participant. He'd often see her working with Belle and the others with a little smile of content on her face, or, in some cases, confused blushes when she was watching Belle. More than once, he'd caught her just standing there, staring at his protégé, a look of confused interest on her face, like she wasn't quite sure why she was watching him. Thinking of training did remind him, though, that he had promised to teach her about fighting dragons. He had an idea about that, but needed to run it by Hestia, Loki, Finn, and AIS herself. I have an idea in the works, he said, causing her to look at him instead of watching the twins, who were still arguing. Something to do with the training I promised you. Ari's eyes sharpened, laser-focused on him. What is it? I still have to run this by Hestia, Loki, and Finn, he told her, sternly, so don't get your hopes up. Then he sighed and explained. There is a realm outside of Nirn or Genkai known as the Soul Cairn. It is an evil place which has ensnared many, both unsuspecting and foolhardy. One such being made a deal with the ideal masters, the lords of that realm, and became trapped there when they tricked him. By happenstance, I came across him when I was forced to journey across the Soul Cairn. I bested him in battle and was given the right to summon him as an ally in battle, no matter where I may be. The only condition being that, once the battle I summoned him for was over, he would be free to explore the mortal plane. Once again, at least, until he was forcibly summoned back to the Soul Cairn. What does this have to do with my training? She asked, somewhat impatiently. The being I encountered, Torhen explained to her, is named Durnavir. He is a dragon. Ari's eyes went wide. You can summon a dragon? She asked, quietly. One you'll let me fight, train against. Torhen nodded. If I can summon him here. That's why I need to check with Hestia and Loki first. Not to mention finding a secluded place to summon him where we won't attract attention. I have other ideas if this doesn't work, but I thought I should let you know. I haven't forgotten my promise. I will teach you how to fight dragons, so long as you continue. As you have. Spend time with your friends and family, don't drive them away. I'll work on figuring out if summoning Durnavir is even possible in this world. Until then, we'll keep training the normal way. Thank you, Torhen. AIS said, happily. My pleasure, AIS. He replied, before wincing as a horrible crash sounded from the other room. The twins' argument had spilled out in the hallway. If that's broken, you're paying for it. He heard Welf shout. Chapter end notes. There we go. Events with Ishtar wrapped up. Haraheim and Aisha will join the Hestia. Familia, we're looking at enchantments for the Loki executives, and a mention of Durnavir. What did you think? The voting for Aisha was overwhelmingly Hestia, so that's what I went with. Speaking of thinking, I have a question for you all. After the War Games, what are you looking forward to most? Should I bring more oratoria in or leave it out? Any guesses? On the Xenos. Recruitment. Possible expeditions. Level ups. I'd love to find out what your thoughts and guesses are. Another question. Should Aisha and Haraheim join before or after the war game? I'm open to both options. About Aisha. I just can't rationalize having her be a prostitute and be a member of a virgin goddess Familia. It would just look too weird. But if she just likes to have sex, then it's no problem. Like Lily said, it's about the definition, not the actual action. I'm sorry if this bothers people, but I hope the way I put it in the chapter makes sense. She's still Aisha, and honestly the Aisha of canon didn't give a rat's ass about the money. She was a prostitute for the sex, not the money. I'd still like suggestions on pairings for Haraheim. I like the idea of Haraheim x Mikoto, but I'm not sold on it if you all don't like it. I'd also like suggestions for new armor for the twins and AIS. Any ideas out there? Answers to questions. Just as a blanket response, I love how many of you I surprised. I was honestly expecting most of the comments to say you saw that coming. Also, to those of you who commented about Nazim's death, I'm glad you liked it. I was trying so hard not to laugh while I was writing it. On FFN. Barker Pervert, I think I covered your concern well enough in this chapter, but just to clarify, she was rampaging with just her physical strength. She looks like she'd be all about brute strength even without the fauna, so that's what I did. Dactylus, I'm sorry, but the Drunken Huntsman is better as an archery shop than a tavern. I do like Elrindir though. Anybody who can put up with Nazim and not kill him has the patience of a saint. Phoenix Warehouse Productions. That is exactly the dynamic I'm going for. I am trying to show the Hestia Familia as being more like an actual family, if a slightly odd one. I'm glad you noticed, and I'm thrilled that you like it. Marcy Winters, those are some of the most enthusiastic comments I've seen in a while. And I love it. Thank you. Philip Fry 322, I've seen a few comments about that, but let's just say, I have an idea. It may not go the way you expect. Backpack Bandit, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this one too. On AO3, Black Energy 666, as to who gets the barbarian armor. Any suggestions? Row A King of Shadows, Herma Mora is a possibility, but probably not in a human form. I'm not sure how I feel about Daedric cameos just yet. This would be all for today, next part coming soon, so please like and subscribe.